Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath our waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our beautiful pre-show of the Saturday Showdown. Woo! We're mainly just doing artwork here.
I had to finish mine.
Can you show yours? You really cute one there.
I already tried. I made an LCK logo. It looks great on. It doesn't actually look great, but from a distance, it does, and I'll take that as a win.
It's absolutely fantastic. Let's get into the standings and have a look at exactly how the LCK looks right now. Before we take everything completely out of context and overreact about the state of the LCK after one match for each of our teams. D plus Kia sitting at 2-0, clearly the greatest team in the LCK here. T1 trailing behind.
Horrible.
Yeah.
They're 1 point down.
I know.
Unacceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're coming in hot today.
We absolutely are. So let's get into it. Let's do some overreactions. And Chronicler, I would like to start with you on yours. Who do you think has been the most underwhelming here in the LCK thus far?
I have, for about a year and a half, been singing the praise of Challengers. I'm sorry to tell you, everyone from Challengers sucks. They all suck, start to finish. All the new players that are playing in Challenge right now, all bad. All the players in the LCK, horrible. Bulldog, not good at all. Pace, fraud. Couldn't even win against Guma and Carrier in his debut game. Everyone, even the Challenger teams in Spirits, you know, Kwangdong, Freakcliff, Sandbox, Cool Kids Never Panic. Well, Cool Kids did get crushed. And it hurts me a lot. And just to save myself from future pain, I'm pushing them away. No, I can't even do it for the length of the bid. They're gonna bounce back, I believe. But I had to overreact, and there's one overreaction in my heart.
You couldn't even hold it. You couldn't even hold it. Oh, absolutely terrible. My overreactions are the world champions in DRX, absolutely hopeless. Not even worth a look in. Lost their first match against D plus Kia, a team that could theoretically have lost against them. Just not what we really want. Our LCK champions in Gen G, we're coming at you, the Saturday Showdown. Also, just abysmal performance up against T1. Judging them off that game, just not exactly what we want whatsoever. But let's get into some champion stats here first. As you can see on your screen right now, Maokai has been picked in every single game, and I think that's a little bit surprising to me after what we saw from the LPL and from Challenger.
I personally think that even though there are strategies that can slow down the Maokai, he is still one of, if not the best blind pick jungler. You can pick him into anything, he can always work. You have a variety of different builds. And, you know, your opponent's going to first pick either Nami, Ryze, or Yumi, whichever of those is open. So might as well get yourself the best jungler that is out in the current meta. And it really equalizes, even if you have a bit of a rougher start of the game. I think the game right now is somewhat lacking in terms of combat mechanics, so it's really nice to be able to kind of come back.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, let's explain the Saturday Showdown. As of course, this is sort of a new thing for the LCK. It's a match placed at prime time on Saturday based on the storyline and rivalry that a matchup can bring to the fans. And all 10 LCK teams will be scheduled to play at least once in the Saturday Showdown. So basically what we've done is we've just made sure that we can include absolutely everyone in a really hype match so that we can show off all of our teams. And we're going to be having a fair bit of fun on these Saturdays as well. So I know we've done our overreaction segment, we've done stuff like that. We've got a whole lot more for you planned as the season goes on.
Yeah, I'm still reeling from the jokey comments I made about my beloved Challengers. I know me.
Is it actually hurting your feelings? Have you hurt your own feelings?
You know how sensitive.
I know.
Overall, as we're going to take a look at how hard it really is, unless you're SKT, I guess, to keep winning once you've won, because actually claiming your world championship, like DRX have done, in this case, is of course also a new roster. But even in the case of Damwon Kia, they won Worlds in 2020, and in 2021 was a lot tougher.
No, exactly right. We have to remember that this is also a Worlds semi-final rematch, although both of these teams have gone through a little bit of a change. So even though on paper these are the teams that faced off against one another in those semi-finals, it is going to be a very new look for both sides. So I think that while this match record is really interesting to look at, it doesn't really hold that much relevance to what we're about to witness.
You know, you might see 3-9. I'm seeing 3-1 in World Semis. That's the one that really matters. And as you point out, this is more so from an organizational point of view. Obviously, the DRX lineup in particular is unrecognizable, whereas I'd say the Gen G lineup, even though it's substantially changed with the loss of Ruler in the hands, the core is still there. So I'm sure that that core would very much like to get back at Barrel, because Barrel, the grand orchestrator that was able to get DRX, no matter how the matches looked, past any opponent that they faced at Worlds, still at the team and coming off the back of kind of a rough match as well.
No, exactly right. And I think that Beryl himself is going to have a lot to prove, but I think over the other side of the rift, Gen G did look a little bit lost in their first series. They were up against T1, definitely an extraordinarily difficult opponent. They hadn't changed anything from their, you know, runner-up at Worlds in 5 games performance. And so therefore, I think that this top side that you're looking at, Doran, Peanut, and Chovy, they're going to be out with something to prove here in their second match of the LCK for 2023.
Not just because of the World Semis, but also Pace and Delight having a rough time settling in makes sense, but I think individually, we also didn't see the level of play that we were used to from Peanut, Chovy, and Doran in the match against T1. And again, it's T1, so we're gonna always go in with a caveat, but to me, that's the part of the team that should function no matter what, right? Like if the bot lane is struggling, sure, but that top side needs to work like clockwork. And even there were, I think, Chovy missing more skill shots than they usually do, Peanut not having the same kind of impact. That's something that they need to fix when they go up against DRX.
No, absolutely, and let's have a look at some of the gameplay here as we get into it. Some of the issues that we saw also plagued on DRX's side as well. As D+ Kia, to their credit, just looked ridiculous this week. That's why they're at the top of the standings, but DRX are going to need a big bounce back if they are going to prove that they are going to be those formidable defending world champions.
Yeah, this match is really interesting because both DRX and Gen G faced off what right now, obviously, we're overreacting, it's week 1, might be the finalists of Spring. So they're both going to look a little bit silly. And DRX in this first game, I think, actually was able to somewhat stand up to D+ Kia. Main issue was that when it comes to the actual cohesion of the composition and them kind of trying full-heartedly to make something work that thus far no team, unless you hugely outskill, really has been able to work, is a DRX hallmark. That's what they did last year as well, through spring and summer. But it's something that a team like Gen G, especially if their top side is playing better, might definitely be able to capitalize on.
Yep, let's have a look at Gen G now to see what went wrong for them as well. I mean, I think a lot of it was Faker having a ridiculous debut here in 2023, and of course the well-oiled machine that is T1 just kind of rolling over the top of a Gen G that haven't figured themselves out yet.
And there were good moments, even though the Cocoon not hitting there, still getting successful, at least doing what she needs to. But throughout the mid-game, Peanut not really having the impact, also not the biggest fan of his rune choice, and a lot of the plays and attention that was paid to Pace didn't actually end up paying off. And moments like this where Owner is able to, even though, you know, they get some resources onto their Zeri, find counterplay, find angles to keep T1 in the game. In the end, it ended up being a Gen G that couldn't really get past T1 approaching critical mass. And then to add to that, even with all the resources that he got, Pace was playing against a T1 that very clearly targeted him, and him also clearly playing with stage nerves, right? Like the first time playing in the LCK, playing up against the greatest organization and player of all time, definitely showed. And I think this game 1 was still okay. I hope there's not too much footage from game 2, because that one was not really comparable.
No.
That one was very rough.
Yeah, that one was what felt like an absolute disaster, of course, largely due to a certain Lysandra having a very, very good time throughout it as well. And you can see as well towards the bottom of your screen, it is the Zeri Lulu problem that we've seen plaguing the LCK.
And Lucianami is incredibly strong. I won't make any strong definitive statements after week 1 because, again, strength of schedule really matters when you're looking at how strong duos are. The fact that they're very highly prioritized clearly makes us believe that in scrims, Zeri's still doing what we used to see back in the day. As, especially the comment from Micro, we're not on the same page during skirmishes, we work on objectives and team fights. That to me makes a lot of sense, and it's something that DRX themselves last year actually didn't figure out until they were literally in the gauntlet towards Worlds. So that can take a long time.
And I have a feeling that Score actually heard our overreactions and has now responded, just saying, don't count your chickens before they've hatched. This is the first week of the LCK for 2023. There is going to be a lot of improving, a lot of development for Gen G, especially with now they're playing with Pays. Had to say goodbye to Ruler, who was a linchpin for so many years on this squad. Playing without him is going to change completely for Gen G.
Well, it's as much as I like to talk about my developing players and my rookies, it's Ruler. Like, good luck replacing him.
Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do with Pays as it's time for our Saturday showdown. So let's throw it over to Valdez and Wolf to get into the action.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and thank you guys for that awesome pre-show, really breaking down what we have, which is very special today, our first Saturday showdown between Gen G and DRX. How are you feeling about this one, Wolf?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't want to overdo the narratives too much because, of course, it is only Beryl who remains of the World Championship roster here for DRX. But a little bit of revenge, at least against him, potentially here for the new bot lane of Gen G. And, of course, Chovy, some inconsistency last week, but I think it was mostly about those mid-games where, unfortunately, Gen G couldn't capitalize on the lead they had in Game 1. Game 2, a much shakier bottom 2v2, but also some weird mid-game fights they took that led to their demise. DRX, on the other hand, having an incredibly difficult opponent in their first matchup, too. I think we know less, I would say, about DRX's power level right now than we do Gen G's.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and DRX are going up against another strong opponent here in Gen G, as here are the points of the match. World Champion Barrels DRX versus LCK Champion topside of Gen G. The first Saturday showdown of 2023. Again, we're going to be having these every Saturday. And make sure you tell your friends that, by the way, the LCK is on 2 hours early on the weekend. So that's going to be happening also every single weekend, Saturday and Sunday in Korea. So
for a lot of people who don't live in Korea, it's actually great news because they won't have to stay up as late. For some people, it means you might have to wake up a little bit earlier, but depends on where you're from. But it's just going to be Saturdays and Sundays. Which team will avoid a winless opening week? It is crazy. 3 of the teams we have playing today all went 0-2. Gen.G, DRX, Guangdong Freaks. Only Breon actually taking the 2-0. So you listen to all 3 of those names that went 0-2 and you're like, wait a minute, are you sure that's right? But that's right. One of the defending summer champions and the defending world champions will start the week off with a 0-2 start in the standings. Crazy that's how this season has begun. DuckDom, this is crazy that he is playing against Pays here in this matchup where in the past you'd be like, oh man, rookie Pays, who knows how he'll do against DuckDom, but DuckDom not having the same consistency I think that he had last year or in his time on Nongshim. But Pays also struggling in that first matchup, so this 80 carry 2v2 could look very different from how it looked last week where we had Deft against DuckDom and Pays against Gumayushi, right? So
yeah,
I think a better test for both players, a fairer test, let's say.
Absolutely. And nowadays, if you are on the internet, you have heard and you should know that it's all about the bottom lane. This meta nowadays, it's about what kind of strength you can get in our bottom lane and, you know, can we survive with a Zeri lane? But the Lucian lanes have been really strong, and of course, DuckDom is an insane Lucian as well in his own right. This is the fan prediction as of 2:50 p.m., so right as we started this broadcast, slight lead there to Gen.G.
Yeah, I think that's about what I would have expected. You know, if someone asked me to predict what the prediction would be, just considering that DRX are the defending world champions. I think a lot of people haven't, you know, more casual fans haven't quite realized this is not the same team yet. Deft is not on this roster, but Gen.G a very popular team as well. And just in terms of like the brain prediction, not because fan prediction is often this is who I want to win.
Yeah.
In the brain prediction, I think most people would give about a 7-3 edge to Gen.G in this matchup. But like I said, D+ Kia looks to potentially be our strongest team right now, so it really could be we know nothing about DRX's true power level just yet.
Well, we'll find out more today, and in this interview, let's jump into it.
작년에 DRX에서 우승을 하게 됐는데 우승한 그래도 팀의 전력에 대해서 되게 기쁩니다.
롤드컵에 4강이라는 무대에서 졌으니까 뭐 아쉬움이 몇 배는 더 강했지만 지나간 일이기 때문에 지금은 그렇게 크게 신경 쓰고 싶진 않아요. 아무래도 DRX가 그때랑은 이제 로스터 바뀌었기 때문에 저희가 좀 더 바뀌었으니까 유리하지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다.
확실히 이제 저는 초비 선수가 언제나 상수 역할을 해준다고 생각해요. 초비랑 피너 선수가 좋은 콤보도 많이 돼 있고 그런 것만 조심하면 별로 신경을 안 쓸 것 같아요.
DRX의 핵심은 아무래도 베릴 선수라고 생각하고 있어요. 아무래도 좀 더 베릴 선수가 노련하게 할 거는 당연한 거라고 생각하고 그렇지만 우리 바텀 그렇게 크게 걱정하고 있지 않습니다.
제가 원래 한 해가 끝나면 다 초기화 된다고 생각하거든요. 2023년이 됐으니까 처음으로 돌아갔다는 그런 생각으로 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
개인적으로는 잘할 수 있을 거라 생각하고 잘해야만 하는 게 어쨌든 프로게이머니까 좋은 성적 내서 결승전 그리고 우승까지 또 한번 노려보겠습니다.
And there it was, the two masterminds of the teams. Beryl kind of playing StarCraft, they say, micromanaging his players. We'll see if he can do that with DRX this year around with their new roster.
Beryl, you know, a player who has been often criticized for some of his over-aggressive plays and small mechanical errors, you know. A few missing barred Qs in that final game of the finals. Expending Flash to miss a Q is something that people will say, well, man, Beryl, he's a world champion, a two-time world champion, but he's making small mistakes like this. I think it's the other way around. His aggressive attitude and his ability to see weaknesses and flash it and go for the kill, go for the setup so quickly is something that it often takes his teammates a moment to react to and catch up on. Definitely the leader of this squad. And on the other side for Gen.G, of course, the absence of Ruler was definitely felt in that first series against T1. But it wasn't just the bottom 2v2 in Pays and Delight, as was mentioned on the Carpet Space, or formerly Carpet Space earlier. Still getting used to that.
The band formerly known as Carpet Space.
Yes. Yeah. There were some problems using their lead in the mid game, and Chovy looked a little bit like he was still shaking off the rust. I think this is a great game for Pays' confidence, potentially, to tackle, again, an A-tier bot laner in Duckdom, and facing off against Duckdom and Barrel is no easy feat. But it's not Keria and Gumayusi, so you get the nerves out of the way first in that really tough T1 series. Now, you're going into another matchup that's not easy, but realistic. And I think if you bounce back hard here, you get a lot of confidence in this 5-man roster, Gen G.
Yeah, both sides really need to bounce back after that initial loss. It says Gen G is a dummy. They don't know how to lose. They made 2 sentences with the 2 parts of Gen and G. Very nice, very nice. Oh, there we go. Barrel, the only one that's ahead in the LCK head-to-head. Duckdom and Pays have not played against each other because Pays is a new addition to the LCK.
And they both have, some shared history in their dynamics background, but they have not played against each other in the LCK because Pays is new. And Chovy versus Fate, a closer matchup than you would expect. I think a lot of that coming from the time that Chovy spent on Hanwha Life and some of the struggles in that DRX era as well. We'll see if Fate can bounce back today too, because I think overall, in my opinion, he was the weakest part of the DRX lineup in that previous matchup they played.
Yeah, definitely was a bit of an issue. The top lane is going to be very interesting. Rascal has been a little bit of a Doran hunter and a little bit of a solo kill god in years past. So going to be looking to go for that. He was the player that did play a couple of games of Jax into the Gnar, so curious about that as well, because we didn't see it have too much success, and the Jax, I think, is still yet to be totally figured out, especially with its new changes to the ultimate and stuff like that. Still kind of works the same way, but, what is its power level? I think we're still trying to get a full picture of.
I think in a coordinated pro match, I think Jax can often be weaker than he is in what your scrims look like and what your solo queue in particular looks like, because the enemy team and the enemy shot callers are, calling for splits and pushing against the Jax and kind of camping him with the jungler, so he can't actually side lane, and it becomes a lot more difficult to pull that one off. So Rascal picking up 2 Ls on the champion in that series against D+. We'll see if he'll change things up going into this one. We've had a lot of teams really just kind of ram their heads into a brick wall, so to speak, in terms of the draft after losing game 1, running back a similar style, and losing a second game in a lot of the 2-0s we've had. I think a lot of that is just shaking off the scrim data a little bit, because you come into a series with a very specific plan. It doesn't work in game 1, but you're like, no, it worked in scrims. We got to trust. We executed a little bit bad in game 1. We tried again in game 2. Doesn't work there. I think you go into your second match of the week with some big changes.
Yes, absolutely. As DRX did decide to choose red side, that is a very cool picture. Looks like a very ferocious chainsaw man.
G-Sun, an avid anime fan.
Didn't look like much of a man, but yeah.
We are boomers.
Maybe it's the fox. Chronicler was telling me about that yesterday. I don't know. There's some kind of fox. Anyway, here we are in game 1. It is the Saturday Showdown. What have you been looking at? You were on the desk yesterday, Wolf.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the draft nowadays?
a lot of the big standout picks have been around bottom side, right? We have Caitlyn with 100% bans so far here in the tournament. We have seen Zeri take 1 win out of 10. 10% win rate. That is right.
Nice.
1 and 9 right now, and the priority is still there. And as the analyst desk mentioned earlier, it still works in theory, but it hasn't been working in practice here. We've seen a lot of amazing bottom 2v2s. The Lucian Nami lane has been crushing the Zeri variations, right? Whether it's Zeri Lulu or even the Zeri Yumi. So that's going to be the focal point here, I think, for DRX. The ban on the rise here. Twitch also taken away. That's been creeping up very quickly in solo queue here on the Korean server.
Where's the Caitlyn ban?
Yeah, not used just yet. It's going to be open.
So Caitlyn is not banned for the first time in the LCK 2023. This is the first game where we have the potential to even see Caitlyn. She still has a 100% presence just because she's, of course, gotten banned 13 times in a row. Now, Maokai also available, and Gen G are going to choose that instead.
I think Gen G want to have a jungler that's going to support Doran's side laning and also be able to help out in the 2v2 because Varus is still up, Caitlyn's still up, Sivir, and Zeri. So as blue side here, you get to take a safe jungle pick that works with pretty much anything, and we to respond to what Duckdom and Beryl are going to play in the bottom 2v2 and say, okay, are you going to handshake Sivir Zeri? Or are you going to go for the aggressive Varus lane? What's your plan? Will react. And it is going to be that Varus lane coming through. Both Ashe and Heimerdinger are banned, but Karma is available, and we've seen this lane push extremely hard.
Any Jhin support enthusiasts?
Also an option.
Could be an option, but then you're kind of going for two essentially immobile 80 carries, one of them being support in the bottom side against a Maokai. And Jhin is going to be locked in, except it's on Gen G's side.
Really interesting to see this one play out. This Karma definitely could be going mid as well, so we'll have to wait and see what this is going to be. On the side of Gen G here, you have a very interesting bottom lane for Paze and Delight if you're actually going to be playing the Karma bottom here into the Varus, because, you know, Jhin, he plays very slowly in the lane, and it can get very awkward. You can get chunked out if you don't play it perfectly, and it's a Maokai, so there's some dive potential. I love this. This was something that we talked about early on. I think it was Atlas who called out the potential of this pick on Wednesday. It's been creeping up with Varus. Karma's denied, Jin's denied, but you get the Soraka pushing lane now.
I love it. I think it's going to do huge work, and it's going to be even fantastic against the amount of poke and the chip that you already have on the side of Gen G, just with the sustain that Soraka gives, you know, just mentioning outside of what she will offer in that lane.
The silence is amazing against Jhin. It's also amazing against Maokai because when he goes in for his grab, you can just know where he's going to be. You can guarantee that silence on him, so very difficult for him to disengage or get his punch off. So very strong against Maokai in general. As we will see the Jax ban targeted towards Rascal. I think with a Maokai Jhin composition, you really want to play fights very slowly at range while using a side laning champion, if you can. They'll take away the Jax first here, though, from Rascal. And Gnar, once again, targeted towards Doran.
Yeah. They could threaten a Cassante pick. They might just pick it anyway, even with Renekton available. As we know, we have declared that there are only two choices into Cassante in the LCK player minds. It is Gnar and Renekton.
That's what we're seeing. We saw a little bit of Gwen in Challengers. So I do like this Kassadin ban. He's only made it through, realistically, past the second banning phase once, was picked up, and did pick up the win. Very strong champion right now in this meta. Works very well with Soraka, too. They already have good poke to help set him up. So we'll see what Fate ends up playing here. There's a Fiora. Okay, so DRX definitely going down the path of, we want to control this top side. Save counter pick for Fate here. Wait and see if this Karma is going to be flexed mid. This draft is, I think, by far been our most interesting. I saw that Kadro clip yesterday. I think this one might have changed things up a little bit. As we will see the Renekton. And Renekton into the Fiora here, going to be a very interesting matchup to play out. Sylas comes through now too, and Sylas has some decent ultimates to steal here. On the side of DRX, you've got an amazing front line for the Jhin now, plus the extra shielding Karma can have in the movement speed to get that front line into position to threaten that squishy backline. You've got the Soraka, the Varus, two vulnerable targets here. Fiora not going to offer a lot of peel. So what's Fate's choice going to be here? Is if you go for the Victor, you have a lot of long-term damage in late-game teamfights, but you have no real CC outside of his gravity field to help deal with this Renekton that's coming at you, the Sylas running at you, the Maokai. Yeah. I think a lot of pressure on this game on Beryl, in fact, in this draft to help deal with that front line. The silence placement has to be extremely good, or things can get out of hand very quickly in a fast team fight. Gen G can win a fight with a snap of their fingers if they get that back line down.
Yeah, definitely favoring Gen G's comp here a little bit personally. I have, I'm kind of going down the Victor hate train. I think that Syndra would have been a much better pick in this scenario. But maybe Fate's not that kind of player. Maybe he doesn't want to go into the Syndra, but thought that was going to be really perfect for them.
Could have been so great for both dealing with the Sylas in lane and also for peeling. You know, with Scatter, you can use that when the engage comes through. You can set up engage yourself that way, multifaceted. He's played the Talia and the Victor, so already played the Victor once so far this season. And it was in a Zeri Lulu composition. This is, I think, a much more nuanced one. I'm worried for DRX here because Doran is such a good Renekton player. You know, it's Chovy, Sylas. These are some cool drawings here. This is all the players' names.
That's probably from another anime. Maybe that's also from Chainsaw Man.
It's from the LCK. My favorite anime.
Yeah.
The art is very similar of the players, but subtly different in a cool way. Just to recap here, in terms of how this comp works for Gen G, you have an insane engage comp that's got great frontlining for the Jhin. The Jhin is going to have free roam in the backline to use his ultimate to finish off those weakened targets. Single target damage, insane.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, might be a lot on Barrel's shoulders here on the side of DRX. Let's jump onto the Rift for game 1.
Saturday Showdown.
Yes. And it is a holiday weekend here in Korea. It is the Lunar New Year.
The traffic has started.
Yeah, today was insane, including the not-so-great drivers. I had a very stressful drive over. But, yeah, there was a bus that was very aggressive. He had places to go.
I took my old man boomer nap in the taxi. I didn't drive to work today.
That's probably a good idea. But still the traffic felt as seems like they may have seen that ward be placed.
Clearing it out here. Well, you know, the composition here for Gen G also, we can say one thing about it too, because you and I think, tend to agree that we pretty heavily favor it going into this matchup. I think a lot of it's about the players. If it falls behind, it is going to really struggle to catch up. If DRX actually win some early skirmishes, you know, a Sylas from behind, a Renekton from behind against all this damage, Divide that could, of course, collapse onto a squishy Karma. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in the mid-game if Gen G mess up a fight. And then if DRX get ahead when we crest the mid-game, it becomes very easy for them to just kind of sit back and play the slow game here and chip away at that front line when it tries to engage. So, you know, there are ways in which DRX win this game, I think, in the mid-game if DRX punish some of these extensions we have seen from Gen G. We did see in that last series against T1.
That's definitely a good idea in that fact, as Chovy is a fantastic Sylas player. Sylas did fall out of the meta a little bit, but we are seeing it here. You know, Zeka did play it. Now Chovy's getting his hands onto the pick, and I'm sure those guys are going to be happy to pick it up in certain situations. You mentioned before, I mean, Sylas, he's got so many different ults that are just fantastic for him.
Yeah.
On the other side. Pretty much every single ult is good in a different scenario. So we'll see if Chovy can really abuse the Sylas, in this case, the hijack. Yeah, Peanut just trying to posture there for the Scuttle Crab, but he's going to lose the fight pretty heavily, so Kraka will take the bottom one.
Fate just rocking these Qs and the Death Rays on cooldown here onto Chovy, using his Airy and getting a lot of value out of it. Chovy went for first strike in this game, which we do see sometimes even in matchups like this, because you will get a lot of power out of it later, and when you hit level 6 you can get some extra gold around the map and stuff like this, but definitely going to be Fate controlling the early parts of this matchup as best as possible, chipping away at Chovy's health bar. And Chovy also has 2 dematerializers left still in his pocket to help catch things up in the lane.
One now.
Yep, just popped one as I say it.
Yeah, he's trying to get it back. He just pushed that last wave pretty fast. As speaking of scuttlers, that one is being taken by Krako. And you see how Chovy's playing the top side of the lane. I think that's because they know that Krako is down there on the bottom side of the map. Could be anywhere. Bottom lane being pushed into Gen G means they don't have to worry about it too much.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and buy some mana here. Grabs a Doran's Ring, which will help him in that regard, as well as the Mana Crystal. So a lot of the time in the past, you'd see a Silas pick up something like a Dark Seal here for, you know, just cost-efficient stats and the ability to pop off and carry, but a little bit of a tougher matchup to get that lead in here with the Maokai too in the early game, and now Fate just respecting that Maokai, staying under turret as the matchup starts to shift back. Chovy hits level 5. Not a ton of action here in this game because we have no Lucian in the bottom lane. You know, usually by 5 minutes something has gone wrong, you know, or somebody's losing a little bit of turret plates. This one's a little bit more nuanced as Beryl is trying his best to help Duckdom push this lane through, and it's being pretty successful. However...
Oh, they're going to get the root down here as well as the W onto Duckdom. He has to flash away, and Peanut is here as he is so dead, but Paze might be traded back. No, there's a heal available, and this looks like disaster for the DRX bottom lane as Gen Z able to easily bait them into that fight.
Yeah, this is the second time, you know, this week where Beryl has taken an early game fight hoping that he's going to be able to win it in the 2v2 season all-in opportunity, and then ends up getting punished, just not having vision of where Peanut was, and it was outplayed, frankly, by Paze and Delight in the 2v2 there, and Peanut comes in to scoop them up. So 2 kills going over the side of Gen G. What's that assist gold here? As Beryl sees blood in the water when the root comes down, he wants to come over here, and Flash comes in from Duckdom. Just, I mean, if Peanut is not here, like, maybe Beryl's positioning here is good, and like he knows he's dead, so he's like, I'm gonna try to trade Paze back. But I think being that far up into Karma's root range is, he's looking for something there, and get rooted, have Ignite and heal. You're not gonna win that fight.
I'm not sure what the call was, but Duckdom also got really aggressive at the start of that one, trying to trade really heavily onto Paze, and he just got rooted by the flourish from the Jhin, so it was like, oh, and maybe Beryl felt, you know, like he had to go in on that one. Definitely an unfortunate look for the DRX bottom lane, and also we did see Duckdom take teleport in this lane, so generally you don't want to take very aggressive trades with teleport because it's not a combat summoner. It allowed him to get back and not miss anything in terms of the wave, but it also means that, you know, why are the two of them going so hard onto Paze in this sense?
Yeah, it's a really interesting call too, because, you know, with a Varus lane, you usually want to be putting the pressure on for all-ins like this with that extra summoner spell, not without it. And then Varus is not going to be, it's not a matchup too in the later parts of team fights where you're going to be taking chip damage as Varus and want to teleport back into an objective. Is all.
What?
Sad times. That's one of your favorite things, right? Was the blast plant doesn't work out?
Yeah, like, in what world, like, it did look like he was on the opposite side, like on the north side of it, as, okay, Chovy getting aggressive, didn't see Vi up the lane, but Chovy actually quite tanky at this point in time. He got that early Ruby Crystal, and I suppose the Doran shield, and he had that refillable ticking, so just not enough damage right now for the tier-only Victor and the Vi who just hit level 6.
Yeah. Does, of course, have to, you know, expend his flash here. So follow-ups are potentially possible as Rascal is in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think Ghost... Oh, that was actually pretty nice. The riposte here onto the Maokai as the damage is slow to come out to start here for Gen G's top side as so many turret shots go into the Renekton as now we finally have the ult come out from the Maokai and Doran will get the kill, but it trades 2 for 1 in favor of Rascal.
Double here for Rascal. Amazingly played, using his dashes extremely well there, and this is with a massive minion wave, and I think that considering Peanut doesn't have 6 at the start of this fight, as soon as this riposte hits, you have to be really careful about how you're going to fight this one out. Peanut hits 6 here, then decides he's going to ult back in to lock Rascal down, and the aggro unfortunately just goes straight to him, and then Doran, as soon as he's dead, the aggro gets picked up from him. It was a little bit sloppy. You feel bad about just walking away from that one, but you give Fiora 2 kills like this and you're trading down.
Yeah, I think the second that Rascal ghosts, I think we need to see a more aggressive flash from Doran. Like, you know, the Maokai coming in is so easily readable for the Fiora. You're like, okay, if the Maokai goes in, I press riposte, and then the Maokai is gone.
So
and that's
easy.
exactly what happened.
Yeah.
But if we see the insta-flash from Doran, then maybe Rascal can't react, and then we have the follow-up, and then he probably dies on time, and the Ghost gets less value.
And Peanut was so close to 6 if he had just gotten one more camp or, you know, stayed in the brush and got a little bit more experience and hit 6, then it's also kind of a freebie, right? But he uses his ultimate afterwards because he hit 6 within the fight itself. Just a little bit sloppy there, and Rascal's going to be feeling great about how this exchange goes. He also went for Cull, so has a lot of extra money he's going to be picking up here in about 50 CS time. And then Athora can be a big side lane threat for the side of DRX.
Yeah, definitely going to be pretty huge. Gen.G did regroup and immediately go to the Rift Herald and took it for free. Didn't seem like DRX had any thoughts about going for that one. So a nice little boon going over the side of Gen.G. They are about 1,500 gold ahead already, just from some of that early trading on the bottom side.
Chovy carefully just taking the CS under turret, eats a little bit of chip damage here. Does have his Catalyst now online, and a Blasting Wand. So still not able to quite trade with Fate. He's got his tier 2 boots online. Chovy sitting on none at the moment. Knows that Vi was very possibly nearby, and there's a lot of control ward vision set up here for Kroko right now around this scuttle. So he might just kind of wait for an opportunity here, camp this one out.
AFK?
AFK, question mark. AFK detection?
Yeah.
Nah, Chovy doesn't go for the trade, and I think he's just going to back here.
Yeah. Just doing a little bit of soft trolling, you know.
Little soft trolling. Little soft trolling, yeah.
Just moving around, trying to, you know, stop AFK detection, but he's not actually playing the game.
Someone in the referee room stood up like very quickly. Like
Wait, what? Yeah, no, he's just hanging out. A huge amount of vision control on that top side of the map. Feels very, very good.
Yeah.
Croc also got that first Drake, so.
He did, and is going for that, you know, heal deny build we've seen on Vi so often. Executioner's calling already on lock. Drake spawns here though with Gen.G faster to group for it. Chovy not here just yet, is walking over. He's got a very quick Rod of Ages, 11 minutes on this with some of that extra first strike gold. Had to skip boots to get it. What it means, he's missing a few minions here in the mid lane and won't be able to get to this Drake fast enough to hold it. And actually, DRX will wrestle control, so fast Rod of Ages. Can they actually turn this back into their favor? And the answer is, looks like yes.
Yeah, they get on over. I mean, Duck Dom, he just got his teleport back, and maybe it's like just a couple of seconds too late. I feel like he's probably sitting on a decent amount of gold. Yeah, there it is. The Yomu's is going to be completed, so maybe they were like, you know, he's low on mana. Duck Dom can't really help. He just wants to TP back to lane if needed. Looks like he is gonna, nope. Thought he was gonna hold on to it, but no, they are pushing hard, so he will TP into the lane. It looks like we will have an Infernal Rift coming in here.
Yeah.
Casted so many Ocean Rifts.
Really oceany for a while.
Yeah.
Feels like in spring season we always have to make a few jokes about how Ocean is the new Cloud, and then it goes back to Cloud later, but right now feeling very oceany, as the Herald is gonna be dropped mid here, and this is just gonna be Fate giving this up. There's no defense here whatsoever. They're going to try to dive Doran topside here, or rather gank him, but he also gets a plate and gets out. Kroko a little bit late on this one, so Gen.G getting plate gold in mid and top here. No answer for DRX.
Yeah, it's just a lot of bits and pieces of gold being picked up by Gen.G in every single lane, basically, right? You know, the dive was very sloppy, but, you know, whatever. At least they got the kill. And 3 plates down in the top lane, 2 in the mid lane, 1 in the bottom side, plus the couple of, or the 1 kill rather. Feels pretty good for the side of Gen.G, all things considered. Now Rascal is trying to trade it back a little bit.
Yeah.
It's the 1 plate.
Peanut decides not to stay. I think they also wanted to bait that into a potential kill, as Kroko still was topside there. Chovy has, you know, his magical footwear online now. Went for that rune, of course, here. Extra gold. You know, he could skip to get that faster Rod of Ages, and now he's pushing this lane very nicely. Steals the ult, pushes that through. They have a lot of map control. Now, look at the vision that Gen.G actually took away that was set up there, those control wards on the left of the river. Now they have deep vision below Rascal. Peanut has a lot of freedom on the map right now. And it feels like this Duck Dom barrel lane hasn't really amounted to a whole lot here. Obviously, they died early on, but they haven't been able to put on any poke or contest objectives in any strong or meaningful way. Gen G feeling really good about their map position now.
Oh boy. Here we go again, as it is going to be Beryl who does lock this one up, and the Chains of Corruptions come out. So that is going to put a stop to it, but nice little harass, I suppose. Note that Peanut did go for the Moss Stomper in this case. We often did see the Scorch Claw, the red pet, but
yeah.
Guess he wants to play more of a frontline tank kind of position, and would expect him to go into more tank items from here. But let's see how his item build does develop.
Yeah, something I was talking to Alice about yesterday. It feels like there's tons of variety we're seeing in the pets so far, actually. You know, in the beginning, it seemed like Moss Stomper was going to be the one, and it's really just composition-based, and all three are viable depending on what your enemy's comp is, as Doran just sees the end of that recall, doesn't want to commit to it. Plate gold here, pretty significantly in favor of Gen G from everything we were talking about earlier. All the plates picked up top mid and the one bottom side there, as Rascal is not here to contest this Herald, nor can he defend his turret, and Gen G just frankly out-macroing DRX in a lot of ways, and their comp is stronger at this point in the game, but still, I think DRX definitely could have been responding a little bit faster to some of these objective takes, and Gen G's gold lead is just kind of slowly ballooning here, now up to 3,000. As you can see here, the Korean side of the broadcast is thinking the same thing as me, like, started off small, but it's ramping up.
Yeah. You know, as you mentioned, right, especially because the bot lane kind of lost that early trade for DRX, it's like, well, Fiora's top, Victor's mid, and our bot lane lost 2v2. So what are we going to do? I guess we're just going to sit here and play really passively and try not to get too far behind. And, you know, it does lead to situations in games like this where everything kind of slows down. Gen G gets a lot of the early objectives, and DRX are like, sure, fine, whatever. How is it going to pay off for them? Can they scale up with their Victor and Fiora specifically? Remains to be seen. As Rascal, I feel like, is doing a pretty good job up in the top side. Even though he is down a decent chunk of CS, he's already taken down this turret, which is, you know, just one building block in the split push plan here for this Fiora.
I think a lot of this not possible had he not actually gotten that double under turret earlier. The dive is cleaner, he dies, and neither Peanut nor Doran go down, but instead he picks up a ton of extra money to be able to compete with this Renekton despite the CS deficit. Takes down the whole turret himself. It'll be the first turret for DRX. This Drake is spawning in 15 seconds, and we're 1-1 right now. In terms of the Drakes, a little bit of extra stats here for Chovy, and he has Chains of Corruption still he stole from the mid lane. I think this is very difficult for DRX to contest.
Oh, Fate. That was so close. And he nearly goes in. Okay, Chains of Corruption will land, but it is a Vi who does get away. But still a lot of zone control here for the side of Gen G. They're really trying to exert that pressure and assert dominance over this bottom side of the river and say, you can't fight us right now.
Yeah,
you're not scaled up.
He has TP, he doesn't even need it. They have Herald, and Rascal's trying to push bottom side here, but he can be collapsed so easily. It's fairly risky for him to even stay here right now as this Herald crashes through as the Drake is being taken, but because he took the top turret earlier, Gen G's focal point on the bottom side of the map is absolutely correct because the only place for Rascal to get side lane value is down here, and this is where he's going to get punished.
Well, he does have Ghost, so, and with Peanut once again being the only one with the CC on the front line there, would have been very telegraphed. As Doran takes a bit of damage, in goes Chovy trying to frontline now. He has the ultimate of Vi taken, and Krako's just a little bit too squishy to play frontline here, and they get into the backline so easily. This is such a broken up fight. Beryl is not able to help out his team, and it is just a rout here. Fate, he looks like he's barely going to be taken out here at the end. He is quite fast, but the Maokai catches up. And at the end of the day, it's only Rascal who survives.
Rascal, can he get away with this? Gonna get the Demolish proc and we'll take out the turret. Try to just run as fast as Fiora's legs can carry her to an execute, I suppose, but I don't think you get out with this one.
Yeah.
This is, so everything about this fight is split up by the fact that Gen G have control of the bottom side. I'll let you play, Blaze. Well, never mind. There's no more to it.
The light took the kill. That was kind of funny.
That is kind of funny. But all of this is set up by the fact that Rascal has to side lane bottom side with Fiora, so the rest of the control for Gen G bottom side here is amazing. Root comes here onto Croco, and he's completely locked down with the Jin ult. But this is the front line plus Jin that we've seen succeed so much. Remember Tryndamere Syndra Jin and stuff like this that we saw last year? This is a really similar composition. And look at where Rascal is on the minimap. He was zoned out by Chovy right before this. Chovy runs back into the fight, starts it off, and Rascal's kind of awkwardly like, guys, well, I can get some turret gold, you know? Try to buy some time for me over there. And he will get picked here in the end, and yes, the kill goes over to Delight, but even more money to Gen G, an Infernal Drake in their pockets. It's pretty dire straits now here for the side of DRX.
Not only, okay, well, this might be a little bit of an issue as well. Looks like Riposte will be used here for Rascal, but Peanut's just waiting. Nice little dash through the queue. As Grand Challenge even comes out here, Rascal feeling the anger a little bit, trying to stand up to 4 members of Gen G, and he does a great job. But yeah, you know, just another look at that fight, the one that we just saw, like, remember, Fiora's not there, so it's a 4v5 plus your Vi gets caught, and Gen G's comp is stronger at this time. Like, that's not a time where you can fight as DRX. You have to back away. And I think Croco was trying to set something up because Doran was a little bit out of position, but wasn't meant to be. Speaking of Doran out of position, he is a Renekton, level 14, but let's see if Rascal's got enough damage to pull through this one. The Q not going to land here from the Vi, but it should be enough.
TP interrupted.
TP denied.
That was really scary, though. When I saw that TP, I'm like, well, how many survive? They will get away with it. Doran does go down. But yeah, you know that just going back to that last fight, you know, not the Renekton pick, but the previous one on the Drake, it's another one of those over-aggressive moments for Croco, right? Where, not this moment, this is just Doran overextending, but, you know, you're playing Vi, and so you have this Vi attitude of, I'm going to dive the backline, I'm going to set something up. Like, they try to collapse onto our Fiora. Maybe I can catch them on the retreat on left side of Drake there, but your composition isn't that type of comp. You're playing a Victor Varus, you know, kind of chip away, poke, do long-term team fight damage comp, not a I want to be anywhere near Renekton and Sylas composition. Yeah. So I think in some ways just the desperation starting to sink in on the side of DRX. Croco trying to make a super play and get shut down.
Yeah, and now we stand here at about 4,500 gold to lead for Gen G. They have the first Infernal Drake, and Peanut's kind of unkillable. Let's see if he can be killed in this scenario, as in goes the Vi. But the quick support from the mid lane is offered here from Gen G because they have total control over this map at the moment. So definitely feeling pretty good for them. They can kind of 1-3-1, you know, throw Sylas, Joby down in the bottom side. He's already level 15, which is pretty insane. I mean, it's 2 levels ahead of everybody on the side of DRX. Yeah. That Rod of Ages already complete, where it is not ready for Fade just yet.
Rod of Ages for Sylas so amazing to rush to that 16, where you can get 2 ults off in a team fight. And as we point out several times, the enemy ults are great to steal in this comp. It's already got one here again, doesn't hit it.
Yeah, you really wanted that squishy backline. Should have just used it onto Beryl, to be honest. Probably would have been dead, but
could have flashed for it too, but you know, play passive. Rascal, once again, just sitting in a side lane down here. We'll force the teleport and we'll get one Demolish proc. Doran's so nearby, it's actually hilarious how close he was.
Yeah, so he did this just to save the turret, I guess, but he's not going to kill Rascal.
They really want to commit to controlling Baron Vision right now top side, so he doesn't want to let this one go through, but would have been amazing if he was there a little bit faster and could have saved his teleport to, of course, go top side. Doesn't actually get the punish here on the Rascal either, awkwardly. I think Rascal's been, even though he was shut down earlier, very slippery here in the side lane, and despite the deficit for DRX, I think doing his job as a Fiora extremely well, and he could be one of the main win conditions. The Morgan Fiora we saw for Brionne just 2 days ago, you know, that's the type of thing that I think DRX needs so desperately in this comp to buy enough time for the rest of the scaling Victor to come online.
Yeah, it's definitely the question. Can the Victor actually do much in this game? Because when you are behind against such disturbing and aggressive dive champions on the side of Gen G, it's going to be difficult for him to position. And again, you know, what you said before the game even started, that a lot of this is going to be on Beryl to try to, you know, keep all the pieces together. I think we're definitely feeling that a bit. Unfortunately, we haven't really gotten to see that just yet.
It's tough, too, because in a 5v5 fight, I think that's where most of the agency comes for Beryl, right? And shot calling that, but also just putting that silence down, timing his heal, and making sure that Duckdom survives, Rascal can get into the backline, stuff like that. The intricacies of a 5v5, I think, is where a lot of his value is going to be, but we've been only seeing skirmishes where he's extremely vulnerable and can be picked very easily, losing summoners and stuff like that. As, I mean, this is just Gen G in complete control of this. Duckdom is on Mars right now. He does have teleport here, but it's very late.
Yeah. He's going to teleport after the dragon does go down. They don't have vision of the pit, so unfortunately Croco couldn't try to go for a steal or anything like that either. As here come DRX, maybe a last-ditch effort, try to fight a front-to-back without getting dove. They tried to 100-0 Doran, and they are unsuccessful. That is going to be a big issue. Rascal now trying to fight in the front line. Toby not doing much just yet. Peanut eventually will go down, and finally Toby will enter this one onto the backside. Doran still alive somehow, and now Toby enters the fight. He is just unkillable. That's a nice flash away from Duckdom, but it is not enough. As Fate and Rascal, the only ones left here. They could potentially kite this one out, but Genji not even going to chase it.
There's nothing bad to say on either side about how this fight played out. I really feel like DRX saw blood in the water there. They have an opportunity to pick the Renekton. Yeah, very difficult to kill target who has Gore Drinker in this build, but still an opportunity to get that front line out of the way and then front to back when Chovy's slightly out of position there. On the other side of the fight, though, you know, Genji played it patiently. Chovy waits for the overextension. This, Rascal.
Stunned under the turret. That is not a good look. Doran wishes he had a okay. He's got his flashback, waited for his CDs. And he doesn't have to wish for anything. He gets right in range and shuts down Rascal.
Finally gets a clean shutdown there onto Rascal in the side lane, not following him anymore. But you take a look at the vision here, Genji get caught a little bit, right? Chovy's in an awkward spot here. Does have to chase the rest of this team, but doesn't go in. Okay, we're not done yet in here and live.
Yeah. Okay, Chovy is going to be potentially 100-0. He does have that Zonya as he is trying to just get away. He is just so tanky they cannot chase him.
Doran has GA.
Range. Yeah, Doran's just going to go face first into this one. He's diving from the high dive right now. He doesn't care. He can go down. He's doing so much damage before. And his CA doesn't even get procced here. As it doesn't look like DRX will have anyone go down, though, as they are efficiently able to kite back.
If Doran didn't use his flash to kill Rascal, I think he kills multiple there, but he didn't have it, right? And you can see the tug of war in some of these fights, right? In this particular fight, they get jumped on here. Croco completely unseen. Great vision game here that goes to Control Ward in that brush that makes this possible. But Chovy coming in here, waiting until they're fully trapped and they have no retreat path here, and also not getting kited by Fate. Doesn't let Fate do too much damage to him before he actually engages onto Croco, finishes him off, and then can go over the wall here. Beautifully played. But I thought the idea in this fight, the initiation from DRX and the vision trap they set up was amazing. When we go to the next replay of that topside fight, where, you know, not this replay, but this was cool too.
Rascal's trying to be really aggressive. He's trying to make stuff happen.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It's hard. I mean, he has a GA. This was pretty hopeful. I assume we're going to get a look at that top replay where they got kited. You could see some of the power of this comp of DRX, right, where they have a range advantage. And Renekton is like, I'm big, I'm tanky, I got GA. And they're like, well, we're just going to keep running backwards. And if the rest of your team isn't here and you can't close that gap, you're going to have problems. And that is some of the issue that if Genji don't get this Infernal Soul and don't accelerate this game a little bit more, DRX can start to come back if they have those perfect fights where they have positional advantage. A big if. Big if.
Especially because these Infernal Soul Drakes are really beginning to pay off in dividends. And the next one is going to be huge as well. Minute and a half. DRX will have to fight that one, and it'll be in a position where they potentially will not be able to kite. So definitely a bit of a problem for them. They might have to solve within a minute and a half. Not to mention the Baron is also available, and Genji have total map control. So let's see how Genji decide to push the envelope here in the next couple of minutes.
What Genji do in this scenario is the same thing they did 2 Drakes ago, where they're like, oh yeah, top turret's already down. You have to go all the way to inner as Rascal, so you can't do that. We're just going to camp Rascal and push this turret. And now he's TPing topside. So the timing of this is amazing here. So they're going to say, DRX is saying Rascal is going to force a TP back, and this is going to be Chovy's TP. So at least we can maybe look for a 4v4 fight here. But what Genji were doing prior to this is trying to force the fight bottom side there so they could stop the side lane. Now they've got Rascal's TP and a TP trade and still have all sorts of vision control. Look at the map where you see control ones on both sides of the mid-river, 3 wards across, so you could see, are they going to collapse on Chovy top side? Are they going back to Drake? There's nothing you don't know right now as Gen G, so trading teleports like this feels good. Now, Rascal does hide here, shows last second, so they can deal with this. I mean, as DRX, what do you do here? Now try to start up Baron. You know, you've got some damage here. The Rod Seraph's combo ready for Fate. You have a little bit of positional advantage here. Renekton kind of stuck on the side.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like Gen G want to give this objective up. There is a world where Gen G could just run at Infernal Soul, and DRX look pretty ready to handshake and take the Baron instead, but I think the Baron gives you a lot of time to potentially scale up, even though giving Infernal Soul away feels really, really bad.
Now, hitting Qs like that onto Delight, that's a good start here. Obviously, Karma heals up pretty quick, but can shield herself and stuff like that, but you can hit some of those, slow this fight. You know, the best way for DRX to win a fight in this game, sometimes from behind, we talk about how you have to get some crazy wombo combo. In this case, you really just have to chip away repeatedly and force Gen G into a bad fight where you have positional advantage. But you see Gen G regain control and instantly are heading over to split here on this Drake. And DRX do not have any vision of this. So they have no idea this is happening. I mean, they're probably starting to figure it out.
Ping's coming in. They know this is happening. Gen G are not going to be a fool in this position. That is part of the reason why they only sent 2 people. FaZe has got some range. He's Jin. And I think DRX feeling a bit desperate at this point. Look at this. I mean, they can't even get in the pit, really. Gen G just able to bully them out of that. And now they have Infernal Soul. So Gen G kind of get everything. They have denied the split push. They have denied the Baron desperate attempt. And they got Infernal Soul. What else can they get except the Nexus? I don't know.
Yeah. Baron is basically theirs for the taking here. I mean, notice the minions pushing in mid here that Fate has to deal with. He has TP. Duckdom also has TP, but is sticking around here.
Oh, they somehow had vision of him. Looks like maybe he channeled that a little bit early. Rascal on the Fiora forces that Soraka ultimate, and Pace just snipes him, actually. That was pretty cool. And this one might just be done and dusted, guys. A couple of guys already down, Beryl included, on the side of DRX, and it is just a rout once again. Krako, the only one left available. Gen G look pretty primed to take this first game against DRX. As another snipe comes in, it's not quite enough damage. As Krako will die to Jin.
Sad times, just a range of that turret there with the punch.
Ace sponsored by
There you go. He's got that Omen logo on his gun. I think what sets teams like Gen G apart from, you know, Gen G is an S-tier team, right? What sets them apart from A-tier teams in the LCK and around the world is their ability to make calls like going for that Infernal Drake, right? And splitting. As this is just a really clean fight, punishing DRX's desperation. Like, everything that this is for DRX is just trying to set up a trap, trying to catch somebody on rotation here, clearing the wave, and just one step at a time. Gen G's comp is great at picking, but what sets Gen G apart is from even teams like Kwangdong who've struggled in moments like this with leads in the past is being able to send 2 to that Infernal while also controlling Baron. With a composition that has a Jin, as you mentioned, that can fight from halfway between the Drake and the Baron.
Yeah.
You know, just using your composition strengths to pull DRX apart and give them no opportunities for comebacks, no opportunities to sneak a single objective.
I think you're exactly right, especially because of the way they handled the split push as well. Like, a lot of teams would have just, well, Rascal's dead here. As down he goes, a last-ditch attempt. Yeah, a lot of teams would have just, you know, gone all in on the Baron and said, you know, oh no, somebody's got to get back. You know, how many times have we seen a Fiora somehow end the game? We saw it earlier this week. But Gen G, they handled it so well, so carefully. Everything done to a T in this game number 1. As the Nexus turrets will fall, a last-ditch effort here from the side of DRX, but they are just getting pummeled. As first pick Maokai also going to pick up another win here. Gen G will start off Saturday Showdown with a big first game number 1.
I thought it was a fantastic game from Chovy. You know, I don't want to say a return to form, but how he played the mid-game was really beautiful to watch. And his team set up a lot of vision for him. I think he was, in a lot of ways, kind of micromanaged by Delight and the squad in terms of where he was going to flank, where he was going to engage, but his patience was incredible, I think, in some of those team fights, and how he handled the Victor pressure early, got that early back with his dematerializers. You know, he went for magical footwear so he can get that Rod of Ages ASAP without having any regrets about his movement speed, and has that extra speed from the footwear on Silas. The composition was great, very old school. Hard front line, Jhin back line. It's kind of as simple as it gets. Not very meta right now, but perhaps a return to this is imminent as Jhin just made it look busted.
It's got some pretty key meta champs in it, like that first pick Maokai I talked about. That was really the linchpin of the whole comp. It's like, okay, you've got this tanky Maokai, totally controlling vision, you get ahead with it, and it's fantastic for diving, right? So the Varus on the backline, the Soraka, the Victor on the backline, how are they going to, first of all, survive against Maokai's point-and-click CC? Not to mention everything else that's pretty meta in terms of like Renekton and Sylas as individual champions. It was just a very nicely crafted composition, as you mentioned. And it's not like the meta comp, but it worked out delightfully here, pun intended. And yeah, just a very clean game. You know, it wasn't extremely exciting. There wasn't a huge amount of action, but Gen G from start to finish were in control.
I'll give DRX and some of the teams we've seen in these first few days of LCK Spring the benefit of the doubt in terms of this must have worked in scrims, right? Hard to execute composition. Rascal played extremely well from behind, even though he was shut down essentially. I think DRX definitely knew what they were doing, but it's just so complex this draft, and I think this team needs to build a little bit more synergy before it's going to work out.
Absolutely. Well, that was game number 1. Saturday Showdown is not over. We'll be back after the break.
이거 가보자. 빠졌고. 이거 괜찮아. 각 엄청 좋아. 이거 바로 뜨고. 아 뭐야, 저기 다리 없네. 타워. 여기 하나 묶였구나. 이거 아래 타워 먼저 치고 얘네가 먼저 들어와 줄 테니까 카르마 정도만 조심하면 될 듯.
나 만트라 20초야.
바르스 더플 바르스.
나 W 되고. 어차피 얘네가 걸 거야.
야, 뭉쳐있지만 마.
보자. 천천히.
뭐 그래. 보자.
만트라 1초.
타워 먼저 얘들아. 3 보고 싶은 사람 봐도 돼.
끝낼게.
나이스요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday Showdown Space Edition. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and you guys absolutely didn't see an early slide from later on in the show. Maybe it's just it's a sneak preview of what we might be talking about in this game. But let's begin with the draft. Chronicler, how did you feel about it?
I really liked the Gen G draft, and even though I think the initial setup from DRX was okay, don't think that you're ever going to feel great about picking the Soraka because you're still forfeiting a lane. You're just allowing yourself to actually scale into a better stage later on. The comp overall from DRX already felt all over the place. I think Gen G, the one downside that you might have is if you really don't get anything done early, which with the setup that you have, right? Really strong dive with the Maokai and Renekton, a lot of prio lanes in bot as well. Seems very unlikely, and your Jhin doesn't get anything, and then maybe you run into trouble because you do have a couple of nicely scaling carries on the other side in the Victor and the Fiora, but that didn't happen, as should be the case. And as a result, the DRX comp to me is very disjointed. You have a Vi that doesn't really do anything, doesn't really go anywhere, it doesn't have any
why are
dive
you
buddies.
Engaging when you've just got a lot of poke alongside
Yeah,
it?
you have Varus and Victor, and a Fiora, so you probably want to play 1-4. And even if you do team fight, which they did more than they should have, I would say drop the Fiora. It's hard because they, I guess, wanted to make sure that they wouldn't get counterpicked too hard. And if you pick a tank, right, like maybe Cassandra or Fiora gets picked into you, it's tough. But say that R5, if you're gonna pick Victor, you can just do it on R4 as well. Because the combo roll just didn't really work for me, and also clearly didn't work for DRX.
No, it absolutely did not. However, things started off a little bit rough on the Gen G side as well. That top dive really did leave a lot to be desired.
We didn't pull that one up because
we're not going
not
to.
Great.
No. And of course, when Gen G wins, you don't really want to be going over things that they did wrong. You want to go over things they did right, which is an example of right here. This was Gen G catching DRX on the wrong side of a fight, and as you can see, Rascal not actually able to split push while this is happening, couldn't even get in amongst the fight.
So a couple of elements here. You see both the 5v5 power, Chovy nice engaged, knows that he's a stopwatch of the composition of Gen G. Peanut also able to really lock down the fight with his ultimate. But also, why are you fighting here, DRX? Why is the call? There's a dragon, I get it, but why are we not sending Fiora to a side lane? And the reason is, even with the 2 kills, the overall map state was so bad that I think it's not necessarily on Rascal specifically, right, for not creating enough pressure, but it just kind of felt like overall, the DRX composition had one win comp, which was Fiora, and then if the rest of the team is okay, then that would have been fine, but the rest of the team wasn't okay.
Yeah.
And then you can't 5v5, as you see there. Gen G, from that point on, like, it wasn't very engaging. We didn't get any other highlights because the next fight, which in terms of looks was great, they were like 8k and an Infernal Soul behind, so like,
Yeah.
it was a bad one for DRX. I think they're really showcasing that this is a new team and they don't have a clear identity yet. And Croco's like, I'm still in sandbox, right? I can pick Vi and we die. Oh no, we're not diving.
Yeah, and things started to go wrong towards that bottom side of the map as well. And I think now is the time that you can talk about your boy Pays, because I think without being able to get ahead down there, DRX honestly had nothing that they could do.
Yeah, the Jhin Carmeline actually working out well, and the reason why I highlight Pays is because, one, individually had a good game, also bringing back the more poke style of Jhin, right, lethality build, which into a Varus and Victor I think makes a lot of sense. Also, much more setup oriented for the rest of his team. Enough damage as is, especially with the game state that they were in. And more importantly, I think it's important as much as I know I am the challenger pusher and fan. New players are important to the health of the LCK, and seeing a new player get completely dunked on by what is probably the best bot lane duo that we have in the league, in Guma and Karria, is fun if you're a fan of those players, but I think it's important to also highlight when players have a really nice game, and I think both him and the Light showcased a lot more of what they could be capable of if they keep developing throughout this split.
No, I completely agree. I actually thought that Pays finally got to show us some of what he's capable of. Also kind of cute going up against Docdom, of course, our Aphelios aficionado. Yeah. Pays also plays a mean Aphelios himself. So I am thinking that he might get the POG. My vote probably would go to Chovy, though.
Why?
Because it's Chovy.
No, I want an actual reason. I don't want no because it's Chovy.
Played a flawless game, absolutely flawless game. Let's see who picks up the POG. It will be Chovy. So not robbed this time around.
Not robbed. Unbelievable. I think Chovy had an exceptional mid game. One of the key things to me was later on in the game, was able to find this specific engage, which is what really broke open the game and kind of solidified it. Right off the back of this, they got the Drake, set themselves up for an expert position. And I'm wondering whether we're going to have a more split vote or whether it is going to be very clear. This game didn't have that much action going on. Most of it was fairly one-sided. Barring some early movement from DRX, where they were able to, you know, get the, or rather, I say DRX, it was really just Rascal getting a kill. As do have bit of a trophy not robbed. Yeah, he had that ready.
Yeah, I had that ready because I thought that it was going to be trophy robbed. I had to put the not in at the very last second. 5 out of 11. Only a few votes going over to Pays there is actually quite interesting to me.
I am not too surprised. I think while Pace played well and positioned well, also the game was very much set up for him. I just wanted to give some love to the player. I do think that the trophy getting it is interesting. I was expecting a couple more Peanut votes because he also did a lot in terms of setup. Besides the dive, that wasn't great.
Yeah, dive wasn't so good. Let's see whether they work on that as we head towards game number 2 of the Saturday Showdown.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Yes, Chovy not robbed this time around. It's kind of what I was talking about before we handed over to you guys to the break, is that kind of everybody had a big role to play in that one, even Peanut, you know, and that's why I think a lot of the votes are a bit split there, even over to Pays, which I think was also fine.
Yeah, I told you right afterwards, I was like, I voted for Chovy, and you kind of endorsed it, but I was like, I don't know who's going to get it. Like, I thought about Pays. I also considered Doran, who had a fantastic game.
Chovy endorser, generally, yeah.
Yeah, as we all are. A blue side selection here for DRX, so will be potentially a very different look in terms of how they're going to play out the 2v2. You know, we have not seen Pays play the strong side Lucian yet. He played Zeri twice. Now he's played the Jhin. So I'm kind of hoping we get to see that at some point in the series. But considering DRX did pick blue side here, it might not be in this game too. As we'll see the Ashe ban coming through. Peanuts, Maokai, again outside of that shaky dive top side, pretty amazing. In one of those highlight clips we saw, he locked everybody down after Chovy made the big engage onto the enemy Vi. Just a strong pick right now where you could use your, I think, really extreme knowledge that Peanut has of the jungle to make an impact everywhere with saplings, etc.
It's definitely a pick that can get countered in the jungle, but we saw that DRX didn't really want to do that, and it seems like they're not okay to just blind pick it into Peanut either, into Gen G, so they're just going to ban it, even though generally we are seeing it a lot as first pick.
These are some red side bans on blue side.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I see it, yeah.
Banning the Caitlyn, the Ryze, and the Maokai here on blue side are DRX. So potentially fishing once again for that Varus first pick here. Ashe is banned. And now Genji can just ban the Varus if they're concerned about it. We'll continue to ban Rascal's Jack. So my read on this is they want the first pick Varus here, because of the bans that we did see, but it will be Lucian Nami instead.
Yeah.
This did not go well for Pays the last time he faced off against this bottom duo, if he's going to play the Zeri again.
Yeah, and I said it in Game 1 draft, Duckdom is an incredible Lucian player, and I think that, you know, allowing him to play that is really scary. I don't think Jax deserves to be banned, but I may be biased in that fact. As here's Zeri again, face up Zeri into Lucian Nami. And they'll try to build a protective comp around it and try to make it work again.
He's looking for his first Zeri win and Zeri's second win of the LCK. So Lucian will get locked through here. Nobody really interested in that Lucian Yuumi lane. To take it away, we see these first big Namis. That's just off the cards right now. Bullet hell meta of the past. So we'll see Sejuani here from Croco too with this Nami Lucian. So some potential for dives here on the bottom side of the map, but also very easy to set up picks for Duckdom. If he gets ahead and he has Gale Force, Sejuani ults, Nami ults, and then see Duckdom call, dash, Gale Force, somebody dies. Namely the Zeri or potentially the mid laner. Lots of different targets for this DRX composition. The Yuumi is going to get locked in here for Genji. Not going to be playing the Lulu variation, which I generally prefer the Yuumi, especially when you have a Wukong in your composition like this. just because you're going to have extra movement speed for your Zeri. It's a little bit safer overall. Some people prefer the Lulu with Wukong because of the extra knockup, but I think speed I prefer rather than CC when you're trying to do the hyper carry late game stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you already have the knockups. You can add in, other things, including a final chapter on top of a Wukong, which could potentially be the play if you are going for an engage. And I'm curious to see what else Gen G will build around this Zeri to try to keep her safe in later game team fights and to give her an opportunity to actually play out team fights, which is not something we saw them able to do against T1.
Yeah. The Renekton, great at locking Zeri down, being a great follow-up CC for the Sejuani, chaining those together. We could see a J-Span here too against Rascal. Will be the Fiora instead that we saw in the previous set. So very different reasons, obviously, to ban those two champions. The Fiora shutting down a side lane win condition, the Jace being some of that extra poke, which can just basically instantly shut down this area if you hit that accelerated shock blast with all your lethality. That's the end of that. Whether she dies or not, it's not important. She's out of the fight. So that one is open and available. DRX themselves will ban it away. However, this becomes very interesting here. Casante's still up, Gnar still up.
Sante versus Gnar is going to be the top lane.
All right, look, I like to just let it settle.
Well,
you don't have to just tell people before it happens. You're a surprise spoiler. You're a spoiler
I had the
guy.
script in front of me, and I just couldn't help but read it. It's it's a script we've seen many times, so it shouldn't be too surprising. These writers like to have it play out the same way. Silas here, this time for Fate.
I was going to say the first thing that comes to my mind when I see this comp for Genji is Camille, actually, instead of just going straight into the Gnar, because you already know that their composition is so reliant on this one backline champion. If you have the Gnar, it gets a little bit more complex in terms of how you're going to have to set up those team fights. And yeah, you're going to have a good matchup into the Cassante, but Camille just says, I get on top of Zeri, I lock her down, and we have tons of CC to back it up. It will be actually the Akali to come through for Gen G here. So Chovy having the ability to shut Duck Dom down here from a different angle. And we've seen this Akali into Lucian a few times, and sometimes how it goes is the Akali just kind of falls behind in a rough matchup early, and then Lucian has control of bottom side, and Akali ends up coming either online never through the middle or later parts of the game, or you see that one time where Akali threatens the Lucian because he's trying to step forward to look for that pick onto the enemy support. This case, it's Yuumi, so very difficult to pick. Akali, not a mid-champion that Lucian's going to be looking for even if he has that Gale Force advantage, because he could be killed in that 1v1 if he steps too far forward. So I like this call for Chovy because we all know he's capable at being the Akali who can handle the early to mid game very well, and then can be one of those answers to Lucian when Lucian steps forward, because that's the tightrope walk that Lucian has to do in the later parts of mid game, and for the rest of the game is just going, I have to blow someone up 100 to 0 them when we're doing setup for objectives, and that's when the Akali could say, but you have to get to me.
Yeah. Definitely a very nice pick, especially into that mid lane. He's not going to have that rough of a time against Silas. Can definitely play that matchup out, not get too far behind. Not that he generally gets behind in any matchup, which is kind of OP. Not very fair. I kind of like it. It's another threat as well. It's not all on Yuumi, or not Yuumi, Zeri, to just carry everything. As the right one says, Tobe E. Which,
with a cat?
Yeah. Skitty, I guess.
Maybe they want mid Yuumi for Chovy, I hope not. I hope that never happens. Compositionally here, though, I do like what DRX put together way more in the second game than game one. It's about getting ahead, though, and executing.
Yeah, they'll have to make it work. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 2. And here we are once again. You'll note that we have changed sides because DRX did select blue side. Not something you see every time, but if you lost on red, why not try to give it a chance on the other side?
The Moss Stomper not taken for Peanut. in this matchup. Just going to be looking for longer engage out of brush, the extra speed boost to travel around the map faster as well.
Gust Walker.
Gust Walker.
Should have been called Ghost Runner. I mean, you're running out of the bush. Doesn't really make sense if you're a walker.
That is true.
Strange.
That is true.
Gust Sprinter.
Yeah. Just thinking about it, I'm like, Also, the Moss Stomper's not stomping anything. He's just not getting slowed, you know?
Yeah.
What's he stomping?
Stomping all your solo queue games.
I think a lot of players, though, would have gone Moss Stomper on the Wukong in this case, but I like the confidence from Peanut. Just wants to be able to have a larger impact on his own. And we see so much of what Wukong can do in, like, what we have seen, rather, in the past, what Wukong can do as an early ganking jungler, how powerful he is with his resistances and stuff like that in the old kind of Zeri meta. But now he kind of peels a lot, and I think his ultimate has been used very defensively in a meta where there is so much lockdown for the Zeri, and she does need to kite back. We've seen so many great ultimates. Cuz in particular had an amazing one yesterday. On KT winning the only Zeri game of the tournament so far. So, see how Peanut plays it out this time around.
Level 2 hit here first for the Lucian, or rather the Zeri lane, of course. Kroko, he was watching yesterday with the gank coming out from Canny. He's trying to make it work here on the Sejuani Ignite, already coming in the flash a bit early, trying to perhaps catch them off guard. Generally, you see the dash into flash, but not the case that time around.
Yep. We'll still force all summoners out of Pays here, barrier down 2. So not quite the same successful one we did see yesterday against Live Sandbox, but with the Maokai, of course, this similar timing. One gets out. I thought we had a vision toggle for a second there. I got scared, but everything's okay.
That would have been really cheeky, but I think this wave is pushing into Pays and this Genji bottom lane, so it's just a little bit too risky. The timing is not great to try to go for a follow-up repeat gank in the bottom lane, even if Pays does not have his flash.
And they have that ward there, which is so huge. That makes you feel a lot safer here as Pays to be out there. Can react a lot faster. Something, unfortunately, we did not see for Envy yesterday. And Kroko just once again going to look for another opportunity here. Chovy playing it safe, bottom side of the lane towards his turret. And low action here so far, which is a relief. You know, maybe the Zeri game isn't going to end very early this time again.
Yeah, we don't like action here.
Slow it down a
Very
little bit.
relieved. Kroko was spotted walking over a ward, so you see Doran the way he's playing, but did he take a step too far is the question. Pushes him into the turret. That's a couple of shots on the Kroko, who takes more damage than Doran did in the 2v1.
Yeah, a lot of time spent here from Kroko trying to come down and look for some ganks, and loses a lot of farm. Not going to be successful here. He's flashless, and now Peanut just barely spotted on this ward. And, he was, right?
Yeah, he was. What? I guess he wasn't looking at himself when the ward expired, because you should know. Unless he's just waiting for them to face check. I mean, this is very interesting. Spent a decent amount of time there. Now I can just get this Rift Settler. Not the biggest deal. Chovy's having a fun time in this mid lane, even though he did have to start the Shuriken just to get away from that level 1.
That was a really nice play on the top side for Dorian. We won't get a replay of it because we only do that when people die. But
yeah.
His charge using the Unstoppable to pull him back towards turret was really well played. And Kroko kind of came up empty now twice. In terms of getting kills, right? Obviously forcing Pays' summoners is huge. But he's still doing fine in the laning phase. Has all that extra Yuumi sustain. Yuumi still has exhaust. So it's not an unplayable lane. Speaking of unplayable.
Yeah, Fate's, level 6 hit here for Chovy, so he just has to give up those 4-ish CS, the 3 range minions. Not the biggest deal. He can TP back, but he's kind of down in this lane. Even though Chovy took the first chunk and he did start Shuriken. Does not matter. Chovy's having a ball of a time. His Pays is going in on this one. Takes the Ignite once again. It is up, has barrier. Similar cooldowns on those ones, and they do get traded.
Yeah, this is very scary for Pays, who still doesn't have his flash up. And Exhaust can help you a little bit here, but Be very careful about that. This does help get him a back timing, though, with this wave coming through. Croco lurking. I'm not going to be able to commit to anything here. They might be able to push this wave, and if they had control of vision around the Drake, they might be able to try to rush this one down, but you know, despite this not working out for FaZe and Delight, it gets them a back. And that's all you can ask for sometimes in this lane. You're like, yeah, I'll take that back, and I'll sit 10 CS down, and that's just how it's going to be. As with that vision, speaking of, that they didn't have, Peanut's actually just going to straight up sneak this one.
Delight's doing a pretty good job of actually pulling this wave. It's going to put it in a really nice spot here and keep a lot of that CS alive and not allow it to crash into the turret. Very nicely done. And as you mentioned, Peanut the Ice just going to get this early Cloud Drake pretty much for free. It is on the back of DRX's bottom lane, so have that information to just say, okay, well, the bottom lane isn't here, so they can't challenge me on this one. And he will get it.
Yeah, well played. Genji's macro in this series so far just really good. Great map reads from Peanut once again. The wave being held there for Delight means that the CS difference is not only pretty negligible here, but also, like you said, the wave's in a really safe spot. Croco.
Chovy does have this, but the scan is on top of him. He will be forced to ult. Croco is not level 6. Note that he is a couple of camps down here on Peanut, who is also not level 6. So just not in a position to really force that one. Chovy will hold on to his flash, just has to blow his ult.
Yeah, don't feel too bad about that. Not going to be a whole lot of action up here. I mean, there's a lot of action, but no result. Don't be fooled by the observing.
Hey, it's better than having Gnar up there.
Yeah, true.
Which is what I thought was going to happen 100%, but Rascal is a different beast of a top laner.
No solo kills in this one just yet. Bit of a tough one to get that in the stage as Camille. Doran going to push this one through, and 0 kills here at 8 minutes. This is one of the better looks we've seen from Azeri, right? And I think a lot of this is based on Peanut's play here. FaZe and Delight going for that risky push there, bottom side to get the shove so they could back and then pull the wave towards them. Delight doing a great job of that on the bounce. And, you know, it's small advantages here for Genji, 600 gold, but with the compositional differences here, that feels massive, right? In terms of what Zeri can do when left freely to her own devices here in the lane. Especially when you have that extra 5-minute buffer with this first Drake that Peanut was able to steal away. Now, they're looking to grab this Herald with the push Doran had here.
Croco level 6 now could really force this one on this Rift Herald as it is coming in. We're going to have a traditional LCK 5v5 on the Rift Herald at 8 minutes. What is going on? As neither team wants to give this one up. DRX say we have enough early pressure. We should be able to challenge it. It's getting pretty low as the Cyclone does come in, get some really nice value onto the front line onto Rascal. And the final chapter hits the entirety of the choke point, so everybody gets rooted up and has to get out. And Chovy will just pick up a bonus kill. Make it 2! As Chovy is fed at 9 minutes into the game, and Genji got the first Rift Herald after DRX committed to it. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is looking rough. I don't want to call it a Zeri moment. I won't certify that, but it is a lot of money into her pockets. And, I mean, I think Chovy doesn't have Smite here. Could have actually potentially grabbed this Herald as he comes through here. But look at the choke point control from the Yuumi ult. There's like no real win condition in this fight for DRX. You don't have the proper setup. You don't have choke point control. And you're just too late to force this fight. And in some ways, I think as DRX, you're probably thinking, all right, we actually have a stronger team fighting comp at this stage in the game. And if you're in position to fight it properly, I think that's true. But not when the choke point's controlled by all that AoE Peanuts ult. You've got Delight's ult coming through there. And FaZe is just untouchable. And then when you go against an Akali like this, the unfortunate result is that there is no escape. Like, you will get chased down.
Yeah.
So it could have been better if Chovy was playing a mid laner. You know, if he was playing Victory, he's like, they can get away. No, not in this case, man. Chovy's grabbing 2.
Yeah. That's a big problem because, you know, Revolution didn't get ahead. In fact, FaZe is ahead on the bottom side, so that's not winning. Mid lane, Akali, R5. Fantastic into the Silas, winning that lane. Top lane, your Camille, quote-unquote, counter pick. So far, of course, I mean, still not even one item. You're going to need a little bit more time for that Camille to really get online. But that's not going well early either. So Genji, just a massive lead here early on in this game. And they've gotten every objective as well, which is a big problem here for DRX.
And they're looking to get their third of the game. You know, with this second Drake coming up here in 50 seconds, they're going to drop this Herald bottom side. It's a Zeri getting plates on Illusion. Opposite day today here at the LCK. As FaZe is going to be like, thank you for the cash money. Delight will pick up some of that too. And now they're in prime position here to set up for this Drake fight. Neither top laner has TP, so it's going to be a 4v4 if DRX commit to the fight, but as we saw in the last Rift Herald fight, I wouldn't advise it because they don't have positional advantage here, and Lucian doesn't have Gale Force.
Fade going in, stolen Akali ultimate. He had Kroko nearby. Feels a little bit early, but maybe trying to bait out the play, but Chovy reads it perfectly. He is not going to get baited into this fight. You know, you can bait out the Shroud and then maybe the Sejuani follows up. Kroko just got his ultimate, but nope, Chovy says, I know exactly what's happening.
This would have felt a lot better if Chovy's TP wasn't coming back up here too. He can actually get a free back off right now.
Culling, pretty good value, puts FaZe in an awkward spot. He is going to have to heal. Tidal Wave, maybe a little bit desperate, but it will at least force the flash, so that is going to be nice. As meanwhile, Peanut getting in there onto the Silas bait as well. And Doran, as I mentioned, he was actually the first person to pick up a Mythic, so he's just really enjoying his time in the top lane for now.
Yeah, I feel like it's so many of these skirmishes, Valdez. DRX are so close to pulling it off. They are so close to making it happen. FaZe just narrowly escapes, has to flash, right? But he gets away. You look for the all-in on the Chovy. If he doesn't react perfectly, he dies. You still get a good trade on him, but his TP's coming back up. He goes back. He's got 4 stacks of Darksteel. Now he's got his Rocket Belt online, and he's here to contest the Drake. I mean, everything is just a hair out of reach here for DRX in all of these exchanges. And they start stacking up, though. You miss these opportunities just slightly enough times, you find yourself 3,000 gold behind, 2 Drakes behind, a Herald behind. And Chovy's really starting to come online now, too.
Yeah. The calls in game 1, I think, from DRX were actually quite poor. You know, some of the times where they were trying to force fights and stuff like that when they really should not have been. In this game, it felt like the calls were better in terms of what the calls actually were, but the timing was totally off, you know? So, still DRX trying to get their feet underneath them as they're trying to catch a Chovy. It is not looking too good as, ooh, that stun is going to also wear off, and Kroko does not have his ultimate available, so not able to catch the Akali in mid lane. Meanwhile, Fate's getting pretty low. He's got Peanut nearby, but Kroko's still here, so fight denied.
Yeah, very scary if he commits there, though, with Chovy, or rather Peanut having flash ult. Could have turned very quickly. The other plate goes to FaZe on the bottom side. 3 plates down. Again, the Zeri winning this exchange. No plates to the Lucian. Fate's Rod of Ages timing about 3 minutes later than Chovy's from the previous game, so rushing this one in similar fashion, but isn't going to be able to get the same edge, unfortunately, levels-wise here. A level down right now. 1,000 gold to Gen G, and this is just, once again, better map reads. The experience, even with a new bot duo, Chovy, Peanut, Doran, this top side of the map is unchanged, and the calls have been good.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest difference maker, you know, in this one. Gen G, you can say whatever you want about, like, the individual players, like perhaps the roster of Gen G is still stronger on an individual level, but also, you know, it's spring. It's the beginning of spring. These guys, a lot of them played together last year, the entire year, and they know each other very well. They still have their shot caller and stuff like that. Barrel's still trying to rally the troops. He needs more time in this one. So, definitely a little bit of what we see here at the beginning of spring, as always. Kroko trying to find his spot as the enemy jungler is here. Peanut ready with the Cyclone as in they go. Doran trying to make something of this. He's getting pretty low though, but still not enough damage here until Duckdom gets here, tries to fight it back as the culling does come out. He will pick up the 1 kill, and in fact this rotation will net DRX a couple of kills. Yeah, Duckdom and Barrel make their way to the top lane.
Really good rotation from Duckdom and Barrel. Without them there, this ends up being disastrous because Sejuani doesn't have her Mythic just yet. Peanut's sitting on his first item. You have Doran, who's just so tanky at this point in time that when he ults, he does a ton of damage in this skirmish, and it looked like Gen G walk away with a huge win here until, unbeknownst to us, with hidden vision-wise, Duckdom and Barrel rotate up. Now, Chovy instantly goes bottom lane here and grabs a turret, so yes, it is going to be a trade-up macro-wise here in terms of the gold, because bounty gold is going to go to DRX, but Gen G still get a cross-map out of this, but that was an impressive rotation there from Duckdom and Barrel, one that was just completely unseen. Is who's trapping whom here on the top side of the map as Peanut's like, ah, yes, I baited you in. And this fight looks like it's going to go extremely well until you see on the river, Duck Dom and Barrel rotate up.
They were starting this rotation before the fight was even beginning, so kind of read the situation very well. Perhaps they had a decent idea that Peanut was going to be there for the counter gank, and they get the upper hand. Now, still 3,000 gold down. We'll see if they can call this one back, but for now, they are going to give up this Rift Herald to Gen G, who very confidently will take this one. And they have a very weak top lane turret that they can take down. Looks like Doran should be able to get this himself.
Now he's got his Demolish, and he'll take it down. And on the bottom side of the map, Fate's trying to get another turret himself. Bounties have faded, so isn't going to be the big money they got top side there. But stuff like this is the first time I feel like we've seen this, even in that T1 KT series with aiming, where Zeri is just sitting under a full health turret, casually farming, casually 30 CS up on the Lucian. That just has not happened so far in the LCK, and this has been something that we've talked about a little bit here, but the game hasn't felt like it's been about this area yet. But let me tell you folks, it's about to be, and that's the problem here, is that DRX don't have the same sort of scaling aspect of this composition. They have some side laning as Rascal. Oh, 50-50 goes.
Still has Hextech Ultimatum. I think Jovi's kind of not in a great spot. He was going to ult over, but Rascal's got another hook shot, and there's the ultimatum. Should be a, nice timing on that one, but the bubble is going to kill him. That's actually pretty unfortunate for DRX, but at least they do shut down Chovy.
I think you could almost read Barrel saying sorry about that one there, but trying to help secure that kill. Still 2 turrets for this play. One in mid and an inner on the bottom side here as Peanut commits with Doran, so get gold where you can get it, DRX, but Gen G are out-trading you on the map, macro-wise.
Oh, Pei's just going to ult here. He's just going to be able to dodge everything. He's got a Yuumi on his back, too. He's kiting this out perfectly. Even a Silas is here. I mean, God, they brought the whole cavalry with them, so Pei's is like, all right, fine. I guess I won't continue on this, but handled it very well at the initial outset of that fight.
It's Mountain Soul for Azeri, you know, feels okay, right, in terms of what it's going to offer. A little bit of extra survivability here, but Genji is going to take it for free after grabbing 2 turrets, one of them an inner, as Zeri 1v4s in the mid lane. There's not a lot of good news. And this is the pick that we saw topside required so many resources, of course, to killing Chovy, and he almost gets out. And if that top turret's still alive, he just might. This is a little bit of greed here from Chovy in the side lane. Does have to rocket belt away, uses everything to get out.
The second Q from the Camille actually hit him. I think Chovy thought he was under the shroud, and he was okay because he was stepping forward, but actually he was just barely seen, and Rascal got the second hit on the Q, and Chovy was like, oh crap, I'm dead.
Yeah. Yep. Has a lot of cooldowns he can use to try to escape here. Good read from Barrel. I mean, like, it wasn't wrong from Barrel. He's probably sad he took the kill, but still a good call to try to make sure they lock him down. I think he dies no matter what, but you know, you're playing the game and you're like, we make sure Chovy does not get away. Put that bubble in, and that's another small thing that goes away from DRX, right? You got Chovy, you spend a lot of resources, you lose 2 turrets, and it's Barrel who picks up the kill.
Yeah, for sure. And Doran's really going to enjoy this Mountain Drake, at least, as we are getting in onto that backline. Cyclone going to hit both of them. Barrel's Tidal Wave might be able to help this. Really huge bubble, at least, gets the both of them as Chovy still under the shroud. And Peanut, he is quite tanky, at least, but he finally does go down. Pace here over the wall. He's got the Yuumi with him, and Chovy as a front line. And DRX, once again, just kind of left running away with their tail between their legs. Not much they could do in this fight as Pace is over the wall. And the stun is not going to land here from Fate as he has to flash, and he is not getting away. Pace will pick up the double, I believe, at the end of this one. Nope, it's a triple.
Triple.
4-0 and 2 for the Zeri.
Oh, baby, the triple. Bronco sitting on the
camera.
Yeah, Kronko's sitting over there, you know, clapping his hands, saying, that's my boy. I know it for sure. And I think in this game, we've seen a different type of skill expression than we saw in the last, right? And this is Paze's 3rd game on the champion, right? And obviously the first 2 he's playing against Gumakeria. It was not the Lucian lane that he's facing this time around, where he was able to, with Peanut's help, deal with the pressure extremely well. And in game 1, he played Jhin. He was a utility pick with the lethality build he chose, just helped do some extra damage from afar. Now he's really showcasing his skill, his positioning, his chase potential on this pick, and you can see why it was picked for him 3 times now.
Oh, Doran. Not sure where you're going, buddy. He just kind of gets awkwardly caught out there as he will get stunned up and taken down.
The kill score in this game makes it look closer than it is because there has been, and I was going to mention this, I guess we're going to watch it again here, this fight. There has been a little bit of playing with the food for Gen G, I think, in some ways. The bubble here is amazing. The turn on to Peanut is great. Peanut's extremely low here, has to flash. And yes, this is a great fight because FaZe is ahead, and he's not he's not vulnerable in any way here. But you know, the fight could have been cleaner. It just doesn't matter. Gen G are playing with their food here. They're like, we're just going to push in the jungle, take what we want.
Chovy, incredibly fit at this point, even has a stopwatch if he needed to buy time. I don't think he really needs to buy time.
Nope.
Looks like Rascal needed to buy a bit as everybody was coming up, or down rather, to the bottom lane. FaZe can just face check this.
I mean, he literally could just run at them.
Yep, bubble not going to land. He's too fast. He's power gliding, you know. He's getting in there. And Croco and Duck Dom, once again, we've seen this a lot. Just kind of running away.
I mean, he hasn't used heal yet.
Okay, charge not going to hit. FaZe just dodging everything. The movement extremely clean, really showing off the confidence here from ahead. Great to see from this young player as double kill will go over to Peanut. And this one has, you know, I'm about to ask Atlas to just get his saxophone out and start playing music because this is what it's looking like right now.
His shellaxophone.
Atlas saxophone.
I don't think Jake Swan Tiberia would qualify this one because we've reached a certain point in the game. I think it's a bit long in the game time, but Chovy never really in any danger here. Then FaZe just running at them. But this is what we talked about before this series, and kind of the narrative I was setting for FaZe going into this matchup against DRX is this is where you can get your confidence back, right, after a tough first series.
All right, is this the moment? No. Looks like a no. Maybe they thought that Doran wasn't there, but even just FaZe and Delight themselves, I mean, they have barrier and exhaust and heal still, so.
Quick Blades.
Very desperate.
Yeah, Quick Blades ready for FaZe now. He has hit the new 3-item Zeri spike. I mean, it feels so hopeless, this fight. Rascal's like, oh, I got to get out of here. Doran's like, I'm sorry, I'm Cassante. Like, you thought you could maybe kill our Zeri, but you didn't even get close, and now
you don't get
dead.
to move for 5 seconds now because I'm Cassante. Fun stuff.
This is going to be the Mountain Soul.
Right, so who's getting POG here?
Well,
is it FaZe or Chovy?
I think, for me, this time it's FaZe. And Chovy's had a great game, and some of his escapes were crazy. He played the laning phase out so well. Kept Fate under turret for a long time, just outlaning the Sylas super hard and slowed down his Rod of Ages progress and stuff like that. But I think this game has been defined by Pace's positioning and his aggression. And you know, once he got ahead, he took the lead he was given and has just ended the game with it. That's my vote. That's my reasoning. Yeah. I'm giving it to FaZe.
I'll give you my backing, my support, even though it means
it means a lot to me. Okay.
Not in terms of the vote, but you know, at least it means something to someone.
Remember the first season I casted LCK where I read something down, you like grabbed the pen and like, we've come a long way, Valdez.
Times have changed. And Duck Dom, yeah, he's able to get in the back line here. They're just trying to fight front to back for what feels like the first time in this game, to be honest. Has been a lot of messy fighting here from DRX. They still have a lot of work to do in this split. And Chovy, he's just putting on the show for everybody here. He's not Showmaker, but he is Chovy, and he's putting on a show here for the fans. As Gen G are looking to take this one down from 10,000 gold ahead. Just 2 members left alive, and Fate not even able to kill much except for the Cassante.
Give him another one!
Well,
7-0-6.
7-0. Rascal's still alive. Perhaps not for long.
Perhaps not for long. I think it's, well,
he's fine.
He's okay, but the Nexus is not, sadly. I believe FaZe's KDA was 7-0-5 in the last series, or last game, rather.
Wow, they're actually going to back away. Peanut dies to the turret.
Okay. All right.
What a weird ending
I mean,
to this one.
it is, believe it or not, like, Seoul was taken pre-25 minutes.
Yeah.
Because Peanut had an early sneak of the first Drake, and they got all of them. And the respawn timers of this stage are still fairly low. And this is a more extended trade, so they can survive here. But normally, I would not recommend standing this close to a Camille composition as the Zeri that has a Sejuani, etc. But Pays, in this case, just doesn't care. He's got a cat on his shoulder. And he's just going to run forward here and chip away. Doran to back him up. Chovy here just saying, oh, health bars are low. Thank you very much.
Yeah, excellently done. Doran is caught, and it takes about 7,000 million bajillion years to take down this Cassante. But they do get there. There's a lot of years that happen really quickly. It's really funny.
We're in a new millennia now.
Insane. I don't even know where we are. Pays, though, is going to be able to get the follow-up, and this is the problem. You spend everything on the tank when you are far behind. A little bit of desperation, but what can you do?
Chovy is like really making a case for him to get POG though. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
He's really making a case, okay? Saturday Showdown, let's just say.
Oh boy. Peanut is just getting in there, and now he's got the cat, so he is invulnerable, actually. That's the way it works. Cat Stew, offer that to you. That's why I have a cat in my house.
I got 4.
Yeah, 4. You're 4 invulnerable. You have 4 stacks of invulnerable.
I can actually have 2 cats attached to me at once. I usually don't like it, especially when I'm trying to play an action game.
True.
Cats keep jumping on my controller, but this is going to be Baron, just to guarantee the push to end. They only have 1 inhibitor down because they were greeting to end Nexus earlier and were stopped, so arguably, if they wanted to play it by the book and very safely, probably could have taken down mid inhibitor too and kind of kited away, but they wanted more, so now they have to play it by the book here at the end stages. As, yeah, this is the passage of 7 million billion years.
Yeah.
And
there it is.
It took a lot to kill him. It certainly did. As, yeah, this is just Peanut helping corral them as Pays has so much mobility here on the chase. And Hextech Ultimatum here, just, it feels so feeble, you know? It feels so sad.
Futile.
Futile, feeble, weak. It's not Rascal's fault, it's just the state of the game. Yeah. Man, the last 4 games of the LCK, they have not been kind, have they? To the losing side.
Yeah, I mean, our good teams are really incredible. And a lot of the good teams in the LCK right now have kind of stuck together. You know, like a big core of them have stuck together. So they're here in the beginning of spring, and they're just so hungry for any action. They're like, okay, we want to get back on the Rift and prove that we are the best. Yeah. Whereas some of the other teams are like, I'm just like trying to figure out how to walk still.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And
it's like, I'm going to murder you.
It did feel that way for Gen.G against one of those teams. You mentioned T1, but not so much against DRX right now. The revenge is going to succeed, at least in this best of 3.
Chovy just running circles around Fate in this one, as he is able to do so in the final fight as well. Fate may survive, but only in terms of the Rift, as they're all actually healing up. They are going to go for the re-engage. Not looking too bad for DRX, but maybe just a little bit. Okay, Doran. He is just going to go into the fountain. Does not matter. Pays looking for a little bit of penta action, and the minions said no. They're going to put an end to that nonsense, as Gen.G will stomp in the first series here. The Saturday Showdown, the first one, they showed a lot and put DRX down.
DRX come into this season as defending world champions, but Beryl holds the LCK logo at the opening. He's the last DRX member left and the last DRX member on stage here as well, giving the fist bumps to the side. Oh no, okay, it wasn't the last one. Looks like he was there in that shot. But anyway, he is the last remaining member, right? And we coined the term Big Three in the past for the 3 teams who have won a World's title, right? Gen.G, of course, as Samsung, T1, and Damwon. Damwon Gaming, now looking very strong as D plus Kia. But DRX, they don't necessarily, unless they start dominating in the LCK, get to be in that same exclusive club because this isn't the same roster. And it's not a team that's done well, as well historically here domestically. When Chovy was on the roster, it was a different story, and it was very close back in 2020. But Gen.G really bouncing back, and I think we do right now, after watching this performance, learn a lot more about DRX's power level, because in their first match against D+Kia, who's been our most dominant team, it might have been a question of, okay, are DRX just struggling because it's D+Kia? They faced two really tough opponents here right off the bat in their first two matches, but you know, it looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Absolutely. The one thing that worries me a little bit for DRX is that their team fighting kind of looks like Nongshim of last year, where it's just everything, like it starts off okay, and then everybody's kind of just running in different directions. So they really need to settle down, figure out, you know, shot calling. It's probably Beryl, I would assume, but they got to get everybody on the same page and just really clean up those team fights. If they can do that, I think they're a pretty, you know, solid middle-of-the-pack team at this point in time. Obviously, Gen.G, they got a big win tonight. Not too much else to say. You know, FaZe is going to build some confidence from this, hopefully, and try to move on and get some more wins, perhaps on the Zeri, which is really stubbornly, you know, continuing to pick up over and over into Lucian. Doesn't seem to care about that matchup too much.
I mean, another thing I was going to mention is it's Zeri's second win of the season, and what's crazy about this too is we have FaZe, who's a rookie player coming into the LCK, right? Obviously, he played very briefly in the past, but the bot duo of FaZe is with Delight, who I think to a lot of LCK fans who are a little bit more casual, who only watch like the Saturday Showdown and only watch like the playoffs and don't watch the rest of the season finals, etc. A lot of those people might be thinking Delight is also a rookie. He's not, but he's spent his entire career you know, playing with Henna and struggling right on Fredit Brion in the past, where he's shown great plays. And I think Gen.G, to a certain extent, took a big risk on his potential here. And watching Zeri Yuumi, it's not Ruler Lehens piloting this comp for Gen.G, it's FaZe and Delight. And generationally, in this new roster, it feels kind of cool that if you did take the nameplates off and somebody hadn't told you that it's FaZe and Delight picking it, if it was just blind watching this game, you might believe it was actually Ruler and Lehens in this game. And that's what's so cool about them pulling this Zeri off here in this final game to me.
Yeah, it's very nice to see. Maybe, perhaps you would know that that was Doran, oftentimes taking the brunt of the beating for this team, and did so there on the Cassante with Mountain Soul and a bunch of tanky items, as he should. That is his job after all, baited everybody into this fight. And let's see if they say anything interesting. If FaZe is calling for the Penta aggressively as the rookie.
Yeah, he was so close to it. It's just Jovi, very calm calls here. Do whatever you want. You've got to do whatever you want. I think is what Phoenix said there. Who's calling for POG? I didn't actually.
I think it's Peanut. Yeah. It's like it's Penta, right? Penta, right? And then the game ended.
Delight said so. I think it was Delight who said something about who's getting POG. I think FaZe is getting POG this time around. Chovy tried to steal the show, man, but he already got his first POG, and it's a tricky one, man. But I voted for FaZe. I'm sticking with it. I thought he had an amazing game. Big bounce back after his 2 Zeri losses against T1.
Yeah, I would agree. I think FaZe deserves it this time around. And say what you want, but lane was played out well. They avoided everything. They got some support, and then he really took off and used that lead extremely well. But guys, we do have Atlas and Chronicler waiting on the space to break this one down. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome back to the No Carpet Carpet Space, aka The Space. That was a rough one for DRX, much like game number 1. Pretty clean stuff here from Gen.G.
Yeah, there's always 2 sides to each coin. And for Gen.G fans, they're like, nice. Really, really clean series. You see Jovi look a lot better. You see Pace kind of coming into his own. For DRX fans, it is bad. It's not a good time. And I don't even think the problem here was the draft. I actually really like the DRX draft. I think it's cohesive. You have a Sejuani with 2 melee side lanes. You have dive potential. You can 1-3-1. You have Lucianami. really, in terms of overall strength of composition, sure, Gen G has a really great composition themselves as well. We already know that Chovy can hit the execution floor that you need to hit for an Akali, and then add to that the Cassante, even though Doran made it look a little bit more balanced than it usually is, because he was having some fun.
Yeah.
Overall, very strong. The biggest question mark are the Zeri and the Yuumi, because both of those two picks have actually been struggling way more, but the priority in draft has remained the same. And we'll go into that a little bit later, but overall I think this was not a draft diff. This was just very clearly showing that even though Gen G struggled against T1, still very different playing fields compared to DRX.
No, exactly right. Let's get into our first highlight here that we have for you, starting
example.
a little bit earlier in this game as Pays gets his first taste of a team fight for game 2.
There is so much that goes wrong here. Like, DRX is stuck in a choke point against Akali and Wukong, right? So like, they can't move up. Chovy's the one actually zoning them out, but the Yuumi does the same thing, even if Chovy doesn't go in there. And for DRX, you can win a level 6 fight with this comp. Like, that goes without saying. If you single out a target, if you're able to spread out, actually approach from multiple sides, and don't allow Gen G to get these big Horde or Wombo combos off, right? Where like you're getting AoE, perfect execution, Yuumi ultimate, Wukong, but they're too slow. And then when they're there, they don't, are like, okay, it's the sunk cost fallacy. They keep going. They're like, we're here.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Yeah.
And then they try to funnel with 4 men through a choke point. And that to me is very indicative of where DRX is as a team at the moment. And you know, that's what last year's DRX looked like. And then it won Worlds. I swear we're not gonna keep bringing it up. It's still early spring. We are still allowed to, but it's very clear that this team still is being built up from the ground level. And it looks very, very uncohesive.
Yeah, it looks real messy, and it's not necessarily like you say, there's not a lack of experience or anything like that. It's just getting this team to work together. Let's have a look at Zeri though, because Zeri Lulu's been doing terribly poorly. Zeri Yuumi is, however, still revolting.
Yeah, this is more about the Zeri than it is about Pace specifically. I really want to go in on why do we still see this being highly prioritized? And I'm fairly certain the call here is just fight. Because even if we do go down, which ends up being the case for Peanut, we're going to win. And the reason is that Zeri, when actually given space, when the game state isn't abhorrent for her, like it's been, I think still in large part due to a lot of matchups, the champion can do some pretty degenerate stuff, especially when combined with Yuumi. We've seen a lot of Zeri Lulu as well, but Zeri Yuumi specifically, she's already picked up a kill here, right? Like just skating in mid lane over like 15 walls, Yuumi hits a Q and you're dead. And the chase potential and the ability to just string kill after kill after kill, never die, always kind of skirt in and out, is something that when we saw Zeri for the first time, before she got nerfed, but also before she then got kind of reworked into like a poke mage, that was the worst kind of Zeri.
Yeah.
We're kind of going back to that. And I do think that the pick needs either a shell around it, you need something to make sure that you actually get there, but this to me is a very clear example of why teams are still prioritizing it, even though its win rate against Lucianami right now is trash.
It is real bad. Also, it is a great way of just showing people that you're just a little bit better, because Pays was certainly having a lot of fun towards the end of that game. Let's have a look if he can pick up the POG for game number 2. Is it happening? Where is it? Please. It is going to be Pays this time around. My vote obviously was for Chovy.
Yeah.
But Pays, I think, also was a front runner.
There are only 2 choices in this game, and I think both were equally viable. Because Chovy, especially I think his early fights, in terms of execution, in terms of the backline threat, were impeccable. But Pays had a couple of, this in particular, I think, just really great movement all around, really showcasing that, especially with a Yuumi, the Zeri, in the hands of a player that is feeling themselves, can completely run over a fight and can make your opponent feel very frustrated as you're like, what, how is this, why is this happening, why can't we kill this character? Those are the votes. Very good. I don't think he had a great performance in both games, and he got I don't know.
Chovy always robbed. Chovy always robbed is rule number 1, ladies and gentlemen. I think we all know that from now until infinity. Okay. All right. Should have known you had something prepared. But I think Pays definitely playing well. And now we get to have a conversation with him, which is the greatest part, alongside Chovy. So let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is season for the PUG interview here, joined by Chovy and Paze from Gen.G. Congratulations on getting the win on the first Saturday Showdown series of the split. How do you feel, Chovy? I'm glad I got the first win for the Saturday Showdown. Feels amazing to win. Paze, congratulations on your first win in the LCK and also your first PUG interview. I'm happy that I got my first win, and also I'm so happy that I got the PUG. Yeah, I mean, this actually means a lot because Zeri right now, she's not having a great time, but you won PUG on Zeri. How do you feel about that? I heard this is like the first time Zeri winning against Lucian Nami, so it feels amazing. Well, your debut series was not easy. It was up against T1. However, you were able to come back stronger. I mean, we did lose a match against T1, but I definitely think that T1 is a strong team right now. I think game 2 against them was actually like more about our bad draft. So today we were able to prep better and secure the win. And Paze, so you got to play against Kumayoshi Keria bottom duo on your debut series. How was it? I was like not nervous, you know, but I could not really focus on the game. What about today? I think I was able to focus up today. Just like you said, Zeri got her first win against Lucian Nami comp. You had amazing stat after that win. You did not die a single time. More than 1,000 DPM in that game. Why do you think Zeri was having a hard time so far? I think Zeri like requires a specific draft where she can do a lot of damage, and we were able to get that this time around. In addition to that, I'm really curious about Caitlyn. She was banned every single game outside of this series. Well, I have no idea. Why did Gen.G not ban Caitlyn? I also have no idea about that either. Let's get back to Chovy. So you played Sylas, Akali, some of, you know, the hard carry picks on the mid lane. What was on your mind today on your way to Low Park? Well, to be honest, I was, you know, well, Sylas was part of our plan, but Akali was not. And then Fate locked in Sylas, and then I thought Akali would be the right pick to play into Sylas, given the comp. And the interview VCR we saw, or other interviews we saw, you said mid lane doesn't really have an impact on the map these days, but you got the POG on Sylas. Sylas got a good buddy called First Strike. She can, you know, get a lot of money because right now mid laners cannot really farm a lot of money and gold. But you were able to get a lot of votes on Akali as well. What happened in that game then? I got many kills, so I also, luckily enough, got a lot of gold from the kills. Because mid lane is all about, you know, farming more or just farming more gold and out kind of scaling the opponent. But these days, mid laners cannot really get the bread. However, you were able to get so many kills today, you know, solo kills, double kills. So top lane was not having a great time early on in the series. Yeah, I saw that happening. I was like, maybe we're in a trouble. But still, my Sylas was getting fed, so I was not too worried about it. And this is, as this is the first interview of the split, I want to ask you about this. How's the team atmosphere right now? Very free, you know, never serious. Starting from our head coach, you know, the older players on Gen.G, we are having a lot of fun, you know. Great personality, so everything is awesome. What about you, Paze? Do you agree with him?
너무 재밌는 것 같아요.
Yeah, very fun.
확실하세요?
네.
Are you sure?
또 뭔가를 좀
Yeah.
유출했는데 모든 선수들이 페이지 선수한테 말을 놓고 좀 편하게 대해달라고
Because
했는데
I heard
페이지 선수가 말을 절대 안
Gen G
놓으신다고
players were like, I hope
하시던데
FaZe
말을
actually
지금은 좀
feels
놓으셨어요?
a lot more comfortable around us.
좀 특별한 이유가
I
있을까요?
I am still I'm
저는 그냥 존댓말이
still speaking
편하다고
formally
생각해서
to other players on Gen G
존댓말을
because
아직 하고 있어요.
like that's the
그러면은
way I
나중에
feel
형들이
comfortable
조금
with
더
others.
편해졌을 때도 계속해서 존댓말을 고수하실
I just call them
생각이신지.
Hyung, you know.
엄청 친해지면 또
I mean,
반말할 것
maybe if we get really, really close, maybe I will start, you know, talking really comfortably, but not right now.
페이커 선수께 제가 그 페이지 선수 같은 신인 선수들에게
And in the opening day, I actually asked Faker to give an advice to all the rookie players like FaZe, and he said, you know, hard work will pay off. Did you watch that? Not really.
페이커 선수께 뭐 화답의
Then,
메시지 한번
would you like to say anything back to Faker?
너무 영광이고
I'm so honored.
열심히 해서
I will keep working hard, just like he said, and become a great player.
알겠습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 페이지 선수.
Thank you so much. And to wrap up this interview, FaZe, what is your goal as a professional player?
열심히 해서
I
좋은
will
모습 보여드리도록
do my best
항상
to perform
노력하겠습니다.
my
네,
best.
감사합니다.
I will always work hard. Thank you.
네, 여기까지 오늘
And this will be the end of the interview from FaZe, Chobi from Gen G, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of what could only have been a quite difficult interview for Subin to run.
That was a legendary interview. I already heard the rumors about Pays in interviews. And I actually think specifically the Faker question was like, that was well done. Everything else was, that's some esports interviewing right there. That was beautiful.
I think the man needs a little bit more practice. Let's bring up the standings, though, and see what this has done for Gen G and their position here in the LCK. They've made it over to the eastern side of the bracket, and DRX, world champions, are now down at -4 points. However, only 1 week in the books, so not needing to worry too much. However, they're going to have to get to work working on that synergy.
Yeah, it's a tough first week, but considering your opponents, it's somewhat understandable. Do need to start bouncing back over the next couple of weeks.
Speaking of bouncing back, Kwangdong Freaks also need to do a little bit of bouncing back. They're up against Breon, a team that was able to pick up a 2-0 over Nongshim. So already looking okay, a team that we didn't necessarily have very high hopes for, and your boy Bulldog, is he going to do better?
I did well. I think I'm looking at the team as a whole. I think Bulldog and Vigi was fine, but as soon as the map opened up, they were not having a great time. So that might be something today to look out for.
Yep. Well, we'll see whether he can pull through, or whether Breon can get off to a 2-0 start. That would be absolutely crazy. But that's going to be after a relatively long break, and we'll see you after that for our second series.
여러분, 혓바닥 토스가 시즌2로 돌아왔습니다.
어떻게 또 다시 왔네?
못 볼 줄 알았는데.
나는 근데 당연히 시즌2 할 줄 알았어.
아, 진짜?
그렇게 4명을 썼는데 시즌2를 안 하는 게 말이 되나?
4명?
2였는데 한 놈 새끼가 그
지금 보시면 알겠지만 4명 중에 지금 한 자리가 없어요, 저희가.
돈 쫓아 간 거 아니야? 돈 쫓아. 이 새끼 이거 맨날 돈 거리더니.
지금 그럼 혓바닥 토스 페이가 지금 적다고 말하는 거야? 아유, 동진아, 연락해본 사람 있어?
코치 가고 나는 이제 학원에서 일하니까 롤 켜놓을 거 아니야. 뒷말이 와. 롤고? 하면서 내가 봤을 때 하는 게 없어요, 하는 게.
그럼 지금 하는 거 없나 한번 너 전화해봐.
전화? 지금 내가 안 받을 것 같은데.
일하고 있나?
야, 생각해보니까 근데 너희도 빠른 별 못지 않게 되게 좋은 소식이 있는 것 같던데.
아, 그거 티 안 내려고 했는데 기사가 났더라고.
그러니까 기사가 먼저 나버렸어.
야, 그럼 너네는 분석 데스크하고 빠른 별은 코치하고 그럼 나는 뭔데?
형은 혓바 닥터스 프로그램의 리더잖아.
그나저나 캡틴님 결혼식은
네.
다른 분들 다 같이 가셨나요?
아, 이 또 결혼식 얘기하면 할 얘기가 많은데
우리는 코로나 걸렸다 쳐. 난 빠른 별은 진짜 왜 안 가는지 모르겠어.
특히 심지어 웃긴 게 뭔지 알아? 전날 갑자기 카톡 보냈어 우리한테.
뭐라고?
가냐고.
뭐? 와, 얘 눈치 봤네? 다른 사람들 가면은 자기도 가고 안 가면 안 가려고. 아, 근데 또 축의금을 줬으니까.
근데 줬는지 공개 가능합니까?
얼마씩 줬냐고요?
시세 변동이 있는 거는
시세 변동이 있고
일단은
가치가 떨어질 수도 있고.
축의금을 RPG 게임 골드로 줘도 괜찮겠냐 라고 이제 얘기가 나와서 뭐 이렇게 받는 것도 신선하다. 이렇게 받는 것도 신선하다. 재밌을 것 같다.
사실 어디 가서 얘기하면 욕먹을 얘기긴 해.
내가
미친놈들 하면서.
여러분들 알다시피 파별님의 자리에 새로운 CJ 멤버가 오기로 했잖아요.
네.
그 멤버에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지.
뭐 일단 좋은 생각은 별로 안 듭니다. 생각 별로 들지 않아요.
동진이는 좀 더 당한 게 많지?
목이 탄다. 그냥. 나 벌써 BTSD와 개인적으로는 괜찮을 수 있지만 뭔가 같이 하게 된다? 굉장히 피곤해.
왜요?
맨날 지각하고 왜 뭐만 하면은 나 힘들어. 나 피곤해.
이렇게 불만을 노출해도 괜찮은 건데.
아이고 방송이잖아 방송. 아 너 벌써 무서워? 약간 막 따로 전화 와가지고 야 그건 좀 아니지. 너 무서운 거야 지금?
솔직히 예상이 잘 안 되긴 해. 무슨 말을
예상이 안
하는지.
된다.
근데 어그로 하나는 기깔나게 잘 끌 거라니까.
사고 뭉치다.
레카.
짱구.
메카의 왕.
레카의 왕. 롤계 메카의 왕.
왔어.
아이고 힘이 없어.
아니 뭐야 이거?
뭐야?
지금 가장 잘 나가는 축가 폭발.
이런 사람이 왔다고? T1 스트리머.
되게 어려운 생각이었을 텐데.
와달라고 사정사정 하더라고요. 안녕하세요, 반갑습니다 여러분들. 저는 이제 전 프로게이머자 방송을 하고 있는 플레임 요정이라고 합니다.
아니 발음이 많이 좋아졌어.
그전에는 안 좋았다라는 말?
그 약간 부산 사투리가 이제 좀 많이 들어갔어. 그러게 언어팩을 많이 다운받았나 봐.
진짜 오랜만이다. 형은 진짜 오랜만이고.
이렇게 간다고.
굉장히 가식적이야.
오랜만이다 진짜.
나는 결혼식 때 좀 볼 줄 알았거든. 볼 줄 알았는데 아무도 없어요. 저는 갔죠. 아무래도 오래 알고 지낸 사이고. 아무리 바빠도 제가 호감, 유일 호감. 안 갔어 혹시?
대역 죄인이. 아니
네 알고 있었잖아.
모른 척하지 마.
너무 역겨운 게 내가 개인 방송하는 것도 보고 있었거든. 왜 혓바닥 토스 애들 안 왔지? 바로 그냥 개인 방송 키고 바로.
기억이 안 나는데. 근데 증거 있어?
증거 다시 보기 없다고 지금 증거 없다고.
아니 근데 그래서 이 프로그램 본 적은 있어?
아니 뭐 워낙 재밌으니까 이게 볼 수밖에 없지.
한 번 더 쪼아봐. 무슨 메시지인지.
내가 여기 참가하면 얘보다 재미있을 것 같다라고 생각한 사람 있어?
빠른 별.
빠른.
아니.
그게 맞아.
나 빠른 별이다. 빠른 별이다.
행동.
너무 잘왔다 진짜.
우리 그냥 이제 치고 나갈 일만 남았네.
시즌2 앞으로 처음 모인 만큼 그런 과거의 섭섭함 다 털어버리고. 네?
안 섭섭했어요?
시즌2를 즐겁게 시작하자는 의미에서 서로에게 덕담을 사전에 저희가 받아봤는데 그걸 한번 확인하는 시간을 한번 가져볼게요.
덕담 좋죠.
좀 기대되는데 서로 뭐라 썼을지.
나도 다 진심으로 적었어. 나도 진심으로 가졌긴 했어.
진심 반지로.
2023년이 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 라는 마음으로 적었어.
근데 왜 이렇게 자꾸 나 보면서 뭔가 그걸 써줬나 다들?
제일 먼저 캡틴잭님 먼저.
아 잠깐만 이거
여기
익명 아니었어요?
아 익명.
익명인데 순서가
첫 번째 결혼하더니 멋있어졌다. 모델 핏이라고 멈추지 말고 분발해라.
이거 누군지 알 것 같아.
동준아 너 아니니? 그런 생활이 꼭 행복하길 바랄게. 땀땀.
아니 이거
바랄게.
너무
했는데
누가 누군지 유추되는데?
누군데?
딱 봐도 두 번째는 플레이명이죠. 저런 비호감 땀땀을 쓸 사람이 없어.
기분 나쁜 게 뭔지 알아? 물결표가 좀 기분 나빠. 나 이게 좀.
하지마. 성우야 결혼 축하해. 넌 최고의 신랑이야. 하지만 롤의 최고의 신랑감은 아니었지. 로아 게이머가 아닌 롤 게이머가 돼보는 게 어떨까? 이게 근데 저는 진심으로 저를 위한 덕담이라고 생각합니다. 다른 게임을 확 줄이고 롤에 들어가기로 했습니다.
요즘에 로아 방송이 잘 안 돼서 그런 건 아니고.
플레임.
보종이 형이 프로게이머 시절 선수들을 지잡듯이 잡았던 게 없거든요. 근데 어떻게 또 혓바닥 토스 같이 하게 될 줄이야. 형 설마 지금의 우리도 지잡듯이 잡을 거야? 아무튼 잘 부탁할게. 이거보다 동진이.
동진아 저렇게 티가 나게 다 형이라고 붙이는 거야?
아니 나 진짜 이거 암살 있어 암살. 암살자 있어 암살자.
올 한해 다 같이 잘해보자고 늦지 말고 지각되자. 지각 같은 경우는 보통 이제 만나면 늦거든요. 2시에 보자고 하면 2시 5분, 2시 10분 뭐 예를 들면 어차피 2시 10분에 올 거라니까 내가 2시 15분에 오는 거야.
마인드가
극한의 이득적 마인드야. 탑솔로적 마인드. 그냥 딜교환을 하는데 절대 지면 안 되니까 내가
아니 안 좋은 것만 배웠어 안 되는.
읽어봐.
동진아 열심히 하는 것도 좋지만 잘하자. 여자친구가 생기길 바랄게 땀땀. 진정이 형 아니야 이거?
여자친구는 왜 생겼으면 좋겠는데?
그 아무래도 이 친구는 결혼도 하고 했으니까 이제 사실 뭐 다 우리 다들 결혼 정령이 가까워지거나 그런 정령이 있잖아.
본인은 있다?
나는 없지. 혹시 저에게 관심 있으신 분은
인스타 DM 주세요.
자, 새해에는 마스터가길 바랄게. 혓바닥 토스 리더의 모습 올해도 기대합니다. 기대할 게 있나?
나는 형이 지난 시즌 되게 재밌었다고 생각하는데.
몇 화에서 몇 화에?
아니 너 기다려봐.
이번 시즌에
얘 꼭 브라핑이야 얘. 보자 미안 난 너를 믿겠어.
말 한마디 거짓말이 다 섞여 있어.
거짓말 탐지 있잖아. 폰 넣고 해야 돼 내가 봤을 때 방송을. 넣고 해야 돼.
오늘 서로 이제 쌓인 것도 풀린 것 같으니까 여러분들의 새로운 사원증을 지급하도록 하겠습니다. 이번에 좀 티어의 변동이 있어서 첫 번째 교수 이호정.
예.
아쉽게도 교수님이 펠로우로 강등당하셔서.
근데 다들 바쁘고 하니까 롤을 많이 못 돌려서 그런 거죠.
아니 이거 접사라는 말 왜 이렇게
동진아 색깔이 혼자
아니 이거는 나는 한마디 해야 돼. 작가님들, PD님들 나한테 관심이 없어. 아니 내 티어를 몰라 정확히.
뭘 바쁜데?
아니에요 저 다른 계정 있어요.
다야 너 해라.
아니 좀 플레이 좀 해. 오케이 이거 할게. 내가 할게.
시즌2 앞두고 각오 한마디 팬들한테 하시죠.
열심히 하도록 할게요. 그리고 제 방송도 많이 보러 와주세요.
오늘 처음으로 거짓이 없었어. 오늘 처음으로.
원래 이렇게 하는 거 아닌가?
오늘 처음으로 소감이 나왔어.
혓바닥 리그 이제 새 시즌 시작했는데 롤에 집중하는 모습 많이 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
저희 시즌2 하면서 이제 또 새 멤버 호종이 형 들어왔으니까 으쌰으쌰 재밌게 파이팅 해가지고 3, 4, 5까지 장수 프로그램 할 수 있게 열심히 하겠습니다.
혓바닥 터치에서 노를 버리자면서 너는 절대 안 들어.
그렇지. 빠른 별처럼 안전하지. 내 심장 녀석.
시즌 1으로 끝날 줄 알았는데 2까지 하네요. 나는 시즌 1 때 끝날 줄 알았어.
프로그램이?
네, 프로그램이 끝날 줄.
아카피디님들 조금 아쉬웠더라고.
아 그런 말 좀 섭섭한데. 아니 너 뭐 하는 애냐고. 너 가나? 시즌 2 잘해보겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, 하나 둘 셋.
혓바닥 토스 시즌 2에 만나요. 오케이. 고맙습니다. 첫 촬영인데 뒤에 뭐 뒤풀이 못해서 죄송합니다.
아유, 당연하죠.
그럼 다음 주에 하시죠. 다음 주에.
아니 형우가 술이 마시고 싶은가 보네.
사무다 보니까.
야, 진짜.
아, 진짜.
안경 빌려주시네.
방금 쓰
동이 되었어.
잘 어울리는데? 자, 여기서. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. Upbeat, reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK, ready for match number 2 of the night. Breon, up against Kwangdong Freaks. And this one should be an interesting one. Kwangdong did take the loss, but that was against Hama Life Esports, who looked really strong, whereas Breon took the win, but that was against the new Nongshim roster.
Yeah, in a weird way, of course, we mentioned this earlier, 3 of our teams 0-2 to start. Frederick Breon, oddly enough, being the 2-0 team. But I think most people looked at Kwangdong's loss and were more impressed than with Breon's win. As a result, I think most people, despite the standings, of course, still favoring Kwangdong in this matchup tonight. But maybe we'll see some more of that Breon magic, some more Morgan side laning and split pushing, win condition, the backdoor could be unlocked. I was really impressed with Bulldog's laning phase in particular, and he's still the player for me to watch right now for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit like Kwangdong Freaks from Challengers and the way they've been for a while, which is extremely strong solo lanes, and everywhere else is a little bit behind. And they tried to catch up and make something of it. But the solo lanes are great. They're very strong. We'll see what they can do up against Bro and the Bro Leavers. And they looked pretty strong in their first match. But again, that was up against Nongshim, their new roster of the Challengers that basically all got promoted up to the main roster.
Yeah. Henna looking pretty impressive in most of those games. Like, there were some moments where he overextended, but still, I think looking pretty improved in terms of, especially Game 2 on the Lucian. So we'll see how he performs tonight as well, as, you know, Bro really liking to put that Lucian Nami lane into control. Now, we weren't sure if this was going to get announced here or when they did the walkout, but spoilers, Moham, it will actually be starting tonight. So, bit of a shocker for most, considering how June has been such a pivotal part of what this roster seemed to be built around for CVMax. So, you know, the question is, does CVMax have a specific pick for him in this one? Do they expect Bro is a weaker opponent, maybe get him some more experience here? We just won't know necessarily until a post-game interview.
Yeah, CVMax quoted saying, Spring is basically a one massive scrim for us. And, I mean, we've seen teams kind of do that in the past, and it has worked out. Morgan versus Dudu, the battle that everybody has been waiting for. The kickoff event match. Morgan wins by a landslide in their match, but Dudu is seeking revenge. He played fantastically in their match against Hama Life Esports.
Yeah, he really did. 2 great top laners, I think, that honestly haven't gotten the credit that they deserve. I think Morgan is starting to get there because he's the Lord, but we're getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we have the interview with these players. Let's jump into it.
어떻게 보면 서로 이제 하나생명이라는 팀을 떠나서 주전을 이제 맡고 플레이에 나간다는 게 어떻게 서로한테 좋은 기회라고 생각하고
주전으로 단독으로 뛰고 싶은 자리를 원했고 부담감이나 책임감이 있긴 하겠지만 더 많이 힘낼 수 있게 해주는 원동력이라고 생각합니다.
많은 분들이 약간 모두 대전이라고 말을 많이 하시는데
기태와의 인연이 질기구나 싶었습니다.
또 동주야? 그래 들어와라 이런 느낌인 것 같아요. 모두 대전이라는 이름만큼 재밌는 경기 보여드리겠습니다.
라인전에서는 오히려 제가 우위를 점할 수 있을 확률이 높다고 생각해서 기태야 긴 틈 보이면 나한테 쏠킬 따니까 조심해라.
두두 선수 동주 꺾고 그 모두 대전에 뭐가 왜 앞에 있는지 제가 알려드리겠습니다.
거의 다 신인으로 구성되기도 했고 그래서 경험이 이렇게 쌓이고 쌓이다 보면 저희 팀원들 5명 전부 다 에이스인 팀이 될 것 같습니다. 저희 팀을 무릎 꿇리기가 쉽지 않을 겁니다.
또 합을 맞춰왔던 선수들도 많이 있기 때문에 저희가 팀워크 쪽이나 콜적인 움직임 같은 경우는 저희가 좀 더 뛰어나다고 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요. 그 노련함으로 잘 잡아먹겠습니다.
There it is, the 2 top laners. Once again, it seems like they cannot avoid each other once on the same team. Now, opponents time and time again as where is effort? I only see 4 players.
Well, I believe he might still be in isolation.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because
totally forgot about that.
yes, as
Makes sense.
he did with some of the coaching staff for Breon, test positive for COVID-19. So I think this is the meme that you see there. But they played well without him in person. Obviously, he still will be playing online. We'll probably get a shot of him here in just a moment, along with some of the coaching staff. No! Not the effort plaque. It looks just like him. It says work from home. Yeah.
He is. It's true.
Yeah, I'm taking it to the next level. And look, I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, I think there's a lot to say about that loss against Hanwha, where you're just impressed with some of the macro decisions of Kwangdong Freaks, some of the leads they had, the laning phases. And for Fredit, or formerly Fredit, I'm still doing this, even though I have like a note on my paper that says not to. It's going to be a tough matchup against the Freaks here, as they do walk out on stage with their Bite It masks once again, because there were, I think, a lot of holes and some weaknesses that the Kwangdong Freaks are looking to exploit tonight going into this matchup. Who's to say what the impact of Moham starting tonight is going to be, because we know that June is a huge part of the shot calling on this team, and is, for most people's perspective from the outside looking in, next to Bulldog, the most exciting part of this roster, because we already know what Dudu's capable of, right? We've seen Youngjae in his time on Gen G. And Moham here, we've also seen, and we've seen some highs and we've seen some lows, and he didn't end up being the mainstay for this roster last year, although he was put in a few times to, again, middling results. So how much has he improved over the offseason is what we're about to find out.
Some Moham fans there in the audience as well, as Morgan has come ahead of Dudu in this matchup so far. It is 7-5, but it has been close. It's been a 2-1 every single time. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see that today. I mean, I think that bottom lane is going to be really interesting. You mentioned how Henna was really stepping it up, but I was also impressed by Taeyun and June down on the bottom side. I thought that was a surprisingly impressive first performance here for 2023 for that bottom lane.
Yeah, we saw the Ashheimer, we saw the Varus Karma. We've kind of talked about the Modu matchup pretty extensively there. You can see the history between the two players, and obviously that they are former teammates. But I think that one can definitely go both ways today. And will we get an aggressive matchup up there is a question I think a lot of people want answered. The 4 champions that these two played in their previous series are Dudu played Aatrox and Fiora. Morgan played Fiora in that split push win where he was able to backdoor and kill the Nexus in the late game, and then he played Renekton, the Lord himself. Of course he would. And of course. So I'm expecting that top lane matchup is where the observers are going to be focused quite a bit, depending on how that bot matchup does shake out, as Youngjae fans / family.
Yeah, Youngjae's family. It's funny, the colors of that sign, a little bit mixed and matched, I feel. But anyway, they had the stickers there of Kwangdong Freaks, so that's good, showing support for good old Youngjae, who has become a starter on this roster. And yes, effort. He's there. He's right there in the poster. You can see him.
The resemblance is just really, it's uncanny. How does he keep his glasses on his face like that without attaching to his ears? How does he do that? So when we get into this draft, we're going to, I think, take a really close look at how these bottom lanes are going to go, because we saw Kwangdong Freaks take 2 different types of pushing lanes, right? The Ashheimer, the Varus Karma, as that lightning bolt is supposed to symbolize Edgar's, he's here, although he's not. He's talking to the players over voice comms. And the pushing lanes we saw from Bro are the Lucian Nami lanes, right? So, 2 times the same bottom duo for Breon. And for Kwangdong Freaks, they had a little bit more creativity to their drafts. Didn't work out. Believe in the sieve.
Sieve, Max. Yeah. Bro select red side. Not a big surprise here.
I like that this feels like the first time in a while we've had a lot of side selection diversity at the beginning of a season.
Mostly red. But that's nice to see as well, moving away from blue, as it has been for quite a while. I feel like eventually we'll just go back to blue. You know, it's just the way of things of League of Legends. It has been for so many years. But not yet. Not right now.
Ban's very quick here for the Freaks, tossing that Vi out, the Renekton to follow. Very easy targeted bans, as we will see Breon taking away that Ashe, taking away the Caitlyn. Some of the pushing lanes that we did see from Taeyun and June, now a little bit less likely to happen. It does feel like Breon and the Varus gone too. It feels like they're fishing for a handshake here in the bottom 2v2, the Sivir and the Zeri. So it's a Breon game. You know, it's going to be slowed down a little bit.
Still be Lucian Nami.
Could be.
Also an option.
But with this hover here on the Zeri for the Freaks, see if they want to go that route. I mean, that would be 3 for 3. And it will be less common on the red side to go for this pick, of course. We do see it more often on blue. And they get the Maokai with it early as well.
Yeah, it's left available. Kwangno Freaks say they want the Zeri matchup part of this instead. The Zeri Yumi is the choice. Sejuani again into the Maokai. Where have we seen this today, Wolf?
Not just today. Every day for the rest of our life.
Yeah. Well, until 13.2.
Yes. Every day for the rest of this week and next week.
Yep.
Okay, so everything getting pretty standard here. Now we're going to see some of these topside bans. The Cassante removed. Maybe we'll see a Fiora ban for Morgan. Cassidy goes away first. And Gnar, the strong champion for Dudu, of course, historically hasn't played it yet this season. But can be one he wants to pick up if he wants to have a little bit more late game team fighting prowess. Set up there with Sejuani, very nice. In terms of getting your Gnar bar up, you have a lot of peel here in this composition. The top meta is so flexible right now. These bans usually go down to the last possible second because there's just so many options. And you have to think really critically about what you want to do, what matchups you want, and what ones you want to leave available. It will be the Fiora taken away from Dudu to make sure they can't slow the game down with that side laning push.
What if we see Bro just go for Renekton Sylas? It's like, oh, they were watching game 1 of the last series, I guess. Could happen. I mean, it's available, and those are pretty good champs nowadays. It's Lord Morgan for Renekton. Could be a thing. You can blind the Renekton. Akali will be banned.
Yeah.
Varus, you know, one of his big moments in the past has been on that Akali.
No doubt. He's had some great Lissandra games, too. That's another pick he could go with here, but another option would just be Renekton Azir here for Bro, and you can hide that final pick.
Renekton, the Azir. No, it's Syndra.
Blind the Syndra here for Kara's face up. Want to save that counter pick for last. And we really generally like the Syndra into the Sylas, actually, for what it offers you in lane. The setup here with a Maokai is really amazing for Illusion. Bulldog's still going to pick the Sylas into this. And here's the question we're going to finally get the answer is, what's the top matchup going to be? Jax here for Dudu.
Yeah.
He's historically been a big Jax fan. And
I remember he had one game where he really popped off, and it was one of the first games where we saw Yumi, and it was kind of insane. And you know what? He's got a Yumi on his team again as Gnar comes out.
Yeah. So the Gnar matchup into the Jax, we did see a little bit of a struggle for Rascal in this matchup against D plus Kia. Now we're going to see it again this time in the Modu matchup here, top side. Fred and Breon have a lot of great engage tools here. And Henna, he's going to have to walk that fine line we've talked about for the Lucian, but I think some of his great moments in that series that they did play against Nongshim was him doing tons of damage, being super aggressive, but the other side of that was often too aggressive and getting caught. And Kwangno have a composition that will absolutely punish an overextended Lucian here, so got to be very careful as there's that shot of effort finally here. I feel like overall, I want to say I like Kwangdong's composition better. It's more well-rounded, has a lot of late-game power, has a Sylas. I trust Bulldog in his laning phase. I think a lot of other mid laners against the Syndra would struggle, but I think he's going to do very well. I'm feeling good about their chances here in terms of what this comp can do if Hannah does not get ahead on this Lucian.
It's a Young J fan here. Scream out for Young J. God. And, you know, I think he's got a little bit to go until he reaches that level, but you got to start somewhere. He's going to be playing Sejuani this time. He's a Dudu fan. One of many.
I've always been, I think, one of the biggest championers of Dudu because he's been on weaker teams but has been a star player up in his own right. And picking this matchup here, the Jax open into what will be the counter pick of the Gnar. It's going to be a skill-based matchup, but Morgan has the range advantage here. We saw this go, as I mentioned, very poorly for Rascal, the only time we've seen this matchup so far this season.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes this time as we hit the rift for Breon versus Kwangdong Freaks. All right, here we are, already match 8 here in the LCK 2023 Spring.
Now, with a lot of 2-0s, it does feel like the week has flown by in a lot of ways. Had our Saturday Showdown just before this.
Yeah, I'm ready to hunker down though. You know, it's Breon time. We got our Giga chance all around us.
Our longest 2-0 just a few days ago.
We can sit back. Thing is, though, is that Breon's comp is not necessarily, you know, a big-time scaling comp. I do feel like Lucian Nami has shifted some of their power more towards the mid-game.
Yeah.
But, no, late game still relatively strong, but it's not like you've got, like, insane hyper carries on this roster or anything like that.
Yeah. I think that you have a composition that can play around objectives extremely well if the positioning is good. And
yeah, their turn is great.
Their turn is great, right? And if you get the faster setup on Drakes, as we know Breon loves Drakes, their favorite thing.
Is Drake their favorite rapper, though? What do you think?
I would say, you know, decent chance. Decent chance.
You think so?
I mean, he's just pretty popular these days. All the kids love him, you know? Although I guess, you know, we're getting older, you know?
Yeah, maybe the kids don't love him.
Yeah, maybe we're just in the wrong generation here. I do want to point out that we do see once again the first strike variation for the Maokai here for Umpty, and he did go for the Scorch Pet. And we have Paris taking Electrocute on the Syndra, not going for the poke with the Airy to try to poke out in lane and get that harass done. Can still obviously harass with Electrocute, more difficult to proc in the early levels. Very strong, I think, in mid-game fights, though. Adds a lot of extra burst.
Yeah, it's very nice. That's essentially going to be his role, is to be, you know, somewhat CC initiator plus burst AP carry. A lot of the AP damage from him and, of course, the Maokai. As Maokai is on a big winning streak, 6 in a row. Definitely some nice names on that list, including Umpty, I believe.
Yeah, speaking of Umpty, I'm going to go for the flash here.
This is the most Giga Chad. I mean, what can you say? This is the way. I mean, Peanut kind of championed it, and he's going to try to go over the wall here, but you're going to get knocked off, and he's not even going to bother flashing because he knows he's already done. Umpty, amazing gank, perfectly timed, very well read, right when the lane was in a perfect spot. Nicely done by Henna and Effort as well.
Yeah, Henna and Effort putting the wave in this place, and you can get kind of tricked, I think, as the Zerayumi, when you're starting to take some trades like that, you have that sustain into thinking like, wow, I can get this wave into the mid part of the lane and we're not going to be under that pressure early. And, you know, ward in the brush, in the river, you feel safe until Umpty wall flashes and gets on top of you. So, you know, Taeyun and Moham here, not doing anything wrong per se, just kind of getting caught with their pants down a little bit here by an unexpected play from Umpty. The cost is great, obviously, because you use your flash for this, but well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to get that lane ahead and get Henna online just a little bit quicker. And Umpty, he has always been the guy for Breon and for this roster for so many years now. That always gets it started, and a lot of their early game has depended on him. A lot of times, Bro would just kind of sit back and lane, and it wouldn't necessarily be dominating lanes or anything like that. It would be up to Umpty to make ganks happen, otherwise they would kind of fall behind, and here he is, making a gank happen.
Yep. Up here on the top side, Youngjae spots him out. Is gonna.
Umpty spots him out.
Yeah, they spot each other, you know. And it's a little bit of sapling action, and nothing exciting will come of this, but yeah, Umpty, I think, is a player that reminds me so much of some of our other early game junglers we've had over the last few years who were so defined by that playstyle, like Dread, for example, who isn't in the LCK this season, but it's been such a aggressive early game jungler. So Umpty avoids both of these wards here in the river and flashes this, and by the time you flash Tri-Brush there, even if there's a ward in that Tri-Brush, it doesn't matter. It's too late by the time you see him here if you're this far up in the lane. He waits patiently for the wall ride, and as you mentioned, Taeyun's not going to flash for this. Moham is like, I'm sorry, I'm evacuating, and just as simple as that.
Moham did heal and exhaust, which, you know, I guess a little bit questionable. The exhaust was like a slight bit late, but what are you going to do? It's like, you know, just not try and save everything. I think if they had used everything and maybe reacted a split second faster, there was a chance to actually get out, but I think it's better to just leave it as is, keep the flash on Taeyun so they can actually have some lane presence for the next 5 minutes.
And with the trades in this matchup, too, with the Lucian, if you decide you want to just try to back off, like, it can cost you a lot of power and wave positioning, so you can't just, you know, you probably don't want to be pushing that far up and you want to be walking back when you're not last-hitting minions, but you can't just say, well, I don't want this lane to be here. You don't get to control that necessarily in this case. So just a little bit of greed there and good setup from Henna and Effort.
Yeah, and now take a look at this. Umpty says, well, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. They push the wave as Bulldog's getting in there. Very nice trade, gets just right outside the turret aggro, which is very good. But yes, this first Inferno on the bottom side, just, you know, building upon the snowball that Umpty started. And he has been on top of Youngjae the entire time outside of the one gank, right? He spotted him top, kept Morgan safe, went to the bottom side, won that skirmish, and then he was able to take the Drake with his bottom lane. Umpty is dominating the Rift right now.
Certainly is. As that early Giants belt. Bulldog hits level 6, won't be able to use this ult in this skirmish. And yeah, during all of this, they also come over and get a good trade. Bottom side, Henna and Effort do. They're on to Taeyun and Moham, who are just slightly behind in that experience, so they're going to get a nice free back here. And, you know, the early parts of the Zeri-Lucian matchup generally go this way, but, you know, when you have the help of a great jungler like Umpty, who's really gotten so much map control, who's tracked Youngjae so well, as you say, it was a lot easier to get that free back and to manage these waves extremely well. Effort just going to come up here and roam mid to assist during the back timing of Henna. And we do see a first strike here for Bulldog once again, similar to what we saw from Chovy earlier, looking for that early Rod of Ages. We'll keep track of what timing he gets that. Already has his Catalyst online.
Youngjae is top side of the map, so is Umpty, and they knew that Umpty was on the top side of the map. They didn't know exactly where he was, though, so they knew, okay, there's a chance that Umpty's right there for the counter gank. And to be honest, if I'm Youngjae, I'm like, oh man, this guy is everywhere that I am. So I think I'm just going to back away. Obviously, Mega Narva's coming up, and Morgan has Flash, so chance of that gank actually working pretty low in the first place. So he takes it the safe route and just goes home.
Just so much vision in the river. 3 control wards. Bulldog just going to use this ult to clear this wave away and try to scout out if Umpty is lurking nearby because it was timing out. He's going to take a back opportunity here. You can use that Sylas first hijack to get a back, as we saw Chovy do in the previous series pretty nicely. And this is Bro with this timing of the back for Bulldog, which was very telegraphed, obviously. They're just going to group up and take Herald, and they have full control over the river, full control ward vision from top to bottom. So Henna and Effort with that push can come up to mid. They're not going to miss any minions here while Karis holds this choke point with Scatter. It's clean play from Breon right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say anything negative about this. The top lane, Dudu is ahead in CS, but, I mean, the Jax has been often picked in the Gnar and feels like a pretty good matchup. And it has been pretty unaffected by the junglers outside of just, you know, that one moment where they kind of just locked eyes, and that was about it. The observers here also showcasing the immense amount of vision that Fred and Breon have, so that's going well for them as well. Kwangdong Freaks not massively behind, but certainly Brion, rather, have gotten a nice little lead for themselves.
Plate gold potentially could be huge here, as we're going to see a 3v3 contest on bottom side, and the advantage goes to Umpty because he has those two control wards. He sees Youngjae right now on this ward, can sapling him, take this scuttle, get some extra movement speed from that. And right now, Taeyun and Moam need to be very careful about how far up they are in the lane.
Youngjae is going extremely deep for this. I mean,
Karis isn't in lane, so you know.
Okay.
There's an angle there, but I was also, until I noticed that, I didn't notice that, I was like, scary, scary choices.
The man is angry.
Yeah, Bulldog's going to grab a plate here, which is massive in his race for that.
Oh.
Cool guys don't look at plate breaks.
Yeah, they don't panic either.
No. Never.
Even
panic.
after yesterday, still not panicking.
Nope. Never. Not going to happen. That's the slogan. That's the rules.
Yeah.
You lose your cool kid status if you panic. That's what it means.
Not allowed to be a Live Sandbox fan if you panic.
No. I mean, you could be a non-cool kid who's a Live Sandbox fan.
True.
I like to think that all
Then
Live
you're not
Sandbox
cool.
fans are cool, you know, personally.
Yeah.
That's my personal take, but that's why Chronicler's so cool.
Sure seems that way, yeah. He's a good example.
Yeah. He's our biggest testimonial. We do have this group up around second Drake here for Brion.
Ooh, bringing the ult out here as flashing away from the tidal wave. Taeyun is getting on top of Henna, but it's not quite enough as they do get pretty low as well. And
Karis is
guess
coming.
who's bot first? It's Umpty and it's Karis. I don't think this is going to end well for Taeyun and Moham, as Taeyun will go down. Moham is not quite able to jump as he did get rooted. That is a couple of kills. And the trade was really close, but guess what? The difference maker is Umpty and Karis.
Sometimes you're looking at the small things, the micro fight there, in terms of dodging there. That was beautifully played from Taeyun, but the big macro picture is your mid laner's not coming down faster. Umpty's got the fast track. You know where Youngjae is, or where he isn't specifically in this case, is backing you up. And you've got to remember, too, that Bulldog knows that Karis has the fast track. He should be calling this out, and it's a group up for Drake, right? This is the timing in which everyone on Brion is trying to come over here and take this second Drake anyways. So what could have been a really cool play there for Taeyun, and mechanically, in the isolated 2v2, if we take the rest of the map away, it was well played. Within the grand scheme of things, you get punished here. Now, 2,000 gold on top of a 2 Drake lead for Brion. And, you know, this is not something that can't be recovered from for Kwangdong Freaks. They have really good scaling aspects of the comp, but it's certainly not the Pays Zeri angle so far that we're seeing.
They got the consolation prize of the Hextech Drake, so that's just going to happen.
They actually did get it with the
Brion, yeah. They all had to back, so it's just meant to be. And yeah, I mean, Taeyun, maybe better communication, has to know that they can't all in at this exact time.
Yeah, I mean, look at where, like, miles away, unfortunately, was Bulldog, you know? And he has to be communicating. Yeah, like, he has to be communicating, I'm not there, as this is happening. I think this is just a moment where you see Taeyun pulls the trigger, sees blood in the water, and he's like, I am going to force this fight. I see a window. And when you're a newer player, like Taeyun has a lot of experience, obviously, but not so much in the LCK. You have that instinct of, I can actually make this play happen, pick up some gold on Zeri really early here, and actually accelerate my way to my first Mythic. You end up missing out here big time, unfortunately, because the communication isn't on point. Which is, I think, in a lot of ways, kind of odd considering how good the communication seemed in that first matchup for Kwangdong.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that's definitely going to be something they have to work on. Perhaps June was doing a good job of, you know, keeping the reins on in their first series. Jonas Strong was trying to show, by the way, that Effort did flash the wall because they were getting collapsed on. So little thing there. Effort doesn't have flash at this moment in time. But that's about it. Top lane, you know, we keep looking up there for some reason. Morgan has caught up a little bit in CS. It's not as far behind. Other than that, for the Brion, not Fredit. Just Brion. Still difficult.
Not just me this time.
Yeah. Chronicler had a counter of how many times people were going to mess up D plus Kia's name. I got that one right, but still working on Brion. Here's Bulldog. Gonna miss that one, but the Gnar is available. Better Gnar, you know. Morgan just gonna flash away. And everybody's like, whoa, that was crazy. He used his flash. Wow.
It's got Hearthbound X, which I think is part of why this is starting to go a little bit better for the Gnar, is you can get that extra movement speed with that item on your way to your first Mythic, and just dodges very nicely there, then flashes. Loses a flash, but still much better than losing your life there. And bro, you know, I did misspeak earlier because we were in a replay and I thought they were taking the Drake, but they didn't get the Drake, but they still have a pretty massive lead, and dealing with that cross-map play staves off all the pressure they need to grab the bottom turret. So we're looking at gold across the board here for everyone, and we're starting to get closer to rapid fire cannon here. Gale Force has been up for a while, and Guangdong Freaks haven't been able to start a 5v5 team fight on their terms. And yes, it's a Zeri scaling comp, but it has such good initiation. It can fight earlier than a lot of other Zeri comps would like to. And that Zeri moment is what Taeyun and this Guangdong squad is looking for here on an early objective, but they missed the boat on the Drake. They got the Drake, but not the Drake fight they wanted. Got the, Herald did Bro, and the whole turret means that it just gets a little bit more awkward here. We still have 2 minutes to go before the next objective spawns.
And Youngster's just going to start this one up.
How about this?
Umpty says immediately, no, you're not allowed to do that, but they do have to be careful about overextending here. Umpty's kind of alone, so they just burst him down. A huge amount of damage coming out from the Guangdong Freaks squad.
Taeyun's still very healthy here, but remember, he's still early game Zeri, so holding on to the aggro here on this Herald is a lot tougher than it looks. They may just reset. Hannah's going to go just straight mid.
He's like, yeah, enough with that. Can I just Gale Force someone in mid? Oh, well, you found your option. He is dead. Karis with a massive scat of the week. And that is going to alley-oop. Nice amount of damage comes out from Henna as well.
Yeah, just burst damage there with the ultimate 2 coming through, and that's the end of Zeri. And it was really risky for Guangdong to latch onto this Herald, but knows how far away Morgan is in this fight, and the Maokai ultimate coming through. You feel like maybe with that, and of course the Nami ult coming through, you could save him. So you feel pretty immortal starting that one up. A little bit greedy with the turn there, or the attempt to contest, and then this is just Taeyun at max range. Goodbye.
And, if the Blast Plant wasn't upgraded, he wouldn't have made it over that wall that fast, and he wouldn't have died.
Wow, you're really pushing the narrative.
So, you know what? I think the Chemtech Soul is not good. Just thought I should make that obvious.
Well, it's getting buffed in a future patch. We'll see. I mean, it's pretty good for Zeri. It's overall, yeah, it's kind of like the new old Cloud, but like it's the one we got, man.
It's like the new old Rod of Ages.
Now you've lost me.
That one is really good.
That one, the new old Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
Yes, that one is actually good. It's very good. In fact, 6 stacks of it on Bulldog right now. But this Drake is going Brion's way here, uncontested. And with Zeri being 0-3 and still without the Immortal Shield Bow here, Taeyun just, as much as they would have liked to try to set up for him to get kills, now it's just he's a liability more than anything else here.
Up to your own vision. It's going to allow them to just back away as actually Youngtae goes in alone, but Bulldog is looking for the flank, trying to take out effort here. The tidal wave does sail a bit wide as Bulldog's in alone, but now Dudu is able to split up the fight as well. Double flankers finally get the job done. Wasn't the cleanest, but they do pick up a kill here for KDF.
Yeah. And you could see why Guangdong kind of held their ground there after they saw Umpty, because they knew that they have this really awesome flank angle. This is extremely well played by Guangdong, as this will charge through, but not going to get the turret. They were really patient with this, and with the flanking Silas, you can get on top of effort. He has flash, but one of the best ways to siege a turret like this, when you have this many minions, is to actually save the Maokai ultimate for the turn so that you can't get flanked and you have a really nice escape angle. But as soon as he uses it here aggressively, they don't have enough damage or long range here to actually follow up, and it's really easy for Silas to go, well, there's no Maokai ult anymore, I'm coming in. Forcing the flash out of effort there, grabbing some kills and some extra gold. 1 kill, the first one to Taeyun. He picks up his Immortal Shield Bow now. We're still a ways away, but hey, 1 step in the right direction.
Yeah, he was pretty far behind Lucian, as you mentioned before. So good for him to pick up something, begin to get some of the crit online. As Breon really want to take down this mid turret. Like, this has been their focus for, it feels like, 5 minutes. And they finally do it.
Speaking of doo-doo.
Here he is.
That's demolished.
That's doo-doo. Yep, that's him.
Yeah, but he won't do it this time. He'll get shut down. And, I mean, a lot of resources committed to that. Like you say, losing that team fight, then grouping up as 5, giving Jax the ability to do a ton of damage to that bottom side turret. It doesn't quite take it out, but gets a lot of free space. And it looks like a trap might be set up here. Karis is too wise to it.
Yeah. Karis is a very wise player.
He certainly is, isn't he?
He oftentimes takes his time. It's taking him a little bit to really stake his claim for his spot on the LCK. But he is a strong player, just only getting slowly but surely stronger.
You know who he reminds me of a lot, and this is going to be a reference that only StarCraft fans get, but not Impact the League of Legends player, but Impact the StarCraft 2 player, who was like a Brood War trainee for a while. Just kind of came and played behind Jaedong for a really long time, the same way Karis played behind Chovy, BDD, right? And he eventually did become a great player, but it took a long time, right? He was a young player, and then everyone was like, well, how long do we say he's a young player? I think Karis is one of those examples of you can see the clear talent as this turret does go down. You can see the clear talent in this player, right? And I think he potentially is going to be one of the greats. Just needs a little bit more time.
Bit of a rotation. Dudu is on the run, is going to dodge that one and has to flash away. No further houses to be thrown. And Dudu will be just fine. No action allowed. We do have the straight coming up here in a minute and a half, though, so maybe, just maybe, Kwangdong Freaks will fight for that one.
It is almost 2-item Syndra here for Karis. He's probably sitting on just under enough gold to finish that Seraphs. He's got his tier stacked up. It's going to be a big spike for him in these fights. He's had his Leandries for a while, but this is going to add so much extra damage to that. The side laning here for Kwangdong has been great. Grabbing both of those outer turrets, and the mid turret is nearly down. Gold difference here much smaller after that, failed mid ult from Umti in that dive that didn't succeed, and the amount of resources spent to mid buys Kwangdong a lot of time. 1 kill only on the Zeri, but Sylas is starting to come online, truly. Has finished stacking his Rod of Ages, so is close to level 16. And suddenly this game is a lot closer than it was moments before, and if Zeri had that second eye on the Phantom Dancer online, you could maybe make an argument that you're ready to fight actually for the soul point. Drake, 30 seconds to go. With no Zeri second item here, it's going to have to be out-positioning that wins the day here for Kwangdong, but they may just simply decide to push Sylas deep into the top lane and threaten inner instead. Tough call to make right now. You don't want to give that soul point over, but it is Chemtech soul.
Umti's doing a really good job of just posturing really aggressively, trying to create essentially a wall pretty far up on the battlefield, trying to clear out all the vision, deny control wards. They already have control of the river. There are no flank wards for Kwangdong Freaks. So if they want to enter this fight, it's got to be, like this, through the bottom lane or something like that. As here we go, Bulldog is insanely tanky because he's level 15. He's got a Rod of Ages. And through all of that, he will live and he will heal up as he is Sylas.
Now they're going to try to circumvent this positioning here for Breon on the bottom part of this Drake. Taehoon's position needs to be perfect here. If he gets caught, it is all over. Bulldog very low here to carry this fight.
He's going to get healed up a bit, but that is a very nice scatter once again. Even Young Jae has taken a big chunk. He's got a Warmogs, but I don't think it's ready to be regenning at this point in time. As here we go, the stolen ultimate will come through as in goes the Jax, immediately pushed away. It's stolen by Sylas as Bulldog is going to take it down. Umti a little bit trapped here with Taehoon. Might have to flash out of this one as Dudu is unkillable with the cat on his back, but now they're looking to turn here. Dudu gets a bit lower, and the scatter again. Karis just keeps on hitting these. As again, guys, Bulldog is actually unkillable. Don't even, they're like, yeah, okay, he's unkillable. Fine, we'll leave him. But this is a massive fight for Bro, and also, I know, I was joking about the Sylas. They're actually going to go straight to the Baron.
It's crazy how, and they are going to go to this Baron with low health bars, but with Sylas seemingly backing, they feel safe about this. He's not actually at level 16 just yet. His hijack just came back online. He's coming over here. They've got a sense for this. I think it's going to be a little bit too late, however. The sapling going to slow Youngjae down.
Umpty might have to sacrifice. Bubble is good, and the scatter again. Syndra's so good in this meta.
Syndra is super good in this meta.
Aris is playing like a boss.
You also have 2 items here, right? Hits the spike right before the Drake fight, but you talked about how there's no flank wards. So in order to set up this Bulldog hijacked Maokai ultimate, he had to teleport mid, dealt with all of that pressure, harassed, then walked all the way around to set up for this, which is what allows them to zone out and go for a 50-50 split, which they miraculously win. This is about as good as it gets for Kwangdong Freaks, but Bulldog makes the heroic play. There's no vision, there's no flank wards, there's no way to actually try to trap the backline. So he has to fight his way all the way around. Remember, he started on the other side of this, went completely around, gets rooted here, and still gets in here to steal the Drake away. And with that Maokai ult coming through, Reddit Brion can't collapse quickly enough. Look at where Hannah is in this fight. They all split beautifully here against Dudu, cost them several summoners in order to do so, but this is when the turn happens, right? The fight is won for Bro, but they still lose that Drake. So 5 minutes of extra time here bought for the Zeri to get 3 items.
Yeah, it was excellently played. You're able to kite so well with Lucian and Syndra together. Not to mention everybody else on the team.
Dami.
Yeah, they were just able to feel the pressure and then turn right back when the time was right. So excellently done in the team fight there from Brion. And now they've got Baron here. It's not a massive gold lead. Again, it's only about 2,500. Dudu is pretty massive. You know, Bulldog has hit level 16. Car's still on 14. He doesn't have that rod, right? So, you know, it feels, although Brion were able to get this massive objective in a pretty good team fight, they're not getting a huge amount of value out of this.
They really aren't. Syndra, with no vision here, you know, of where the Sejuani is, which you see some question mark things, I guess, gauging where he should be. The control wards here on the river. Youngjae is bodyguarding for Duda to take this turret.
Flash away. And a tidal wave is coming through. We have Humpty on the way as he's going to flash as well. Now teleport coming in as we are going to look for Dudu even on the side of Humpty, just trying to get as much value as possible. As in comes the Gnar. Finally, a house is going to hit onto Dudu. That's going to be the one, and the scatter will be enough to collect the kill. So that's 2 big kills in the side lane that will be given over to Brion.
It looked really scary there for a moment, like perhaps Bro had been out macroed because Syndra was top side there. Karis, a lot of question mark pings. He was very slow to move up because he didn't know where Youngjae was. But the second they find out where he is, they collapse in. Morgan is there to try to shut down this push, and he's concerned that he's going to get collapsed on by the Sejuani that they don't see. But they have TP. So they get that top turret and TP over and actually end up taking both kills. Beautifully played here from Bro. Very fast reaction time there. And Karis really playing both sides. Side lanes very well here. Top side, and then comes down and picks up his 4th kill of the game. He is massively ahead. So look at him on the mini-map here. Karis, top side. Morgan buys a ton of time here. Effort also with the tidal wave. And then Umpty comes over with ult. The call is made for Karis to TP in, and this hits just barely, so they decide to go on to Dudu. Like you said and called in the play-by-play, as soon as they catch Dudu, they're like, well, this is actually a double. We're going to make that teleport worth it. Scatter hits. It's 2 kills going over. 500 more gold over to Karis.
He's pretty massive at this point in time. As you can see, he's got his Void Staff now. So if he was having a little bit of issues with the Sejuani in particular, he won't be from here on out too much. And now we will have another Drake on the way, about 30 seconds. Kwangdong Freaks, it feels like they are really trying to play around Brion at this point in time. It feels like they don't feel too confident to take team fights just yet. Maybe they're waiting for a 3rd item on the Zeri, because you'll note there's 4 people top, right? They're just trying to split push against Bro.
They keep protecting the side lane of the split pusher. And because they won that 50-50, this Drake that's spawning right now for Brion to take is not actually soul, but simply soul point. They grab a whole turret here, and they're like, yeah, you guys are grouped for Drake. We're grouped for money because we want the Zeri to get some extra gold to get those items. Now, well, Zeri was not actually picking up that gold top side, but is just trying to let this wave push in to farm freely. It knows the respect Taeyun shows here as well, because he's like, they're on Drake, but how close are they to the Drake? I don't want to get collapsed on. I don't want to get punished here. But any sort of time buy like that 50-50, this is why we're talking about how it's so impactful here, means that they're closer and closer to a real potential team fight here. Not going to lie to you guys, it still feels very grim because Karis is giga-fed and Morgan is level 17. It's definitely a
See what you did there, by the way.
Yes.
Giga Chad.
Giga Chad.
That's
Giga
really
Fed.
clever. Yeah, I like that.
Gotta do it for the Lord. And in 1 minute's time, it doesn't look like Taeyun's going to have that third item online. Doesn't quite have enough money. He's getting very close. But Brion have this setup here. And Dude is trying to make this I'm split pushing bottom. Someone has to react. I have TP. Like, he's trying to do Jax things here. Let's see if it's successful, because this is the same play they attempted last time. Youngjae comes up here with some control vision, knowing that they don't know where he is. And Karis doesn't have teleport this time.
Yeah, you know, that was almost a really nice set play, but there are 2 plants to spot him, so no fun to be had in the bottom lane. Bulldog, again, going to be split pushing in the other lane. Just setting up this one.
Playing tennis.
Feels very strong by himself.
Yeah, they're basically playing tennis a little bit here with Brion. Pulling them all bottom side there. Then you see the side lane comes through for Bulldog. Getting closer to his death cap here. Level 17. But it's only temporary what they get bottom side here. And as Bulldog backs, this might be the time to pull the trigger now for Brion here on this Baron, as it just comes to spawn. This is going to be probably the fight that decides the game, very likely.
Yeah. So that effort to use the Scryer's Bloom on the top side actually backwards to try to check for more flank wards. Like, look at how meticulous they are.
Yeah.
They're like, if we get flanked by Silas or Jax, we're probably going to lose. So as long as that doesn't happen and we can kite them back, we will have a good chance in these team fights. We will have great turn, as you did talk about at the very beginning of this game.
Yeah.
And they're doing a great job of setting up exactly what their win condition is in these team fights.
Really would love to see Taeyun's gold right now. He's got one more wave. He's going to pick up here in mid. And the rest of his team's just trying to buy time. He's got to be so close. He doesn't have enough just yet.
It would be nice if he could push up and actually farm.
Yeah, he has to wait for these to come through, which means they lose control of Baron. Catch-22 problem here. Look at all the control wards. This is actually
1340.
insane.
I think he has enough, right? I think it's 1325. Either way, they are going in now. No IE available as, okay, Maokai versus Maokai. And a little bit of a flank here from Morgan behind Bulldog. But again, those guys are really scary individually, especially with the Yuumi on their back.
All right, somebody might have to TP to deal with this. They can't actually do Baron right now. This is a big problem here. Once again, Bulldog comes in, steals the Yuumi ult, starts an engage, doesn't actually have to commit, or the Yuumi ult goes through on top of him, doesn't actually have to commit further, and Jax gets inner turret. Bro lose control of Baron and lose all of that control ward vision they had on the Baron pit. So much, actually, of the map lost here, and if Brion can't start dealing with these split pushes a little bit better, they might end up losing out on this one. The 1-3-1 is strong.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how consistent the pressure is as well, as this is a nice item value chart that we do have here, including showing what they are currently holding and how much they have earned.
Yeah, the IE is complete now for Taeyun, so they bought enough time with that Jax push.
Still, Henna is 1.2K ahead in item value, plus he's got an extra 1,700 in the pocket. So could be potentially, item ahead at some points here, as long as he goes back and spends that gold.
See effort calling from home here on this setup.
Agent 007.
There he is.
He's undercover. That's why he's not here.
I was going to try to make a "they call me Bond" joke, but it's not. I mean, nothing works. Let's just call him 007.
Yeah, I think that's good.
We'll leave it at that. Dudu once again trying for this. No Sejuani attached to him this time around. And looks like we're just going to have Bro decide to group up for the easier objective here, the Drake. It's taken that long.
Okay, that's a lot of damage on the Youngjae. He has to turn and throw an ult. I mean, look at how low he is. That is just one button press from the Lucian.
And if he backs here, it's going to be a big problem in terms of the smite.
But he does have 4 Mogs, by the way.
He does have 4 Mogs, yeah, that's true. And Radiant as well, so... Yeah.
Oh, actually, hold on.
Yep, he's back up. It's okay.
Okay, well, we
Still
do
gonna
have
lose the
the
Drake.
recall back from the Syndra, but again, in the solo 1v1, like, Karis can't step up to that Silas. It's not going to happen. The TP comes in here for Kwangdong. They are going to start up this Baron. And yes, Brion got the Chem Tech Soul, but is that going to help them in this fight? Megan are about to time out here, too.
Yeah. if Lucian's at less than half health here, that's probably not a good thing. So he's not going to get much advantage out of this. Same with the Syndra, right? So not too huge for their composition. Bulldog actually has the Syndra ult. He's circumvented the entirety of Brion here. Brion, you're going to have to make a call here.
Zon Vision. They still don't know where Bulldog is, but they have a pretty good idea. Okay, now they know. Sapling is going to hit him. Morgan trying to build up into that Meganar. He's doing so much damage to that front line, but Karis has to be so careful. In the 1v1, as I mentioned, he's not going to have a good time, but Bulldog separated from his team. Henna getting the focus of the camera as well. As we track him out of the top side. Effort is in no man's land, nearly dies to the Sejuani. And now Henna is alone as TPs are coming in. This is a wild fight, as Youngjae might be the one guy who gets left out to dry, and he absolutely will be, as a massive Gnar jumps over the top and takes him down. So now no jungler for Kwangdong.
Oh, this was so well handled from Bro. At the beginning, it looked very worrisome, as they're going to try to maybe look for a split push here to win the game. TP coming through. Morgan sees it, though. It's really easy for Bro to just back off here and defend. They'll stop the Baron this way, though.
Taeyun also walks straight into a scatter. Just straight into it, like perfectly on the timing of where that was going to drop down. And Kwangdong now a little bit out of sorts, as Bulldog is not even able to take down Henna. Very nicely handled there. So very desperate attempt to push and end the game. Again, there's no inhibitor there.
It's just a Hail Mary at this point. You're just hoping that...
So now Bro can end the game.
Yeah, you're just hoping that Bro gets stuck on Baron and you could delay, but you don't have good delay. You telegraphed it with a teleport, and Karis is like, all right, let's sandwich.
Telegraphaport?
Yes. And you get the best target.
It's the new name.
And
anyway, continue.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much else to say here. They stopped the last attempt there from Kwangdong, and the side laning was so close to turning this one, but they didn't have enough time.
Dudu is pretty strong, but again, he's alone, and there's no Yumi at this point in time. He is going to flash. They are desperately trying to hold on to these Nexus turrets. They are going to get rid of the minion wave, which is most important, but Brion realized it, and Henna's got different ideas. He nearly blows up Tatum, but nearly blows up himself as Morgan gets a bit baited. This is not a clean game.
No, it's not.
This is insane.
It's not going to end here either necessarily. The Nexus turret is about to go down here. They do just with that respawn of the inhibitor minions, actually, or the super minions from mid. Stop it.
No TP for Dudu, otherwise they probably would have lost the game.
Yeah.
And that's like 20 seconds away.
Yeah.
Just like, think about that.
By the way, as a result, someone is going to have to stick back here, which means Kwangdong Freaks may get the Baron. Like, this game is still winnable.
It's alive.
How much health? 60, 61 went down.
It was lower than that, too.
Yeah. Kwangdong Freaks have such a strong win condition here, which means that Fred and Brion have to clear this wave for a long time before they can actually start up the Baron. I'm a little bit surprised that Kwangdong didn't try to use that pressure to actually start the Baron themselves and go for a turn, as they're going to put Dudu in a side here, try to hide him on the map, that he can come in and end the game if he's given enough space. And also, of course, threaten that bottom inhibitor on the opposite side of the map. They can slow us down. Zeri now, you know, on that nearly GA, getting very close here. Taeyun's level 15, so the side laning from Dudu bought so much time. He's even got the Spear of Shojin now, too, so he can team fight pretty nicely, too. This game is wild.
Yeah.
Well, I've stumbled through it a few times, I'll be real with you.
We are definitively off the rails, for sure. That is one thing I can say. Now, Dudu is a little bit far away. Brion have to be so careful about not getting stuck in this pit. How many times have we seen this in League of Legends?
A lot. Here we go. TP's going for the fight.
He's going in for the fight, and unfortunately, Youngjae tries to get in there and immediately dies. So that was not the call from Kwangdong. They are not able to get the split push. They are not able to challenge the Baron, and Brion will take game number one, as this is a rout, unless Dudu has, you know, rocket boots and he's just going to run down mid or something. But not looking likely.
TP anymore, because he TP'd to the fight, and I would love to hear the comms in that moment for Kwangdong, because it seemed like there was a very split call between delaying and actually just forcing the fight. Bro more decisive, and that's going to be it. You know, nothing clean about it, but I thought we had a fantastic early game for Brion, right? They managed the Lucian comp very well. They controlled the map. They had insane vision set up, trapped the Jax multiple times. Eventually, he became too tough to stop, though, in a side lane, And it started to look like, uh-oh, Kwangdong could come back here if they keep getting these side lane pushes, delaying the Baron. Infinity Edge comes up for Zeri. Suddenly we're talking about GA, and it started to look like, oh man, Dudu almost did it. But in the end, they make the call to turn on the Baron a little bit late. The TP comes through. They just kind of throw everything into that fight and lose the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Brr. Oh. Fnatic.
The sneaky Fnatic gets him
there was
every
something
time.
Coming. Yeah. Okay. Bro. Nicely done. But that was that certainly could have gone either way, right? That there were about 20 minutes there where I was unsure who was going to win, and that's not very common. So CV Max has got to sit the boys down and try to calm everything down. I would say that one was a very kind of crazy, all over the place one. Very difficult kind of comp to play as well.
Even though that was a messy game, I think it was a game that showcases all aspects of League of Legends, right? In terms of what you could do with your scaling, what you could do with tempo advantage, vision, team fighting, split pushing. I mean, we really had a little bit of everything in this game. You look at how low the damage is on Kwangdong's lineup overall, because Taemin never got to have a proper 5v5 fight. The one he wanted was just shut down repeatedly by Karis, who just was everywhere at once, doing so much. But make no mistake, this game was extremely close, as you said, and one TP 20 seconds faster, and Dudu does win this game, actually. And we're looking at a Kwangdong Freaks 1-0. Like, this was on a knife's edge, and sometimes it goes to show a Jax can be the decider, even if your Zeri never comes online.
Yeah, the Jax very well played there on the side of Dudu. Really benefited in like the one team fight they had from having the Yuumi. Maybe would have liked some more team fights in that later game, but not really able to pull it together. So that was game number 1. I'm very excited to see what the next couple of games have in store. But first, guys, we will take a quick break.
가자. 내가 좀 못했다. 쏘리. 전령대 잘린 게 좀 큰데?
뭔지 아는데 괜찮아. 잘했어. 가자. 넥스 아직 있어 이거.
안 끝나.
괜찮아.
여기서 집 누르는 업데이 타임 어차피 내가 재놨어. 우리 것만 나와.
오케이. 그거까지 된다고?
이거 5분이라 재놨어.
잘했어. 나이스.
Welcome back to the place that formerly had a carpet and now does not, and it is called The Space. I'm Atlas, I am joined by Chronicler here, and we're here to break down that first game. It was a very Brion game. That'd be how I'd
Let's start with the draft, because this draft at this point is going to send everyone into fits of insanity as it feels like we are retreading water yet again. It is the pickup of Lucian Nami versus Zeri Yumi or Zeri Lulu, depending on what happens on each of either side. You know, you can Nami first pick. In this case, it was the Zeri first pick. Huge variation there.
I mean, I hated I hated the Zeri first pick.
Yeah,
the fact that they first picked Zeri is so silly to me, but sorry, continue.
That's okay. I would prefer the Yumi as well. Suffice it to say that in the end, it wasn't great, but I think it was more suited to play from Taeyeon. And then overall, you have a Sejuani with two melee laners, right? This composition from Kwangdong can definitely work, especially if you 1v1, which we're going to get into that later, because the idea behind what Kwangdong was trying to do was great. The execution was not, but that's okay, because again, this is a team where CV makes himself, we're seeing Spring as one big scrim. Like, that's the goal, which I actually think the underlying concepts are good. But if you look at the Brion comp, it does what it needs to. It fights well, it has team fighting power, and you know, no matter what the game state is, Brion will slowly make their way over to an objective.
They will.
Fight.
Let's have a look at one of those cases where they slowly go over to an objective, because this was the first time it was very successful.
And this is, for Bulldog, unfortunately, kind of a flashback. He TPs to mid, and also Umti is spotted. And the Kwangdong bot lane responds by going in and all-inning, and then dying. And it's these type of moments that if you can eradicate that instinct there as Taeyeon and Jun, to using your ultimate when Hannah dashes in, I think is fine, right? Like, if you're down nodes, you can still fight, but trying to flash forward aggressively there, I don't think that was a necessity. I don't think trying to really go for that fight had to be done, because you had the intel. Bulldog was really strong, came off a fresh back, but still had to clear his wave first. Karas had first move, Umti was spotted clearing ward, so you gotta get rid of moments like that in your gameplay. And Brion, to their strengths, and unsurprisingly, will fight you with as many people as they can possibly muster at any given point in time.
Generally, that is about 5, going out on a limb on that particular statistic. This was a game, to me, that entirely hinged on what happened on the bottom side. You already illustrated how well Kwangdong was starting to play around those side lanes. They managed to get that top inhibitor, things like that, but Taeyeon was down an extraordinary amount of gold against Henna. Like, the competition only gets more difficult to face.
Yeah, and it's the worst part if you're Kwangdong, you're looking back. It's not like Brion was really able to leverage Henna's lead, right? We've seen teams completely win the game the moment that Lucian gets a lead. Brion is not that team. They're not really able to, so as a result, still, you couldn't really go for anything as Kwangdong.
Yeah, it was a really difficult time. Let's have a look at our final highlight here, as this was Kwangdong Freaks sort of being forced into this awkward situation where the side laning was working, but then they try to defend.
I love the idea behind what they're trying to do here, which is because of the open end to the objective, is they're trying to look for a good fight, right? Like, ultis go wide, that's not amazing, but it's not the end of the world either. The problem is that at this point, they are completely caught, right? And if you're actually 5v5ing against the bro comp and they know where you are, I do think it's very hard to win between Syndra, Maokai, Gnar, and Nami. You don't really have a lot of angles. So this call, I think, is as good as a chance as you're going to have to win this game. But the execution, again, is not good enough. Taeyeon walking up here and dying is what ends the game.
Yeah.
Because maybe bro panics, right? Maybe they do actually go for Baron. I think you can see they're already peeling off. And it's very likely that Kwangdong tries to push. Bro catches them and they win this game regardless. But overall, it's got to be a little snappier.
It certainly does. Speaking of snappy, let's snappily get into the POG. Put that on your screen. Karas is going to pick it up. I think both of us unanimously voted for this one. Not that I have a real vote. I just like to pretend that I do. I would have definitely put mine in the Karas column. I think he had a phenomenal game here today on the system.
And the impressive thing to me wasn't even necessarily just the lane, it was how he played out the team fights. Bro is a team that stands or falls by their team fighting. As we can see, their response to the enemy split pushing is we fight with everyone, and you'll like it. And I think that Karis had the most impactful moments in this game. Key scatters, consistently finding targets, Tane in particular having a rough game, and finding his mark every single time, leading to unfortunate moments like this. And I actually prepared something myself as well. As you can't really see it, but I'm telling you, we both have great artwork every time.
We absolutely
Mine says
do.
hashtag Bromomento in the original Bro Green.
Yep.
So I'm
and,
very proud.
This was some EN cast coordination as well with both of the votes from Wolf and Chronicler going to Karis. But ladies and gentlemen, let us get immediately into game number 2. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. And yeah, I don't mind the umpty jungle votes. He did so much for this team early on. But Karis was really the team fighting god, was always in the right place, and did so much as well.
Yeah, I voted for him. I thought it was split between both of them, but look, it wasn't a clean game. But like I said, I really feel like
Bulldog
there was
forever, by the way.
Yeah, Bulldog forever. He's very early in the forever part. He's got a long career ahead of him, but I really feel like that game showed us a lot, and I think both teams were tested a lot. It was a really fun game for a week 1, right, of Kwangdong and Brion here. As Kwangdong will choose blue side. So here we go. See if they can run it back this time around, if we're going to see another Zeri pick here.
Yeah, any salty runbacks?
I'd rather see
in
it
this
first
lobby.
pick Maokai, and let's wait and see what the draft has in store.
Or an Ami. I think that's fine as well.
Or a Lucian.
Brion did not ban. I don't know why.
Yeah, well,
looks like
with the UI going down, it looks like it actually it was a bug rather than a missed ban. We'll get confirmation for you guys as soon as possible. What I will tell you is that we're gonna have to remake the lobby. So Edgar could not join the lobby, really, since he is coaching from home. We are remaking the lobby. That is why they didn't ban. They just stopped touching the lobby, not to show any more bans or picks.
Good idea, for sure.
There he is in terms of his presence in the studio. For those who were not here for Brion's first match, or didn't hear what we mentioned earlier, some of the coaching staff in Brion have contracted COVID-19. Effort as well is tested positive, so he's playing from home. Edgar is coaching from home. So that is why when Edgar couldn't join the lobby here, or perhaps that's a voice communication problem, we just stopped. But we're back in. That was very quick.
Hey.
We might
really,
not. Yeah, we are back in. Okay.
We've really streamlined this process. Streamlined. Ash, once again. So next is Renekton, and then it's Caitlyn.
Does feel like we might have a run back on our hands.
Then it would be Ryze and Vars. No. Bit of a change.
Bit of a change, but also a bit of a not change. There's the Ryze. Let's see what this final ban will end up being here. There's a lot of ways to look at this as Brion. And, I think given how Hannah has been playing it as Caitlyn again, given how Brion has been playing the Lucian, successfully now 3 games in a row, I think you're kind of hoping that CV Max says, let's run back the Zeri pick here, because it's been working, right? Then you get the Yuumi Maokai, and it just becomes very easy.
You know who's very famous for being stubborn in his drafts?
Who's that?
CV Max.
Yes. By the way, I didn't mean to say Yuumi Maokai, I meant to say Nami Maokai, but yes. Wow, we're running it back, Valdez.
Wow, or Mom, as you showed us yesterday.
Yes. Well, if the result is similar, I might want my mom after what I watched in Game 1. Now, where it gets interesting is going to be not right now, but actually in the second banning phase, because
the first phase is already pre-declared before the game begins.
It was. I do believe in predetermined fate now. Now they can ban the Jax if they would like to, and this is where the things get a little bit different, because the first 6 picks are going to be the same, right? And okay,
ban Syndra.
Now that's an interesting call. And if they want to run the Silas again, I think that's a good option because it really hurts his ability to engage.
The only issue is that Karis has proven time and time again he's got a pretty non-shallow champion pool. I wouldn't call it like extremely deep or anything, but I mean the guy can play Azir, he can play a Cloudy, right? He can play many different styles. He can play a lot of meta champions, so it's pretty difficult to ban him out specifically, I'd say.
So both split push side lane conditions here for Dudu off the board. I think this is good adaptation here for Brion.
Cassante available this time.
Cassante is up. I think that they will potentially play Azir, like you were alluding to, or one of the champions Karis is good at, like we were talking about in Game 1, if that Syndra is banned. But since it's not, Sunke just kind of making a sound that, I think we all know what it means, you know, at the state of the draft right now. Like, we're running it back in a big way, potentially here. But the Cassante pick first, and Gnar is available. We've seen Gnar lane very well into this, but we've also seen in 5v5 team fights, especially the team that's ahead, can crush the Gnar. But it's going to be Syndra first, and they'll save that counter pick for Morgan since they've already removed Dudu's Fiora and the Jax.
Yeah, and if Kwangdong pick Cassante, you can just play Gnar instead.
If they pick Aatrox, there's a lot of answers too. Renekton.
Well, I say instead, Renekton is banned from
Oh, you're right, you're right.
Yeah, Kwangdong sticking with their plan. So, Bro might just have the exact same roster, the exact same lineup of 5 champions. Whereas Kwangdong looking exactly the same with just Cassante.
Yeah, with no split push condition, which is how they hung by a thread in Game 1. So it doesn't really feel like you have gained anything here except Cassante's team fighting ability. But you're still running Cassante into those scatters from Syndra. Obviously, you can break through. Okay, now we're changing it up. Now we're saying, okay, we're just going full late game fighting. But the Cassante actually kind of loses some of its power, I would argue, in a comp like this too, because yes, he's very tanky and he can engage very well, but now you're playing the Cassante into a Gnar matchup where the laning phase could be a little bit rough, and you're not trying to ult somebody out in this comp necessarily. You're really just trying to be a frontline as the top laner and as the Sejuani in a lot of ways for the Zeri Victor. So this comp for Kwangdong feels like a better version in terms of the damage output and consistency and range damage in the late game, but a worse version if the early game goes the same way, because you are not going to be able to shape the map with Cassante the same way you did with the Jax.
I would totally agree with what you just said there. You know, Kwangdong, the only changes across the 2 lineups of 5 champions was Cassante and Victor. That's it. Everything else is exactly the same, so they will have better range and better power to, like, not get kited around in team fights, kind of like they did with their very low range in game number 1. But instead, they lose a lot of what they had, right, in game number 1 with some of the side lane pressure and stuff like that. They do gain, of course, the scaling, so that is going to be pretty interesting. I know that, you know, as we have said before, this is Umpty the Turtle, by the way.
Yeah.
We've said it before, you know, CV Max, he's treating Spring like one big scrim. So I thought, you know, maybe that would be cool. Just play the same exact thing. And, you know, you spent 10, 15 minutes during the downtime, during the break, going over everything that went wrong. So, like, okay, run it again. I was like, oh, you know, that's kind of an interesting idea. Actually gets them a good amount of practice, regardless of the result.
But, you know, that's where the Jax span comes through, right?
Yeah.
Which means that Brion have just figured out, like, damn, they're running it back again, but the only problem we had was dealing with that split push. If we just remove the Fiora and the Jax from the equation, they could play Camille. There are a few other champions that are viable, but they don't work as well in this composition. Great adaptation from Bro.
Absolutely. Here we go. Game number 2. Here we go. Back onto the Rift. Only changes are Victor and Cassante. Same sides.
If there's one thing I'm going to trust, is that Bulldog's going to have a great laning phase, and he's going to have good game sense about Umpty here on this Maokai. He's not going to get punished early. He's going to get his first item relatively unscathed. Like, I'm ready to trust that. I'm ready to believe that. I also feel like Dudu, even though the Cassante matchup has sometimes gone in our favor, is going to handle the pressure in the lane early with the range matchup that he has to deal with. He's going to start doing fine in those first few team fights. But where I'm not ready to trust just yet, you know, where I'm still need a little bit more time, is how Taeyun and Mom are going to play this one, right? We could have had a substitution of June, who's got obviously a lot more synergy with Taeyun into the roster. It is a Yuumi game, and clearly CV Max said, this is how we're going to play this series. How the game one went, be damned, we're doing this. So, you know, it's not shocking that he didn't change it up, because he changed only the other parts he was forced to change in the draft. So, well, let's wait and see, because this is the bottom part of the map where it's crazy to say this, but like I trust Hannah more than the enemy laner. He's improved a lot over the offseason, and his Lucian, the only champion he's played this season, is great so far. 3-0, and he's been pretty consistent in the mid game.
He's been good. That trade, you know, you were doing a little bit of a mini caster curse there. Not the best trade for Henna, but that's okay. Again, the lane, very similar spot. And guess what? Same jungle path. So I think a change we could see is maybe Youngjae coming down to the bottom side earlier, or just an earlier ward from the side of the Kwangdong bottom lane, or, like we see here, bit of a faster push into the ward, so that allows you to stay safe.
What you want to do with this ward here is ward the actual entrance to the Drake pit, so that he can't actually flash that Drake wall without you knowing about it.
Here.
He could. I mean, and they know that Taeyun warded it. Like, that actually could. Oh my God, Valdez. No way.
Yes. Yes way.
No.
Yes.
The Giga Chad himself.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, he's got some extra range this time, but there's the Twisted Advance, and it's not quite enough damage. Taeyun and Mob do get out, and they do have to blow every single summoner that they do have. But at least they survive this time.
Yeah. And, well, they survive. And he's got a cat on his back, so he's going to be able to heal up pretty quickly, relatively quickly here. So it's not like he's just shoved out of the lane and is going to lose a ton of CS. This is why Hannah is trying to hold the wave here to be very obnoxious. Caster Curse him on that minion again for just a second. Mini Caster Curse is here only today. And yeah, I thought that was really cool from Umpty because they knew exactly where the ward was placed. Never make the same move twice anyways, but you know, this time you ward the mouth of the Drake pit. Go into the other place where you know there isn't a ward because you have a ward to verify that. That was cool.
Effort just getting some gold there at the end before he is going to probably back with his bottom laner.
A little spell thief action.
Yes.
Triple longsword early here with this back timing for Henna. They don't get the big spike of money, but it's enough with this back timing to grab 3 longswords and just push hard.
Yeah, could probably go for an early Dirk. Try to get some of that early pressure in the lane. This is a long time ago, but the Brutalizer used to be similar in that facet. You just build that early.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
Yeah, it's a real throwback. Some of the young kids in the chat probably don't know. Some of you Giga Chads out there, you know.
It was a very ugly item. It was like a bad walking stick.
I don't even know what it was.
It was a weird walking stick, right? Like, or something. I don't know.
I think.
But
I don't really know what Brutalizer was.
I just think that I'm sure Alice has got the lore for us.
Yeah. Get Papa Smithy on the phone. He'll know.
Well, it's time to remake that one in Static Shiv now, right? After we got Rod of Ages back. Let's bring them all back.
Yeah.
Come on. Don't leave those items hanging. It's like Prospector from Toy Story 2, like just on the shelf. It's like just waiting and waiting and waiting.
What's that other one? Was it called Heart of Gold?
Yeah.
I think that was the name of it. You just buy that and you just chill in lane and just get a ton of gold for free.
Any Wardstone enjoyers, you know?
Yeah. I don't know about that one. Kind of like the state of Vision in League. I think it's okay. At least they don't have any unique new ideas.
This started off pretty well for Dudu, but he's just taken some bad hyper procs here and is now going to lose control. Interesting.
Weird.
Just getting a bit aggressive there in range, especially as level 6 and that Narbar were coming up. I was starting to get concerned.
He's doing this again where he's really in the face of Youngjae. There's another one. Set it up ahead of time. And now he's got Karis, who's level 6. They could kill Youngjae here. Youngjae does have flash, though, and he reads it. But how about
they can
the
kill
bottom
Taeyun.
lane? Well, they can certainly threaten it. There are no summoners.
Bulldog has no TP.
On Taeyun, at least. We do have exhaust for the cat. As Umpty is going to get this. He gets exhausted, is just going to go onto the Yuumi, but he might have to go down here. First blood is given to the Lucian, but at least they can trade it back.
We'll grab a plate here too. And all the while, Bulldog is pushing mid. So a lot of CS here lost for Karis. He cannot teleport back to lane. Bulldog is going to grab a plate. So at the end of the day here, a fairly even exchange, and arguably gold-wise, definitely Kwangdong Freaks getting the more spread of it. And you know, 1 kill for Azeri, extra plate for this Victor feels pretty nice. We'll see what Henna could do with the extra gold he's gotten. It's going to push him towards that Dirk you were talking about and the early Noon Quiver, so one step closer to Gale Force. As we'll watch this one more time. Umpty takes aggro. The exhaust is perfectly timed here. And it's really difficult to juggle all of this when you have CC here coming over in the form of Youngjae too. But the exhaust is the big problem. Just knocks Umpty up. He's dead. It's a trade of 1-to-1. But the other caveat is, of course, seen on the mini-map, that Victor push.
Yeah, absolutely. As nice little stun here. Umpty doesn't even look. He's not interested with that. All he cares about is his top camps. And, you know, with the new jungle the way it is, you guys should be concerned with your camps as well. Don't want to fall too far behind. Note that Umpty currently is 5 of those, whatchamacallits, the spirits.
Pet charges.
Yeah. In the jungle, so he's got to farm some of that up.
Get some treats.
There you go. Treats.
And his pet's, you know, feel a little hungry after the dying under turret down there, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Call pickup, by the way, for Morgan after handling that initial pressure very well. Still behind in CS, but it's going to help him catch up in terms of some of that money. I think it's a great item since he got his steel caps. It's pretty gold efficient for what he's trying to do in this lane.
See if they get baited into this one. Henna and Efforts might get flanked a little bit as Umpty may have not been spotted actually in mid. He walked across when that wave pushed. There were some pings, but I think that was missing pings onto Syndra. Now he will be spotted. Youngjae's up a level.
Yeah.
So he has farmed a bit better.
Exactly. All the time Umpty has spent trying to put the pressure on has cost him some of those treats, but more significantly, I think at this stage, the level 6, which means he can't fight here at all whatsoever, can't actually look for a gank bottom side. So a lot of pressure relieved here onto Taeyun. Still a little bit of CS behind, but this is quite normal. And this early game has gone a lot better for this area this time around.
That's definitely a nice feel for him. Youngjae this time, there's a ward on this Rift Herald. Remember, game 1, Umpty got a very early gank, then he got a very early Drake, and then they were able to roll that into the first Herald as well. It's not the case in this game. Yes, Umpty might be able to get this Drake, but it will be traded back as Youngjae has done a nice job of just moving straight up to the Rift Herald. This is, of course, seen by Fred Brion, so a much more even game state here for game 2.
Karis and Bulldog here just having a calm lane. Like I said, Bulldog handling this well. Couldn't come down in that fight bottom side, but didn't really need to. Grab the plate, so has a lot of extra money here. Trying to track Umpty right now. See the pings coming through as Bulldog's got the idea. Clearing vision. And there's so much potential for dive here, right? Umpty's just trying to stay hidden, trying to look for that dive, but look who's matching. Youngjae's like, okay, you saw him, I'm pathing bottom here. It's going to allow them to back. Fred Brion just want to force any sort of pick they can to get Henna further ahead here in this game. And they're coming up empty this time. Youngjae didn't feel as much pressure as he did in the first game from Umpty. The gank wasn't successful in terms of a kill. Umpty died in that, super hard dive they went for their bottom side. So, there's a lot more space here in this game for Kwangdong Freaks. Leader Drake, as you mentioned moments ago. So yeah, Drake lead for Brion. However, it's not a really big rush to soul or anything like that.
Trying to take some big trades here. He's going to get the stun onto Karis. But no big follow-up from Youngjae. There was actually a chance he could have, flash, dash ult straight onto Karis, maybe even force a flash, but instead he's just gonna calmly drop the Rift Herald. Both of these teams seemingly, you know, just okay to sit back, relax. Of course, the scaling on Kwangdong, but also it's bro. So that's just what we're doing here in this game.
That's all the analysis we need on that one. We'll pick up the gold calmly without using any summoners. Still gets to hold his TP. Karis matching right now as they both go for a back here. Heading towards the Rod of Ages is Bulldog. We'll see if it's the same Leandri's build this time for Karis. I expect it will be, considering how things started. And, you know, I mean, this is a very calm early game, which favors Kwangdong Freaks quite significantly in what their comp is trying to do. Faster Mythic here for Dudu as Taeyun.
Hey, he's going in again. Tidal Wave dodge. Youngjae's here. Yet again, now it's kind of him, or he, rather, that is shadowing Umpty. Doesn't amount to too much because Fred Breon, rather, they just decide, okay, you know what? We still don't like fighting, so we're just not going to do that.
I wasn't kidding when I said I was going to trust Bulldog in this laning phase, but he got a small lead, and he is really pushing the advantages. Taeyun's going to be fine here. You can really just feel how much more comfort Taeyun has and how much more resources he's been given this game to actually play the Zeri into the solution. Not playing scared. Control ward vision in the river in both Frybrush and the actual entrance to the river itself right now, meaning that he knows he's safe to push up and go for trades like this while Bulldog pushes these waves in. So much extra plate gold. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, nice little chunk onto Henna. I feel he's kind of considering going in, actually, but not a huge amount of vision. They are going to see Youngjae up on the top side eventually, if he does gank. As he is considering it, but it looks like Morgan's playing very passively, so no gank to happen.
Let's not commit. As Taeyun has Moham's ult, but isn't going to be able to commit anything further himself for a few more seconds here. Karis is under so much pressure in this lane. It has not been a free game, and with the Catalyst on Victor, you can, you know, obviously spam your spells and be a little bit more obnoxious as well. Take trades, get that mana back.
Yeah, it's just a great item.
Yeah, it's pretty good right
Catalyst, now. And then Rod, eventually. Whereas you've got a whole mix of things here for Karis. Top lane is still going on. I'm glad we got to confirm that.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
They're both still connected.
Morgan missed that cannon. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's about all we got up here. Dudu did not buy Cull, so that's also one difference.
Yep, a lot of the minion difference here in the CS going to be caught up here by Morgan once that Cull does complete. And on the bottom side, once again, Hannah just trying to zone this duo away, doesn't have effort with him, so needs to be very careful. Prowling projectile accuracy pretty good here from Moham in this laning phase, so the ends of it. His plates have faded away. We're going to see a fight here in 15 seconds for this Drake.
Effort just kind of caught, and Umpty's trying to help out here, but now the gravity field is going to come down. We have to have the Maokai ultimate, but it's not enough to peel for the poor mermaid that is Nami. I think Effort was just trying to ward over the wall and got a bit caught, and Youngjae was right there to punish.
Yeah, I'd love to see how that fight started off here. As the plate gold is pretty massively in favor of Kwangdong Freaks here, but all of it on that Victor. Sejuani getting a tiny piece of it. But yeah, I am curious how that started off for Effort. As we're going to see an ult here from Morgan.
And he's going on in. He's looking for this kill. He's under the turret. Dudu just taking a pretty nice amount of damage, but he resets the aggro. He's still going in on this one. He gets really close, but he can't get the kill, and Morgan is going to win in this top trade.
Yep. Good flash there. Holds it to the last possible second. Really well managed here by Morgan. Somebody just spammed a bunch of pings. I heard that. I don't know what it was. Somebody's respawning or something. Might have been...
Flash down for Morgan, perhaps.
Yeah, that's probably the one. Either that or just spamming Morgan's alive. Oh, so Effort here just deep to look for the ward over the wall and gets caught. Just as simple as that. Committing a summoner as well to try to get out. Still going to get caught by the Sejuani ult. And the kill given over to Taeyun. Well played by Kwangdong Freaks. Good punish there around Drake spawn. As we're not done in live, so not going to get too into the weeds on this replay.
He found an opportunity, got him really low, was close.
Yeah, just a good flash here at the last possible second, dodges that Q as well. Clean stuff. 10 stacks still left on that Cobra, almost complete on that.
Taking a little bit. So yeah, 2 and 1 for the Zeri. That's the shield bow completed. Henna also with the Gale Force and the Dirk. No upgraded boots for him, but that's okay.
This is the kind of game that, as CV Max and as a Kwangdong fan, you kind of get a little bit of trust, and you're not rolling your eyes as much at the salty run back in the draft, because you're like, okay, yeah, they lost the split push condition that almost saved them when they lost the Zeri aspect of the game and fell super far behind. But they play the same draft, play it better this time, and they're so much more comfortable, slightly ahead in gold. Don't need necessarily a split push win condition this time, as here comes
what's
the dive.
going on here? Dan, what do we do?
TP.
Okay, the TP comes in. The damage is still there. Henna is going to get out, and Dudu is now down a TP. And Youngjae randomly going to be found here by Morgan out in the river, it looks like. He's not going to be diving in, but yeah, just suppose he thought he could be saved by Moham running up the lane and maybe a TP.
Yeah, unfortunately not to be the case here. A bit of a caster curse. But what I was going to say was it's going a lot better than last time, and it doesn't always go this way when you run drafts back, but Zeri's even in items with Henna until that moment, looking very good for a mid-game Zeri to actually have a little bit more stability as we head towards the later aspects of her 2 and 3 items, and the Victor, of course, coming online. Yeah, just comes back here, unfortunately, to the turret, doesn't actually avoid this ultimate, because he has no vision whatsoever. Just felt safe with Dudu holding teleport, and then Dudu commits TP too late. Losing a lot here. They will get mid-turret.
Yeah, looks like they didn't even have to use the Rift Herald for that. At first I assumed they had, but then I checked the inventory and Youngjae still got that one. So they could even try to go for a quick rotation elsewhere, try to drop that down perhaps and get some more map control. There's really basically no turret damage done by Bro to Kwangdong's turrets, so it's feeling pretty good for Kwangdong and their map control at this point in time. Might look to try to pick up some of those Infernal Drakes that we will have here, and those will be huge for either side, but especially for the scaling on the side of Kwangdong.
Yeah. Taeyun now finally in the mid lane. We've gotten to that point. Stayed bottom side for quite some time there and was punished there. But we'll be able to farm freely here in mid. Remember, last game he was basically farming on the husk of the inner turret through a lot of the game, trying to get those items, as was highlighted by us on the cast. And then you did see that graphic that Kronka set up there on the formerly carpet space, where he was just so far behind in items and couldn't fight, couldn't have an impact on the game. I think that with the game state as it is right now, this next fight is going to be super critical over this Drake, because if Kwangdong Freaks win it convincingly, it actually starts to become very difficult for Breon to come back, especially because Karis is not as accelerated as he was last game either, and this is going to be this turret being committed to, Umpty ready with ult to try to punish, but I think they're just going to easily take this one down and get out of here. It's just not a big enough window for punish, and no real vision here for Umpty around who's behind Youngjae right now. Has to back away.
Yeah, that's the power of 2 Rift Heralds in the same game. Just able to break down 2 of these turrets extremely early on. And now Henna can't be as obnoxious in the mid lane because he doesn't have this mid turret. Can't quite push up as far. It allows safer farming for Taeyun. It's all these little things in Pro that can sometimes get you the big victory. So now TB going to be committed into the mid lane. Looks like Bro wants to fight here for this Infernal, as the culling will come out a decent amount of damage, but Youngjae, he's got a cat, he's got a Warmogs.
And they've got a lot of poke here too with this Victor, and the Warmog's going to come back through. Bulldog doing a lot of damage here, and Nar losing Bar. Morgan on the bottom side of the map no longer has that. Dudu's still holding ult, so the collapse here is possible.
Okay, he's going to actually bait out the Chaos Storm, but he's also going to bait his jungler as Moham gets extremely low, hopping off there for a sec.
Question mark ping from Dudu instantly, as they know Morgan is rotating up, but they also know he has no Nar bar. So a risky choice here, but can start building one up around this Drake. Crazy how close these skirmishes have gone, but Kwangdong Freak's getting a pretty massive edge here as that wave crashes into the bottom turret.
Yeah, no Chaos Storm, but you can see the effect of it as Bulldog's just trading back so well. The double scatter is going to miss onto the Victor. And this level 13 Victor with a cat on a book is just a huge menace. I'm not sure about Bro going in for this, but they do have, oh, the stun was massive from Youngjae to stop the follow-up from Morgan. And that means that, meanwhile, Dudu's just taking a turret, by the way. He's like, yeah, you know, you guys don't need me. We're going to win that one anyway, and it's actually a good read because they didn't need him. Kwangdong Freaks take control of the river, and they should get this Infernal.
Now, Breon do have a control ward there on the Baron pit, so there's a little bit of a possibility they could try to make something happen here, but the health bars are too low. They don't have any real ultimates for the turn here. They're all coming back online. Umpty's not here. Morgan using his in the previous engage. Doesn't have an R-bar or anything like that. So this is just going to be Kwangdong Freaks winning the war of attrition and taking this Drake away. That stun that you mentioned from Youngjae was amazing because with Morgan's ult actually landing, this is a disaster and actually a one fight for Breon. But look at the split here, and Youngjae is just blocking this instantly. Taeyun just barely gets out as Bulldog pulls back too, and that's it. Once your engage is gone here, you just don't have the long-term damage to compete anymore, especially with those health bars.
Yeah. And that's all it took. The health bars have been chipped away way too much before that even happened, so there you go. 6% attack damage and ability power right now for the side of Kwangdong Freaks, and there will be more to come, as it is the Infernal Rift this time. And the Victor and the Zeri are only going to get stronger.
Yeah. Morgan just going to grab a turret down here, so we'll pick up some extra money, but not that significant in the grand scheme of things here. You can see he's about 600 gold up over the Cassante, but as we saw in that last fight, if you get outplayed, no matter how much gold you have, if your ult doesn't go off there, I mean, it kind of matters, but on this on this case, not the state of the game. As we're going to go to a bit of a lull state here.
Maybe not. The
Maybe
Lucian
not.
finds his moment and nearly cuts off Taeyun's head, but of course, there is a Yuumi there to help out.
Now, I mean, that's a lot of damage onto this Zeri, but it's not, because of the Yuumi, permanent enough to say, all right, we could try to use this trade to go for a Baron. In fact, Henna being down his ultimate now, so Kwangdong Freak's going to take this opportunity to push through and clear up vision around said Baron. TPs for both top laners available. This could become a fight here, and I think that given Henna's items right now, he would like to try to force it, which is why he made that play, but his culling is just so far away now. It's not a massive cooldown on this ultimate, but he's level 12, you know, and this Baron is impending potentially here, and so much vision now wrestled away.
Feels like they're fighting over vision here, but also over this red buff. Umpty trying to be a tank of the front line, but the support is not great for him as red buff is secured by Taeyun, and Umpty's getting incredibly low. Bro just wants to back away. They do not feel comfortable to take that fight down.
It's going to be pushed away. Karis farming here, but despite the win here on the red buff and the vision, they're not actually going to start up Baron. You know, we're 24 minutes in, but need to be completely set up for turn, right? All these ultimates on cooldown. Zeri without her IE. So just kind of wait, play it safe and slow here. Both of these teams love to do this.
Yeah, we still got like 25 minutes left in this one, so, you know, might be a good opportunity to grab some popcorn if you haven't already. Yeah, should be better about prepping for these kinds of series.
Yeah. Well, I adopted you and Caster Jun's sweatpants meta.
Yes.
I'm wearing sweatpants today on the cast.
It's the meta.
My first time, and it's pretty sweet, not gonna lie.
Yeah, you did give away the secret that we do, in fact, wear pants on the broadcast. Generally,
not always.
Can't see that. Well,
not always.
Not always. But when we do, generally sweatpants are good because they're comfortable. It's not seen on the broadcast. It's not unprofessional, anything like that.
I mean, effort. Who knows what he's wearing right now?
We don't when we're on the space, the no longer carpet space. Because, of course, the pants show. As here we go again. Culling this time. Taeyun has to flash. Still a huge amount of damage. Moham was not there.
Gets flash, shield bow cooldown. So this is a huge opportunity. While he's probably going to have to back. He's under so much threat here. You've got to be careful. I mean, tidal wave is up.
It's okay. He's got you.
But no flash, man. He's under. He's in a scary spot right now. I am concerned for him. This is Breon tunneling mid a little bit again, as we saw in the previous game, but getting a little bit more out of it this time around.
Yeah.
The observers are like having the same kind of panic as I am whenever some squishy target doesn't have a lot of defenses walking up around a Maokai. I'm like, careful, Bulldog. He's level 16 now. His rod is completed. Seraphs is still stacking.
There it is. IE ready for Henna, not ready for Taeyun, and now Taeyun doesn't have flash. If there was a timing for Brion to really push the envelope, again, I'm not even sure that they will. But if there were, let's first see if he picks up his. Nope,
I don't think so. He doesn't have enough money yet.
This would be the time. And guess what? Infernal Drake is spawning in 20 seconds. So Brion, a very nice timing for them.
I mean, with the back timing here, Taeyun being flashless, you could set a trap. Look at where Umpty's standing.
Oh, that scatter. That scatter was so close, but now Henna's in a lot of trouble. Or not Henna, Karis is in a lot of trouble. He has to get out of here as Dudu is trying to follow up. This is not the fight bro we're looking for, but it is perfect for Kwangdong as immediately the Kasante is blown up, actually, but still the chase much better on the side of KDF as they were able to get in. So much for that timing as Kwangdong are able to make the best of it.
So many types of engage here. The scatter misses. Oh, Morgan.
He's trying to make this happen, actually. Meganar, he is going to make it happen into the wall as Morgan baits them into that one, but Bulldog is so incredibly strong. They're all kind of running away from him.
He's got a cat on his back.
Yeah, so Morgan's going to be the sacrifice here, it looks like, as he does get zippity zapped down, but the rest of them at least will survive, I guess.
With this build, he can't do Drake by himself or anything like that. He's level 17, doesn't have Leandri's. Still be pretty questionable to start the Drake even if he did, but with this build, I think he's just going to be leaving it as it is. As the scatter misses just barely here, and Karis takes a ton of damage. The follow-up is there, and Karis completely out of this fight. The Maokai ultimate is used defensively here, but it only blocks out part of the damage, doesn't actually block the engage. Youngjae gets on top of him, locks down effort, actually, which was kind of greedy. They wanted a double here. They'll only end up getting the one. And perhaps he didn't realize he had already used his tidal wave. But this is the hero play from Morgan.
Rose doing Baron.
Yep, they're going to start it up.
Play from Morgan, though, as you mentioned.
Amazing.
Heroic. TPs are coming in, and the turn still good. The scatter is there on this side as the damage is in onto Youngjae, but now Bulldog is here looking to zippity zap once again as we got another one of those zappers in the form of the Zeri. So Brion, by the way, the Infernal Drake still not taken.
Still not taken. Looks like Kwangdong are actually just going to try to push mid and grab this inhibitor turret at the very least while these backs are going off top side.
This game, I can already tell, is going to be just as crazy as the first one. We're already in it.
Morgan almost has his bar. I don't know if you can get this inhibitor as everyone's backs are finishing. You get the turret. We know that. Gonna try it for this.
We're going to get the turret as Karis is still top. No TP.
Yeah, no TP. Just going to grab this turret back.
Okay, gets the gold.
Wants that Void Staff so desperately right now.
They're going to give over Infernal, I guess.
It's not Soul, it's Soul Point. And Brion doesn't care unless it's Soul or it's an Elder.
They're running to Baron.
And because Karis did not back and actually took the turret down and pushed a wave, they have complete control over this now. This is seen, of course, by the Control Ward, and the Scuttle.
Okay, I thought they were going to do it, but yeah, the Scuttle Crab, as you mentioned, is huge. No Scuttle Crab, they probably start it and look for a turn. So instead, they just give the Infernal Drake to Kwangdong.
Hey, but Karis got an extra wave and the turret top side.
Hey.
It's not all bad. It's not all bad, Valdez. So we look at the happy things, the positives here. At least that's my new motto for 2023, okay? That's one of my LCK resolutions for 2023.
Nice.
And as a result, Kwangdong Freaks here, sitting on Soul Point, have a lot of extra pressure now. Zeri on 3 items, but it feels like this game is about the victor more than anything else, as Taeyun's had some good ults, and his slows have actually been pretty nice to help facilitate Bulldog, and it really does feel like a lot of these fights are about Youngjae catching somebody, so Brion need to be more careful about vision and more careful about getting caught out. And Henna is 4-0-1, but his attempts to assassinate targets haven't actually come up big once we hit the later parts of the mid game, and now that we've gone full late game, he is on 4 items, but how much can he really carry in these fights? The setup needs to be a little bit better.
The Seraphs is still not complete.
Yeah, this is kind of
Bulldog.
weird. Almost seems like bugged or something. I'm like, he has 320 CS. Like,
he's been down. I think he bought it very late. And now he's at 333. So he's just trying to get it before the fight begins, I guess. But he's gotten a lot of other things, including a death cap.
Youngjae, let me touch that. All right, 3 more.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it feels like it was at like 280 a million years ago. And now he's 339. Still a ways away, but very close. He's got his death cap first. This is just very unusual.
All right, Bro's turn to move in, clear vision. Tane's got his flashback, but Henna, you can see he's looking for it.
Got to be so careful when you don't know where Youngjae is, making moves like that as Henna. You do have Flash and Cleanse, but if you get caught by that Sejuani ult, you're not going to have it for the follow-up fight, which means you're going to be practically useless, as this Victor can basically one-shot you at this point. And the tussle around Vision continues. Guangdong Freaks with some deeper wards on the right side that Bro are going to now clean.
Oh! No! All right, he needs 2 more taps.
Or hit a champion. And, all right, this is the most fun part of this game now.
He's about to get his Seraphs. It is extremely important
Yeah.
for the next fight, so...
It will really boost what he's able to do. And there it is.
Nice.
Plus 90 also there. I mean, 2 minutes on this Infernal Drake. Every time Breon try to push that bottom side and group up around there, feels like there's an opportunity for Kwangdong to set up an amazing Baron start and turn.
Okay, this is going to be turned by Dune, actually, as they flash ult in from Youngjae. Effort in a bit of trouble, but a lot used here by Kwangdong as they try to get in onto Henna. He'll be forced to flash away.
Those are those summoners I was talking about, but Umpty's here for the trap.
All right, they're trying to get Youngjae, it looks like, or at least somebody on this front line, as Morgan trying to build this one up, and now Umpty has to flash away. And Morgan, you know, he's got this Meganar, but there's no support because there's just been way too much damage done.
Youngjae's got Warmog, so he's going to heal back up very quickly here. And this did not work out whatsoever. So many tools down for Bro now. I think they might just push to end. I mean, there's no flash on Henna. There's no Maokai ult. They can at least get this inhibitor.
Yeah.
And kite back to Baron. They have such a nice advantage right now.
Inhibitor.
Oh, inhibitor, get that inhibitor, and kite back. And get the inhibitor and kite back. I said, no more auto.
Yeah. It's rough. I mean, the poke and the kite back from Bro is quite strong. Some of their entries to these team fights have been abhorrent.
The way that
I want to see this again.
The way that Henna decided to start that off put himself at risk of Youngjae's ult, right? Like, literally, I mentioned this moments before. He has to cleanse, then has to flash, and then Umpty's like, all right, we got him up here, we've got him trapped. But it was actually really well handled by Guangdong Freaks, where they just take the first part and then walk through the gap in his ultimate and get away pretty easily. And then he has to flash as they turn on him, and then that's the end of that. They push through. Do not get the inhibitor.
Here we go again. Sejuani ultimate up again. Umpty is tanky, but is he tanky enough is the question. In goes the Cassante, but we do have the stopwatches either way, and the knockup comes out from Dudu onto the Lucian, and that should do it, as Dudu is able to be heroic at the very end. We will have a TP into the base, but it's 5 members of Kwangdong that will push mid.
Looks like we're going to a Game 3, our second of the season, Valdez. Losing that flash and the cleanse earlier from Henna, coming back big here in this final fight as he is collapsed on. Great stopwatch.
No minion wave.
I'm doing the casting closing, though.
No.
It's like a blessing. It means they win. Well, here it comes.
Has full mana. They're trying to zone him away, as this is a cannon wave. Big scan of the week. They're going to get the first one. Morgan, he's got the Meganar, and they're taking so much damage as he's trying to get the stuns in. That is going to be 3, but that's not the stuns he was looking for into the wall, as here comes the Nami. But they'll just focus the Nexus, and that will be good enough. Guangdong Freaks will take game number 2.
This series, it just keeps on giving, Valdez. It's not going home tonight, not until a third decider match. And we'll see if CV Max wants to run it back one more time, as this time it will, of course, be Bro's side selection, as he looks a lot more happy about how this game went. He looks a little bit more happy about how that went, but good punish there onto Henna, you know, taking away his flash meant that they could start up that Baron and get that kill. Good stopwatch timing there. You know, matching Umpty's, but then getting on top of the AD carry. And I think the biggest change, like we can talk about how there was some macro mistakes and some errors in the wave management and stuff around Baron and some passive play, but one thing I think we could say 100% was different from the first game was how well the bot 2v2 played on Kwangdong's side. And they run back the Zeri draft, they stave off the pressure. Yeah, he didn't get a lead over the Lucian, but he was able to actually team fight and farm freely through the mid game, which wasn't really possible in the last one until Jack started split pushing. So, Bulldog also, my man.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job. And I think part of it is that he was allowed to. But again, I always say, you know, if you find yourself in a position to carry and you carry it well, you still did a really good job, you know? He made it a great way through the mid lane to essentially bully Karis out. He got himself a nice little lead. He was able to play out the team fights very well. He would be my choice for the POG.
He's mine as well. I mean, I think there might be a stray vote or two for Youngjae, who had some of the most critical ults in the game at the very end and was able to help close it out. But I think Bulldog was the most consistent player across the board here for the Freaks.
Absolutely. So we're all tied up. We got a series on our hands. We will have the No Carpet Space in a moment after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
미니야 붙어 애매하긴 하다. 끝내볼래? 내가 끝내 그냥 타워 치면 끝나. 타워 치면 천천히 해봐. 넥서스 타워 넥서스
별거 아니란 말은 그딴 게 뭐냐는 너의 말은 시간 낭비하지 말라는 말은 stop it 보여줘 너의
중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 마음. 이제 너도 너만의 전설을 써봐. 준비됐어? 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah we on the fire 머리를 치여 계속해 이어 전술의 기여 내게 왔지 언제까지 비워 너의 자리 채워 매 순간 이젠 적이 없지 I'm no liar 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah 보여줘 너의 carry
이깁니다. 당연했어야지.
준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨러져 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 적성 시작해 전쟁 다시 돌아가도 선택은 똑같아 we're the dogs
패배.
Yeah, 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨러져 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 자리 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나
기대되지 않아? 첫 곡에 무슨 일이 벌어질지? 이제 다시 너만의 전설을 써봐.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the No Carpet Space, now known as just the Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was almost exactly the same game as Game 1 Chronicler. However, we now have the man in the mid lane with some lane priority and the ability to hard carry by himself.
Yeah, there were two divergent paths for this game. One path was when in draft, we went for Cassante and Victor instead of Jackson Silas. That was part one. And then part two, which we'll get to later, is when the bot lane didn't die to the level 3 Maokai game. That was really the only differences. Besides that, it felt like the same game. So looking at the draft, I'm not even going to attempt to discuss the first half. We've seen it before. We know what's going on. We've talked about it a million times, what the relations between these two champions are. Do want to highlight that the biggest difference maker to me in this game was the summoner choice. The cleanse actually so big, because cleanse was what saved Taeyun in that early play. And outside of that, Syndra, again, coming through. But that Victor, I really want to hone in on because I'm a notorious Victor hater. But Bulldog did a really good job of convincing me.
He did. Let's jump into our first replay here, which is basically just us showing you just how good Bulldog is.
It's a combination of giving a shout out to a player that literally debuted in Challengers the day he turned 16, as soon as he was eligible. And the key thing here to me is that Carvins was the MVP of the last game, and it wasn't necessarily through how he impacted the side lanes, it was more so team fights, but he was very, very pivotal to getting Bro the win. And what we're seeing here is that literally after a teleport, immediately stuck underneath his turret. And the Victor, even though it is a pick that, again, I've complained about a lot, it used to be picked into Azir, and it feels like a relatively low impact champion in many cases, more like a, I guess we'll go for this because it doesn't lose too hard to anything. But in this situation, we actually see there is no mid prio. This isn't the only time this has happened, but Karus literally goes from teleporting fresh into a lane, now being down that cooldown, to having to call Umti mid-jungle clear to try and cover while he goes for a back, right? And I think moments like this, without mid-brow, the rest of the game becomes so much hard to play. Bro can't open up the lanes, can't look for skirmishes and fights. And as a result, I think it's moments like this that might not show up in a highlight reel that are very important for actually maintaining a sense of control over the game and what allowed Kwangdong to win this time around.
No, absolutely, because we have to remember that it was Karas's Syndra that won POG in the previous game. So being able to then hop onto a slightly different champion and one that we don't necessarily have a lot of stock in and have a performance like that really change it up. And yes, you know, there's some caveats. It's not Sylas anymore. Range versus melee matchup. You're not going to get bullied as hard by things like the Syndra, but still, it was an amazing performance by Bulldog, and it's just nice to highlight these new players coming into the LCK who are showing so much promise. But let's have a look at the final highlight that we have for you, because this was the mid lane fight that almost got going and sort of didn't get going, but then was enough for Kwangdong Freaks to win the game.
It really is peak Brion, right? Where the entire game hinges off of the single fight. And often it's them winning the single fight. In this case, wasn't the case. Because up until this point, I think the game is perfectly winnable, right? Like in terms of goal, in terms of game state, definitely doable. Dun gets the little scoop there on Lucian. But even with just Umti down and how Kwangdong were playing in that game, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able, because they had a really good move towards the Soul, which would have, or the Infernal Drake rather, which would have gotten them Soul. So overall, really slow but steady for Kwangdong Freaks here.
Yeah, but it was extraordinarily slow. I think we'd like to see the pace brought up just a little bit on both sides of the rift. If we were, you know, if we were to give any constructive criticism to both of these teams, because honestly, it was pretty slow for both of these squads. But it might just be that it's been a few months since we've cast a fresh Brion game.
This is Brion.
Now a Brion game.
This is what they do. This is and I even D+ has fallen into the trap of, you know, they're not going to fight if they're not 100% certain. There were a couple of calls where they could have gotten the Baron. It would have been a risk, sure, but they could have definitely gotten away with it. But they didn't take the risk because that's not who they are.
They're not. They're in fact the seatbelt team for a reason. And I think another one of the seatbelt teams is now coming in line as Kwangdong. And Kwangdong are a team that, you know, they've come out and said they bite it, you know, ready to give us some of the action. CV Max was pretty outspoken in saying that they were going to have some high-octane League of Legends. This was not it.
I do think that in terms of Kwangdong, it's also about inexperience and knowing where you have to be in the map at any given point in time.
That's a very good
So they get a little bit of leeway.
They also won the game, which is very
helps.
important. And I think we have POG ready as well. So very interested to see who's going to pick it up, and it's indeed going to be Bulldog. I think this might even be unanimous.
Also straight up 40% damage share. Moments like this to me really solidified it, right? Literally stepping up to 3 people, because at this point, if I'm not mistaken, has his Zerevs available, has his Roa fully stacked, and as a result, with Victor's off him, we fall into the trap of I'm just going to poke. But no, Bulldog actually steps forward aggressively, keeps making the moves, keeps trying to actually put pressure on a Brion, of which we know that if you do give them space, they actually are very adept front-to-back team fighters. But this time around, damage output simply too high. Really good positioning, very, very tanky, really bringing it all. And I think, there we go. And that is in his second series. And sure, Brion is a team that is on the weaker end of the spectrum within the LCK, but still, it's always cool to see up-and-coming players delivering on their promise.
And I mean, this is against Karas as well. And we had this conversation earlier on. Karas made his name in Challenger just before Bulldog made his way in. And
never met each other.
Karas was of a similar echelon of skill level as well to what a lot of people were saying about Bulldog last year. So really cool to see Bulldog coming in and saying, maybe I can take this throne. But they're going to have to win game 3. So let's throw it back to the casters and get right into it.
Thank you, No Carpet Spacers, as it's once again me, Valdez, with Wolf. And we are jumping into the third and final game of this series. Brion took game number 1, Kwangdong Freaks and Bulldog took game number 2. Will we see a run back, as once again, Bulldog's family,
Bulldog
very supportive,
forever.
Bulldog forever.
I am... I'm going to be honest with you, Valdez. I'm going to put it on the line here. I'm going to speak from my heart.
Speak the true.
As Frederick Brown will pick blue side, so never mind. What I was going to say. I was going to say was what I was most looking forward to is where Umpty flashes in Game 3. But it's not going to happen the same way this time around.
Flash
He could
from the
still
blue
flash,
side.
but, you know, probably not as necessary here. But picking blue side means that we can see some other types of early game level 3 ganks from Umpty if they're going to be running the
Probably
Henna
bot
illusion.
lane.
Some Elise is a possibility. Ooh. And they're going to ban the Sejuani, which was very problematic for them in those later stages of the game.
Yeah, going to the blue side allows you to ban stuff that isn't Ashe, Caitlyn, Varus every single game. So I do like this decision. They still can ban 2 of them alongside of Sejuani, leave another open, potentially pick it. As same vibe ban here for the side of Kwangdong to start. After that, they went Renekton and Ryze from the blue side. How will they change it here?
Well, got to ban the Ryze as Kwangdong in this case. Varus, something we haven't seen from Henna, but was one of actually his better champions, actually. And he was playing it before everyone else and after everyone else in certain mini Varus metas we had in 2021, very briefly in 2022. Really a pick he's very experienced on, if it does come to pass, if that's what he'd like to do. What would be really interesting, too, is, okay, Yuumi ban. It's going to change things significantly. It would be interesting if Kwangdong just said, I don't trust Henna's Caitlyn, you know, we haven't really seen him play that champion, and let's ban the Lucian, you know, let's do something completely different here. But with the ban on Yuumi, might just be Zeri Lulu instead. This will take away Maokai too, so no Umpty Maokai gank.
So it has to be Elise,
yeah.
Right?
Lucian Elise, lock it in. Yeah.
Caitlyn's available, Renekton's available, but that's more of a later stage pick, as they say. Well, Lucian Nami is still pretty strong, and we're pretty happy with that.
I want to see Henna play not Lucian, but I guess we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. We're going to have to wait till next week for that
That's
one.
impossible, yeah. I don't think that's actually... No.
Okay.
Yumi's banned.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, someone actually going to do the Lucian Yuumi? Not in this game. All right. Zeri plus what, though? What defensive jungler? No Sejuani, no Maokai here. Looks like it's just going to be Wukong Lulu. Man, I was hoping
Where have
for
we
something.
seen this?
Yeah, I was hoping for something a little bit more interesting, but it's okay. It's different from games 1 and 2. Now, give me that Elise. Ooh.
Can I interest you in Renekton Elise?
Yeah, giving the Lord some extra prio here. Now, the Elise can't be protected. Obviously, can be just banned away here by Kwangdong Freaks in the second phase.
Lulu coming out here.
Yeah. Just lock it in, using some extra time here to discuss the bans, which is, of course, completely fine and normal and smart. But we know it's going to get locked in. Just using this time to discuss whether they're going to ban Elise or not, and what other junglers could be a threat here on the bottom side. I think Elise is the #1 pick you're worried about, considering the Maokai's off the cards. Sejuani gone. And, wow, it's like these drafts have been pretty similar for the past few days around the world.
Got a great read on the meta.
And then here, you're looking for a split push champion. Maybe the Jax, maybe Fiora. Always the Kassadin first, though. Always got to take that one away first. The Kassadin always creeps up on me.
Yeah.
It's banned every time in the second phase, but we always forget about it. You got a blue side ban that one.
Are they going to ban Akali? I mean, it's another pretty strong pick
Poppy,
for Karis.
We're digging deep into the Zeri Lulu counters there. Peanuts like giving this one a thumbs up at home. You know, Dudu can play a plethora of topside split pushers here, though, in this comp with only one ban left. And he can save it for final pick here. Win.
Yeah, I saw him mouth that. I'm like, there's no way he said that.
But
it's just my lip reading failing me again. But it was right this time.
Sion would be really interesting here, but I think you definitely are either thinking with Gwen banned, you go Cassante here and you are hoping to handle the Gnar, or I think you just go Fiora again. You know, I mean, you can buy so much time that way. Teemo is not going to be the answer.
Why not? I like Timo.
Don't make me do this on TV.
He has a cool hat. I mean, seems like he's a pretty fun guy.
Blind that Lucian, the Zeri's totally safe. Well, we just see the Cassante traded back here for Morgan. Oh, no, he's got the Renekton already, of course.
Oh,
what?
Umpty. Going back to an old favorite.
Okay.
Lilia, you know.
Oh, hold on.
Can do this alongside a Renekton. We used to see this, especially when Lilia first came into the meta.
Which mid for Karus, though? Karus not the kind of mid player who plays a lot of AD champions, and he's not going to in this game either. We'll pick up the Azir. All right, well, feels like we've time traveled back to 2020, 2021 with this one a little bit.
2020, 2021, that's a lot of years.
Yeah.
That's way in the future.
Karma. They did us like that. They did us like that.
My favorite was the audience were like, "Oh wow, Karma! Ooh!" I'm like, guys, come on.
All right, so let's talk.
It is Bulldog playing Karma though, which is
when we have Zeri comps. The main thing to focus on, because we've kind of boiled it down. Like we've had so much Zeri versus Lucian that you put the salt in the water to make it boil faster, and
actually,
it's all evaporated.
Yeah, exactly.
And well, the key thing is how many ways can Taeyun die in this game? And there's the Gale Force angle. There's the Azir who can Emperor's Divide him or push his supports away. There's Renekton dive on top. There's a sleep that he might get hit by, which leads to a combo when he blows up. There's a lot of ways to kill Taeyun in this game, but he's got a lot of protection. He's got the Lulu. He has, of course, the Karma, which can make him run really, really fast, and he's going to be shielded. He has, in some ways, a lot of protection with the top side of the map as well, but that's going to be execution-based, right? And Renekton getting on top of the Zeri, that's just the beginning of the end, right? If you get slept, not a whole lot you could do about that either. You only get one cleanse, as this is a really interesting drawing here.
Yeah, that's, I think they're referring to CD Max.
I would assume so.
I saw Max saying, yeah.
I think that when you look at what this comp brings to the table here, it's a pretty unusual approach, but it has worked before. You know, it's an old comp, but it's a good one. And
checks out.
It checks out, you know? For Dudu here, there's a lot of pressure. For Youngjae, there's a lot of pressure on peeling away from all the threats, keeping Taeyun alive, allowing him to carry the game.
Well, I'm very curious to see how Game 3 is going to go. Well, let's take a look. All right, here we are. Game 3.
Bulldog has laned very well in every game he's played so far this season, which is why I started off saying I'm ready to trust, right? Karma into Azir, a new test. Let's see how he does here. If he can minimize the Azir prio and end up trading well with his mantras. There's, you know, a bit of extra gank power here with this Wukong, obviously, if he can get a root off, but that's very difficult to do against the Azir with the range.
Yeah, he'll be using his Qs on the wave.
I think he'll be sitting back.
He'll be pressing Q, and then he's going to press RQ after that, generally. You can press it first, of course, if you'd like. Press your Inspire button when you're ready to soak some of the damage from the Azir. Then just... you're fine, you know. Just wait until the team fights a little bit later on. You'll be good. He did go Scorch.
Scorch, yep. Airy. In terms of Taeyun here, he actually did go Barrier. The lane matchup is so tricky that if you go Cleanse here, it may save you, but it also may just mean that you die in the 2v2 to just Lucian damage. So
yeah,
it's one of those catch-22 problems you have as Zeri. And you're hoping that with the Lulu, with Wild Growth, and with Bulldog here able to shield you and speed you up, that maybe that'll be enough. And you're hoping that you don't get CC'd ever. Your positioning has to be so good that that's just not going to happen to you. There are a lot of ways it can happen, but you're just going to have to be perfect.
Yeah, I kind of like it in this scenario. A little bit less in the scenario that Pays was in against the Lissandra comp of T1. That, I think, definitely should have been a cleanse, and maybe you lose like 10 CS in the lane and you just deal with it. But in this scenario, I'm a fan. We'll have a lot of time to really break down how it does work out in this game.
Yeah, we'll see if it works or not.
Oh, I got the root!
He did get the root.
Wow!
Level 3 advantage, gets the big Q, and then instantly loses all the health on the trade to the Azir range, but just a good start, good start. We saw Poolbay play the best Karma mid so far of the year, I think. Was very amazing.
Yeah,
very cool.
You know, guys, if you're watching now, we do have challengers for the LCK. That's on Mondays and Tuesdays, casted by all 4 of us. You and I, Wolf, and also the 2 spacers that were on the no carpet space place.
Wow.
Yeah.
The name just gets longer every time.
It's a really great place. And yeah, definitely check it out. All the up-and-comers that can be swapped into the LCK at any time. You could be ahead of the curve. Yep. And it's fun. We talked to chat there.
We do. We check it out. It's going to get really popular soon, so join as soon as possible so you get to be in the intimate chat part before it goes a mile a minute. Because it feels like it's already kind of getting closer to that. But yeah, check out challengers.
Yeah.
We don't have soup yet, but we could.
I'm sure it could be arranged.
People are always asking about it, so I'm sure we can make it happen.
Definitely one of the core aspects of challengers is the soup.
Certainly.
So we'll have to make that happen. Umpty does not get to flash root anyone in this game as he is playing Lilia. He did go for Moss Stomper.
Yeah. Okay, trade.
Gets the heal out of effort.
That's very good for Taeyun and Moham here. Gonna try to just grab a nice back timing here with this cannon wave.
They should not be allowed back.
And then just gonna use piercing for the wave. Will still be a delay. That was very scary for a moment there. Almost felt like they wanted to bait it because they had heal barrier advantage. Doesn't end up being a fight or anything like that. Taeyun's gonna have to stick around though. Which means we see Moham heading mid, where Bulldog actually ended up getting second back here for his cooldown boots. See Karas picks up his control ward here. Nothing too huge going on in the mid lane. Bulldog's been playing it very well, but no massive advantages either side. As sometimes in a lot of matchups in the past when we have the Lilia would be invaded and pushed back by something like a Wukong in the early levels. Not to happen on this patch, this case. Moham is putting Bulldog in danger.
So Moham used the heal, and Bulldog flashed. I think he would have survived with just the heal, but just playing it safe.
Yeah, it doesn't want to get flashed on by either Umpty or Karas in this case, I guess. Just wants to get ahead of the curve. But as a result, will not trade flashes. Will actually just waste his.
Could be Infernal now. Just a little bit of pry out from mid. And the bottom side, of course, having Lucian Nami.
It was really a move that kind of was orchestrated by Moham here on the Lulu, trying to help set him up for a kill, but actually backfires big time.
Well, they're actually going to fight this one, it looks like.
Looks like it.
Considering it. I mean, they've got the Wukong coming in. Youngjae is going to get vision.
Karas is 6, and there's no karma here, but the Drake is doing so much damage, they're going to give up control.
Okay. Resets. Was very early, but Umpty has been able to get away with that before. Not meant to be this time.
It was a really good call. I mean, I think Kwangdong Freaks here, knowing the damage of the Drake and knowing those health bars just low enough, they can push them off there. And Breon not willing to make this a 50-50, where we could have a Zeri moment early on in the game, get that Zeri accelerated, decide to back away, because it was a risky call to contest, but I think it was just safe enough. You know, considering that Karas had his ult, of course, and had the choke point controlled, it could have backfired for Kwangdong, but they stopped the Drake, and Youngjae is actually going to get the scuttle control.
But,
however,
moreover, Umpty is getting the red buff, so he'll steal that away from Youngjae on spawn. And it's going to be pretty nice. He could even... I think he should be close enough to level 6 just based on that, but...
It's going to be, I think he's sitting at like 3/4.
Yeah.
Won't click on him for us, but that's okay. We can, I think, reasonably assume he's somewhere between 1/2 and 3/4 of level 6. Not quite there yet, though. It's going to take back timing. Won't be able to gank.
Probably say like 63.33 repeating, of course.
Yeah, like...
That would be my guess.
I like really wish they click on him now. It's like... Comes it's like 5.05. I'm like, wow, we're like way off. I think we're right on this one, but...
Well, he did take the red buff at level 5, so it's probably around there. Drake is now Kwangdong's.
Yeah, it's just going to belong to them, and the Herald is getting grouped up on right now. Umpty starts it off here, but this could be collapsed pretty easily, and he's doing it alone. Taeyun's heading over, has level 6. Timing of this pretty tight. It looks like Kwangdong Freak's not going to actually commit heavily. His control ward, very valuable here for Umpty. He's just going to get away with it.
Yeah. Just going to trade objectives once again. Nice hold here on the wave from Moham. Clapped for the hold. Maybe they clapped for the Rift Herald. That must have been it. Because if they clap for holding the wave, I mean... How far have we sunk? How far have we come?
Well, you know, there's like a graphic that comes up when objectives are taken, so I think it
was probably that.
It's kind of like the old like 60s TV show where like the guy holds the applause sign.
Yeah.
Everybody claps. That's kind of what our thing says. Okay.
Oh, here we go. No flash on Bulldog. Where have we seen this before against Nazir? This is a definite kill, and they're going to give it to Umpty. They definitely could have tried to orchestrate it so that Karis picks up the kill, but either way.
Yeah, there's not a big wave with this either. They're not going to go ahead and drop the Herald mid, so just going to be money for Umpty. Karis going to pick up some assist gold, of course. So we're going to jump back to this. Bulldog goes for Manfred Q and is just within scoop range here. Shuffle comes over. Umpty's here for the sleep. Frankly, with no flash here, I don't even think Umpty is required to get this kill, but we'll pick up the assist for, basically steal the kill and give the assist over to the Azir.
This is part of the reason why Azir never leaves the meta, because of that kill pressure. Such a great control mage. He has immense lane control. Once he farms, he scales really well. And he's basically a menace the entire game. He's got a game-changing ultimate. So as long as he's got this kit and his numbers aren't too bad, you will be seeing more Azir. So for you guys who are out there are like Resident Sleep or Azir again, well, I've got bad news for you.
Hey, well, there's no...
Going to be sticking around more.
There's no Corki right now.
Not yet.
I've seen Chobi playing it in solo queue, but I don't think it's meta. Okay, this is a nice bubble, but they can't make much of it.
That's a nice little calling. Tane gets over the wall. To have Young Jay nearby, so just in case enemy jungler was here, he could have counter-ganked, but not meant to be. Not going to look to dive here.
I feel like we're golf commentators now.
I mean, essentially. You know, we definitely do pass based on the way the game is going.
Do you think?
Oftentimes.
I mean, it's so rare. I've never actually seen it in a pro golf game. I don't watch very often, but like, do you think the commentators get like really hyped, like league commentators, when there's a hole-in-one? Like,
yeah, they do.
They just get like they like start yelling really loud. Well, they just go like, "Wow, quite nice, single stroke."
No, I mean, I've seen a little bit. Might have to hold this thought. No, no. What am I thinking? Don't have to hold our thoughts in this one. Yeah, I've seen, you know, some highlights, and my dad used to watch it a bit in the past. Basically, if there's a big moment, it doesn't last a long time.
Big moment.
Either way, this is a big moment. It might last a while, as Effort is just going to tidal wave out. And Karis, he's got a lot of damage, but he does not commit to the divide. So decides, you know what, I don't want any more kills. Instead, we're just going to safely plant down the Rift Herald in mid lane.
Yep, and could try to maybe make something happen bottom side here, but Mom is in the way. So flash down for Effort here off of this play. They end up getting the Herald to crash through. And, you know, back to lull state here, but...
Yeah, so golf commentators, it's basically like a little bit short-lived. It'll be like, whoa, what an amazing shot. That was truly spectacular, something like that.
Okay.
And then, you know, that's about it.
All right. That was basically what you just did just there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
That was truly a tidal wave disengage.
I just wish Kars pressed his ultimate, you know, even get the flash out for someone.
Okay, here we go.
Little gank here. We got Meganar into the wall. This should be pretty easy, but no. Morgan just flashes. And Dominus is. And he's waiting. Bulldog does not flash until too late. And now he might be in some trouble because he's going to get Dunkarooed. Is the damage there? No, it is not, as Moham comes in and saves him just a bit. Probably would have ticked down from the Lilia damage.
Still a huge win, though. Bulldog, both summoners now down here, also losing the Lulu heal, and nothing used outside of that ult combo here for Breon, so they could just group up for this Drake now. It spawns in 15. They have bot side prio, and I mean, if you contest this as Kwangdong Freaks, you're just asking for trouble. You just don't have the setup to do it. And Frederick Breon can essentially do this on spawn. Look at all the vision they have. They have wards on every entry point to this. Control ward in River Brush and Tri Brush. There is no flank angle here, and they've got the damage too.
Yeah, I think Moham's just trying to get a little bit of vision around the area. Because generally after you get the Drake, you don't stick around too long, so it's a good opportunity for the support to go in and kind of say, hey, I'm going to take down your wards, take control of the river, etc. So they're not going to fight over that. Although Youngjae did go down there, maybe just helping out clear out some stuff with a little bit of scanner action.
Yep, and you can see the vision has almost just kind of been painted red right after that. So vision was set up for Bro, now cleared, but less useful vision.
Why is the river blue? I think that's a little bit biased. Don't you think?
I mean, water is just generally not red colored unless it's a red tide.
Generally.
Which you should stay away from.
What is, wait, a red tide?
Yeah, it's when,
is that a thing?
Yeah, like, I think it's called red tide, where the algae gets really red colored and it means something dangerous that I don't remember, but I know it's
sharks,
like, not good.
Probably. That's what I learned from movies. Water's dangerous because of sharks.
Yeah, and also tides don't exist in rivers. Well, they do, but not significantly enough. No red tides in rivers. The moon's gravity still affects rivers, I guess. You know.
This is a moment where you get this clip and you show it to your mom. You're like, see, Mom, I'm studying. Yeah. I'm learning about rivers. It's Earth science class. God.
By the way, I was going to mention right before you asked about the rivers, like this vision that they got wasn't, I was going to say it wasn't too impactful because the Drake isn't spawning, but it actually allowed Taeyun to farm freely here bottom side and is going to get a safe rotation up to this Herald. Now, Karas does have teleport, so is going to be able to stick around bottom side there and come in, but it makes his engages a little bit more telegraphed here, potentially. And so that vision that was helped cleared by Mom and Youngjae will end up being somewhat impactful here. Comes that TP from Morgan.
Yeah, a little bit less valuable if there's nothing happening in the game, but everybody's actually going to TP into this one, so here we go.
Party.
A little bit of a nothing happened until it did, as a couple of sleeps coming in. As you see, Bro is looking to press all the buttons and just move on forward. They get caught by the sleep. Everybody has to back, and a couple of guys get left out to dry. That is 2 kills now to the side of Frederick Breon. They don't quite get that objective, but it is still a big win.
Everything that we talked about that can kill the Zeri can also kill the Gnar or the Lulu, or potentially both. And there's just so many different engage options here. And when everybody's teleporting in like this, advantage goes to the champions that don't need time to build an R-bar, in this case. Plus, there isn't as much setup, unfortunately, for the Gnar to build that one up in the fight like this. So Taeyun barely gets out alive, but isn't able to do anything impactful in the fight. That's Rift Herald.
Watch Umpty.
Yeah. Umpty here, really well set up. Taeyun gets hit first, flashes in, sets up the double sleep. And then Dudu's here with nothing on his Gnar bar, is just chain CC'd, and there's no peel, there's no damage follow-up because they slept.
Yeah.
Taeyun just barely gets out alive, as I mentioned.
Also, Bulldog was top. So strong. They add that into the replay, and it's like, well, you also didn't have your Karma. So your entire mid laner is just not there.
Yeah, he was completely zoned out from the rest of the fight, so couldn't help out there. And going to push the wave as the fight went sour, I think, was definitely the right call. I think the context of that clip a little bit suspect in terms of that, because I think he was running up to the wave after it was doomed.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just completely cut off. His TP is expended on both sides, but Breon just has the easier comp to execute in these moments because of the Gnar bar equation and Umpty's amazing play with the double sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've talked about the Zeri comp a little bit, but, you know, it's essentially saying we're going to have 2 supports for the Zeri and just let her get 6 items and kind of carry us all. You know, we've got a lot of CC behind it with the Wukong and the Gnar, and that's kind of what we're going for. It's really one big damage threat, and generally that would be great. You know, just sit back, wait for 40 minutes, you win the game. But, bro, I mean, they have the Azir as well. I mean, the Azir and even the Lucian in the late game is going to be doing a huge amount of burst damage. And speaking of which, Moham going to have to flash just for one R button press from the Lucian.
If he hits more of that culling and then Gale forces in, you're done for. And Flashes doesn't heal, is that worried about it. And that's just another summoner down here for an already vulnerable support in this composition. The Gnar's frontline ability is conditional, and the Wukong's is as well in terms of when his ultimate can be used, where he's positioned. And there's just too many threats. And I think Guangdong Freaks' comp can work, but it's just so complex. Whereas Fredit Brion's, or rather formerly Fredit Brion, their composition kind of works by default if you have a good angle. There's just so many ways for it to go right. Karis here, look at where he is on the flank. Umpty, if you try to collapse through this choke point, get hit by that ball, you are all going to get slept, and then the follow-up is Azir ult. Morgan's there watching the flank.
Yes, and Young Jae kind of left out here. Is he going to go? Oh, he's going to get slept here. And he has to flash onto the cone, and he might get away, but, I mean, that's basically everything used for just the sleep for Umpty. I mean, no big sleep to be used in this fight, at least, but now the jungler of KDF a little bit out of sorts.
Morgan, though, also in a fairly vulnerable spot, but could turn in an instant here, has flash ult available. Taeyun needs to be so careful. He's managing chipping away with this extendo beam, but also needs to make sure he doesn't get caught by any of that lethal CC. This is such a stressful fight for Kwangdong. They do not want to give this one up.
Yeah.
The flank from Morgan.
It is just the one Ocean Drake. They put themselves in not a great spot, and that is one scary Croc. He goes back into the back line immediately, just gets polymorphed and does nothing. The damage follow-up is not there. The Mega Gnar gets umpty into the back line. He's doing a decent amount of damage, actually, but does go down in the end as Bulldog does a great job of kiting this one out as well. Finally, we see the Emperor's Divide here. A little bit late as, nope, not quite going to hit onto Henna.
Very close. Max damage in the fight goes to the Karma, actually. And that was really clean. From the side of Kwangdong Freaks, Dudu just barely survives there at the end of things. And it looks pretty doomed from the outset, except when you consider that Karis isn't in range to actually follow up on this. And then there's a set of knockups coming through from the Lulu Wild Growth and Young Jae's ultimate. And Dudu just barely gets out here. And that's that. Like, the fight is over. You're trying to now disengage as Karis. If Karis was closer when that Renekton engage came through from Morgan, I think this fight could look different, but he's out of range for his Emperor's Divide. He isn't hitting any of that Leandri's damage. The turn and the focus fire, the target selection from Kwangdong in that fight was beautiful.
Yeah, very nicely done. They net themselves 2 kills and an Ocean Drake. It is, to be honest, not massive, but it definitely puts them on more even footing with Bro at this point in time. You get some assists for your Zeri and get her to scale up just a little bit faster. But to be honest, in this game, I think it's going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes.
I think it will. I think a lot of this meta right now is very solved in terms of what the drafts are looking like and what the win conditions are, but in terms of how to play it out, we're still figuring it out here in some of our east side teams. By the way, Brion, west side team at the moment. Ooh. Could be finishing this week with 2-0 start. Hashtag
could happen.
Of bro? Hashtag bro memento?
Hashtag Chad?
Yes.
They're going to hit the gym after today.
You're going to hit the scrim. Okay, Dudu has his bar. Take this out.
Dominus available, though. So Dudu has flash. He might have to use it here, but his follow flash, as this should be a solo. It is so incredibly close. As the hop was used, Morgan just needs one more dash to get in range. The mini Gnar. Oh, he's just barely fast enough.
Just barely.
Oh.
Not over yet.
What?
Don't know about that flash, but look.
Should have let him live.
Just kind of speed through. Umpty commits the flash there to guarantee the kill. They want to take this turret down as soon as possible. And if you look at the Baron, the rest of the Freaks are kind of grouped up around there, so do want to make this a speedy play here. Morgan does have his teleport. I think Dudu just really misjudging his damage in this case because he has a cleaver and he thinks he can actually break through a Renekton that's sitting on 1.5 items here, even with that extra armor. But with Dominus there and the ult, you're not going to win those, unfortunately, especially because he has to spend time hitting the turret. So, gets stunned up here, takes the turret shot, has to hit the turret again, and Morgan's just stacking up the damage. Ults here, and also that misses too.
Yeah, he dodges both of those really nicely, does Morgan.
And then Umpty comes over and ruins the fun. We also see the Nami rotation over too. Efforts making sure this is guaranteed. So this flash, not 100% necessary, but sped it up.
Yeah, I mean, the way this game has been going, maybe Umpty assumes he'll have flashback for the next fight. He doesn't need it for a while.
Oh man, you just spoke the truest truth. You just said it exactly the right words. Oh. I don't think it'll be true exactly, but it feels like it's true. Something else that's true is it's Jack Show.
Yeah.
For Umpty on this Lilia. So very difficult to kill. Tank Lilia with some burn damage here. Set up for the sleep, and very difficult to kill her when you only have... Like, a lot of the times killing Lilia is how you stop her from sleeping your team, is you just turn on her and focus her.
Here we go. Just kidding.
Here we go.
Just kidding.
There goes the calling. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, continue.
But, you know, if you're trying to focus down the Lilia, you know, where's Taeyun's damage going? There's just so many threats, like I said before. I actually really like this build. It seems silly when you consider how squishy Lilia is as a champion, kind of, but with this build, it's really smart. And it's actually just pretty sick overall. Big brain,
sick.
Giga Chad build.
Yeah, would agree. As you see, Bro are trying to move up mid. This Drake about to spawn again. These are singular Ocean Drakes. They're not the biggest deal, but decent amount of downtime in these games. So maybe just using that to heal up a little bit with the Ocean. And want to try to deny Soul Point. Does Bro. A little bit of a
stay split, and the angle here for Youngjae, unseen. He could flank here, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
Oh, Anna. No, he sat on top of it, and now he is going to be pushed away. Is Youngjae, has to flash, does Taeyun. So not the cleanest engage they were looking for, but that was pretty close.
Taeyun so close to death here.
A lot of damage on into Lilia, gonna set up the sleep onto the Karma as in goes Umpty for extra damage. He's leading the charge as finally he is tanking. He's got Morgan right next to him. Dudu a little bit scary on the back foot, but this looks like Bro's Dragon.
Close to Narbar here is Dudu. Taeyun's still alive.
And trying to get on in there and re-engage. The Wukong not able to get in range. The Dominus popped here now for Morgan, and Taeyun goes down trying to desperately get the kill onto the Azir. That does not work out. And now it's a bit of a rout as they were looking for a little bit more. Morgan gonna pick up the third kill here for Bro as they set their eyes on mid and Baron.
Looks like they're gonna be able to take it pretty easily too. It's a 2-for-2 Drake split now, but that fight looked so incredibly dangerous for Kwangdong Freaks the whole way through. As Dudu has no Narbar, he's trying to flank. Youngjae comes in and is instantly collapsed on and punished, has to get out. And then Taeyun dodges one bowling ball from Umpty that almost hits him. If he gets hit by that, he gets slept and the fight is over instantly. But he still doesn't have enough space to actually win it. Dudu tries to turn things around with a Narbar. There's just too much damage. And Youngjae's flank here was a cool idea, but just like many fights in this series, the follow-up damage isn't there. Taeyun skating left here is under so many threats, again, and he's not with his support. You know, it's Youngjae who has to get wild growth. It's a very awkward fight. Rather, Taeyun gets the wild growth here awkwardly, and the sleep doesn't hit Taeyun, which is super lucky for him, but it's still not enough. And by the time Dudu comes back into this, it's just kind of too late. And it's very, very scary here. until Karis makes the play.
And they're forcing this for the singular Ocean Break, or the idea that they can win this fight, and even after zoning away Henna, it didn't matter.
Umti's just doing so much, and he's at full health because of this build he's chosen. It's just so unkillable. This is a weird game, Valdez. that whole fight was on the knife's edge of a knife's edge.
Yeah.
But bro walk away victors here.
It's like one of those knives the sushi chefs use, you know?
Yeah. I guess.
I don't know what it's called. Probably a sushi chef knife. That would be my first guess.
I was just about to start his pyramid scheme on the cast right now. Like, you buy 20 of these, sell them for a higher price.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, Karis has his ult. And there's a really good siege in this comp. I mean, look at where Henna can be. He could obviously be pushing mid solo, but he could also rotate over and punish with Gale Force Rapid Fire Cannon and just pop somebody like a balloon.
Yeah, the side lane, you see that Dudu's down 2 levels, and he doesn't really know, because they don't have control of the mid lane, so he doesn't know if he's getting rotated on, which, bad news for him, he is, but he is in Mega Gnar, so I don't think Bro are going to overcommit to this. So actually, he will be just fine.
Umpty said Tank Lilia's back. He just said it, man. Dead Man's Plate next.
He did just say that. I think I heard him say that on the stage, yeah.
I mean, if that's what it's going to take for some variety in my LCK draft. Umpty's my new favorite player right now.
Especially for these teams. Okay, here we go. Tidal Wave comes through, just a zoning tool. They already had Baron, so feels a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah, but it just helps guarantee this. I think it's okay, you know. Unnecessary, but it's
a solid 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, there's no objective coming up for the next 90 seconds, so he won't be punished for this. I think the observers and the Korean commentators talking about it because they did highlight his back there very briefly. As they will get the empowered recalls with the last part of this Baron buff, but no inhibitors broken open. We're not even on Soul Fight just yet, Valdez. The game continues, as we will see Zeri significantly behind in terms of item value right now. He's got a lot of tanks to break through, so changing up the item actually as well, not going for IE third.
They have almost the exact same amount earned, actually, which is funny. It's probably just a bit of, you know, objective gold and all that stuff, and the assist for the Lucian, and the slight CS lead for the Zeri.
Yeah.
Either way.
Just picks up LDR.
Basically even.
Trying to kill Umpty right now, but also trying to kill Lucian and Azir. There's only one real damage dealer on this fight, which is why they need Dudu so badly to have that big combo so they can just do essentially so much with the follow-up from the Wukong. Like, we've seen a lot of these Gnar Wukong games where it's like, okay, we got the Zeri, she's hard to kill, but how much damage can she do alone? She needs a lot of space, and that combo needs to be good for Kwangdong to succeed here. 8,000 gold down, it's still winnable, but no map control here whatsoever. Umpty 2 levels ahead. Well, as I say, it becomes 1 level ahead, but for that brief moment when it was shown 2 levels ahead.
Similar in the top and jungle, though, and that will matter. As in goes Umpty, he's like, nah, I'm not okay with that. Still full health. He's got a lot more chances to go in and sweep up.
With his dead mans, he could just look for another one.
Yeah. And Karis has got a great angle here. Not sure if they know exactly where he is. Looks like they have identified that the Azir is, in fact, in the brush. As the sun comes in onto Youngjae's clone. And Dudu is in mid with Mega Gnar. Wait.
Positional error! Positional error, Valdez!
Okay, wait. What? Okay, Bulldog's just dead. And he TPs! Oh no! He's gonna TP into this! I mean, definitely a Chad maneuver, but I wouldn't have recommended that myself, as now the Wild Growth's going to come through, and the position of Kwangdong Freaks has totally gone to smithereens. I mean, this was not it for them, and Bro...
That might just be the end of it.
They identified it. They're like, wait, really? Okay, we'll just kill you.
Because now, I mean, the Taeyoon's going to try to get this bounty goal. It's going to cost a TP to defend here. Just barely gets the TP off, but the turret does go down. That's a weird interaction there, as Bro are going to grab this Soul point. It's not Soul. They don't have Baron, but it's so much money. Again, into the pockets here of Breon, and so much tempo that can't be regained easily here. As Bulldog, maybe he's trying to Mantra Q to check for Karis in that Tri-Brush, but then decides to go for shield and then walks left again.
And if they just tab to mid, they're like, oh, he's just about to go out of Meganar, even if the TPs are fine. He's also not here.
This was very bizarre, and like he walked left twice there, and I don't have answers for you guys on this one, but it's look, he's a rookie, right? And sometimes you make the wrong call, sometimes you make a wrong move, a misplay, and it costs you big. I mean, he's had 2 amazing back-to-back games, and honestly, I think his laning in this game and what he's done for Taeyun individually is not his fault. That particular error, you know, we can criticize him for, but it's been a good series for him overall, but that one stings for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely a bit of a team issue, you know, like an overall positioning, like not playing together, the communication to not have all 5, you know, to get caught, right, if you're going to back away, as you mentioned, back away with the team, use your Master Shield, you're inspired to just give everybody a speed boost so you can maybe run away. But just don't get yourself in that position in the first place, you know, stuff like this. Not really, again, I mean, they're really fighting actually for every singular Drake, so definitely didn't necessarily need to do that, especially when you have a Zeri that doesn't have IE.
Yeah.
I would say absolutely just give up the Ocean Drake. It's fine.
And like, they didn't lose any inhibitors or anything like that, but we talked about the Baron spawning here, and notice how little Kwangdong can see here.
Well, Young Jae is about to see a little bit of a dream, I suppose, as he's left alone and slept. This huge amount of damage now coming out from Henna. He's looking for the kill, forces Wild Growth, and barely had to use much at all to get that to happen.
Now they have so many turn ultimates between the Tidal Wave and the Emperor's Divide here, with so little left in the tank here for Kwangdong Freaks and Dudu's Narbar fading away. It's just really easy to just turn on to Baron here. There's no vision whatsoever here. You know, outside of the ward, outside of the control ward there, in the brush, but it is in the pit.
In the pit, and Taeyun, again, no need to force things when your Zeri's not ready, right? And this is a little bit of it as well. They're trying to get vision on the Baron, and it kind of just goes awry. I don't believe there was a kill in this fight, but it gets the flash out of
all the big
Wukong. It gets Dudu to get Wild Growth and to go into Meganar as well, so it's just across the board not great, but it looks like Zeri's got IE, so that's one big win for KDF.
Remnants of coffee get into my throat there for a second. It's definitely not the gameplay that's
coffee grinds.
Yeah, the coffee grinds.
That's how you develop your caster voice, with whiskey and coffee grinds.
Not whiskey today, but
no.
We'll see what happens after this series. All right, so Kwangdong Freaks have very little in the tank here to defend this, but the game isn't over till it's over, right? And Frederick Brion are playing this as seatbelty as you could, not splitting into 3, just doing a 1-4. And the wave clear with this Karma is enough, but they can't fight. They just have to sit back and clear waves. 95 seconds on this, Dudu trying to challenge in the side.
Well, he's going to hit Meganar again, and he's not going to be in position to fight this. So it does look like Kwangdong Freaks in this position. You may just have to give up this inhibitor in this position because, again, one of your big engage tools is not in the fight. And they're doing a decent job of holding on to the inhibitor for now. You know, they're clearing the waves, and it doesn't look like Bro want to fully engage just yet. They want to wait for this next cannon wave to come in.
There's a stopwatch here for Morgan. He can engage very deep and pull some of those summoners, and then you see Umti follow up. Umti he doesn't have his flash, but he has obviously a ton of movement speed with this Dead Man's Plate, and Taeyun having flash is really critical for his survival here, which is, I think, part of why Bro are playing this so slow. If they could try to assassinate this area, they would absolutely go for it. He has IE now, too.
Yeah. That's going to be rough. They don't know exactly where he is until he shows up right behind that turret. Has a bit of damage onto Karis. Relatively healthy himself with Shadow Flames, got the Leandries, and I mean,
he's
stopwatch.
He's got 4 items in the stopwatch. He's taken a lead over Henna. And I mean, we're going to, by the way, a potential Bro game with all 7 Drakes. I have seen this many times before. Dudu's Narbar has expired here, does have TP and is going to use it. They need to go fast. They need to act quick if they're going to stop this Drake from going down.
going to be very reliant on Youngjae here as the Cyclone is out. He is in the pit, but he is just getting chunked and pushed out of the pit. They get on top of Taeyun as well, but he's able to kite it back. Taeyun still alive. He's got that support as Bulldog and Mohawk are just burning around him, desperately trying to keep Taeyun alive, but it was not meant to be in the end as, bro, it looks like they have finally broken this game down. 13-3, 37 minutes, no 7 Drakes, but 6 Drakes, good enough for them.
No Elder flips, none of that. Just going to be solid gameplay around the Drake. The objective, this draft was pretty unique from Bro. I mean, obviously outside of the first phase of the draft, but it worked out so beautifully. Umpty brings back one of his old favorites, the tank Lilia. And unfortunately, Taeyun can't avoid everything.
Oh, there's Megathor.
Yeah.
I was wondering. And again, this isn't all on Dudu. I think it's more of a team coordination kind of thing. So before you let those fingers fly, think a little bit. As yes, we are going to have the game ends here. Bro will be taking down the Nexus here in Game 3. 38 minutes in true Brion fashion. They get the job done.
I love how every win for Brion 2 feels like a pop-off. You know, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Doesn't matter how tough the series was. Umpty stands up like he's won. He's just earned playoffs again, and he's high-fiving his teammates. And I just love that kind of energy that this team brings. And creativity we did see from Brion in the draft here. We also saw them flex, some different bans in the second phase going into, that second game. I think both of these teams were tested in several aspects of play. The macro, the setup on these objectives, right? The Barons, the Drakes. Well, we also got to see Bulldog flex his lane prowess. He wasn't able to close the game out, did a ton of damage this game. But, some small errors in team coordination in that side lane. And it was a game, as you said, rightfully, it was going to be decided by who makes the fewest mistakes. And when you have this many ways to catch the only real consistent damage on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, those mistakes were just going to happen. They were going to get forced. They were forced errors.
Oh! Ooh. He's like, no, but actually, I mean it. Yeah, getting in there. Love to see it.
Show and prove, Henna. He has played nothing but Lucian. And so far, looking pretty decent.
Yeah. Some small things here and there, but who doesn't have small things here and there? Bro, no Fnatic this time. No! He definitely heard me.
Yeah, I would say that...
This is top gap.
There are a lot of players who are trying to change their reputation in the LCK, right? And I think Henna is on that list, right? We did talk about Envy yesterday, and he had that quote, but even someone like Kana, who had a rough season on Nongshim, has really changed his reputation, at least for the first few days of play, right? And I think there are a lot of players who get a lot of skepticism and criticism when these rosters are announced. And like, oh man, there were a lot of 80 carries available, but Frederick Brion still trusts in Henna. Like, let's see if it works out this time. And not trying to say he carried this game, he's not getting my POG vote or anything like that, but I feel like we've seen some growth from him in the offseason. Is he a top 580 carry? Not yet, but I think that's one thing we could say. He's looking better, and only on one champion thus far, but let's keep an eye on the young 80 carry player.
IMBTI is UMTI.
What does that stand for?
Umpty.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
So many Brion fans here. Remember, everyone who came to the studio today is not with their family on essentially the eve of Lunar New Year. So some really passionate fans tonight.
Yeah. And we have the Lunar New Year tomorrow. And guess what we also have tomorrow? Is the LCK at the same time.
That's right.
On the weekends, by the way, 2 hours earlier than normal.
Are we going to make Lunar New Year LCK like the new Thanksgiving NFL game? We got to eventually start stacking it up.
I think so. So to be number one, right? Yeah. This has never happened before.
Look at how much damage Umpty could take in this fight. I mean, he does end up going down, but it's actually crazy. Tank Lilia is a real thing. These fights were, again, I said on the knife's edge of a knife's edge, but Ikaris just barely executes the Zeri and flashes the wall here. Dudu almost turns this entire fight. If he's there a little bit earlier, if his Narbar's a little bit closer. And this is the moment that the team coordination falls apart a little bit, and Bulldog tries to kite left here, is collapsed on. And I mean, Bulldog, don't get me wrong, he does a lot of damage in these fights, but it's not the same level of damage as the Andres Azir that's going to be hitting super hard all fight long, that has a big impactful ultimate. He's more of a utility mid, but losing him in fights like this means you don't have that protection, nor do you have the damage. We watch the final moments. Taeyun full health here on the side, under so much pressure, but eventually the stun comes through. There's only so much Mom could do for him once that wild growth's on cooldown.
They're calling like, hey, left side is not good, but it's fine on the right side.
I don't know how long I was going to say we're going to watch it all the way down.
Let's watch all the way. Yeah. Garis doing a lot of damage. I personally would have given my pog to Umti.
I did.
He set up a lot of the fights and really was the big titan, the juggernaut from the jungle.
He also
lead them through.
You know, he had some really nice ganks. He had some really aggressive sleeps. That double sleep around the Herald was, I think, one of the coolest moments in the entire game. And just honestly, the fact that he's willing to play this pick, and he's like, no, I'm going to play my Lilia, let's do this. Like, that's one more CC. That's one more amazing set of damage we could put onto this Zeri. Props to him.
Yeah, very good stuff, and that means that Breon are going to start off the week here 2-0 in the LCK, so very good stuff. But guys, we are done on the cast. Let's throw it over to the Spacers, Atlas, and Chronicler.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Giga Chad space. I'm, of course, Atlas, this Chronicler, and yes, Breon, do it again. Did you ever doubt them, Chronicler?
Yeah. Yeah, I doubted a lot of things in that game, because you know what the best thing is about Breon games? You get the time to get introspective, and I used that time.
What did you come up with in that time?
This was how I felt most of the game. This is a classic.
This is how I felt.
That's how I felt. Yeah. So draft. What do you do if you have a individually very talented player that has been playing a really great LCK so far? You put him on Karma.
I was going to say, I know the answer to this.
Put him on Karma.
For anyone other than CVMax, it's put him on something that has impact. And for CVMax, it's put them on something that's utility.
Yeah, we see this with Chovy. Bulldog getting put on the Karma. In theory, if your AD carry is a ruler, this comp makes total sense. And to me, the bro comp, the cost has already talked in great length about the Lily. I think the only interesting picker. Everything else makes complete sense, very in line with the individual player's preferences and what's currently meta, so I'm not going to discuss it too much. But this is a hyper carry comp from Kwangdong Freaks. In the end of this game, even though 4 items were reached, Taeyun did about 3k damage more than his full tank, Makill's third Bulldog.
Yeah.
And part of that is I think that it's going to be a lot of experimentation. That's what CVMax has said about KDF. But in line of that, this makes sense. In line of actually wanting to win this series, I don't think it does. I think that Taeyun, if he does well in scrims, that's fine. But like what he's shown tonight in the first 2 games, to me, doesn't warrant trying to draft hyper carry around him. Didn't end up working out. This to me is still, I'm holding out definitive judgment until we get deeper, because we have actually had a roadmap earlier today when Gen G played of how you can win this matchup. It's definitely tough. I'd rather just see it switch up so I don't have to see it again.
Yeah, and it also, you know, helped when it had a Yuumi alongside it. The Zeri Yuumi definitely feels like a step above this Zeri Lulu that we've seen defaulted to so many times. As you saw, the record not going very well for the Zeri Lulu compositions. But let's get into this. We've got one highlight for you here of the fight that Bro didn't quite manage to take down.
This is the one. The other really nice moment in this game was the previous setup. This is how ideally the comp works. And this is what Kwangdong were basically unable to categorically get, right? You have an actual front to back, your front line's beefy, but as I was talking to you as well, I actually think that hyper carry comps like this with Zeri, unless your execution level is really high, don't necessarily scale that well.
Yeah.
Because in the late stages of the game, again, unless your Zeri is really good, into things like Azir, it actually is quite tough because you need to start the fight, but Zeri is very short range, so she needs to get in range of things like the Renex and like the Azir. And this was the one good moment for Kwangdong, so I still wanted to bring it up. That's like the peak scenario for that composition, right? And that was the only time that we really saw it happen in the entire game.
It almost happened, again, a couple of times. There were some opportunities for Kwangdong to make it work, and I think maybe with a few more weeks here in the LCK, they will be able to pull the trigger at the appropriate time in order to make it happen. But in this series, honestly, no one was pulling many triggers at all. And we're going to get into the first fight that Bro really did solidify themselves in. I actually thought that the setup was really, really good.
This to me, this fight in a nutshell is why Kwangdong going for the strat doesn't work. Because there's not enough agency for Bulldog playing on Karma. That's just the reality of the champion. And there is too much agency, I personally argue, for Taeyun, right? And this is something that the player, at least in his current form, I don't want to make any sweeping judgments, is not able to deal with. This is a fight that up until this point, I think is winnable. But the moment they lose it here, I think this is the game-breaking point, even though there are more fights that look like a little bit close. This is where Brion, to me, really sets the pressure up, where the carries start to get really, really fed. And if Taeyun stays alive, they play it a little bit slower, and they group more, then they might win. To me, the cohesiveness of Kwangdong, more so than, you know, them being indecisive and them being like kind of all over the place, in terms of macro, makes sense. But to me, that would be the number one thing. We need to be on the same page, and in those fights, they clearly weren't.
They weren't, but I think it's worth taking those risks, especially at the early stages, with the mindset that Kwangdong have, right? Because this is a team that CVMax has already said, like, we're going to treat spring season like scrims, we're going to use it as practice, and this is how you do it. Throw them in the deep end and see whether they float. But let's get into the POG and see who picks it up. I have a general feeling that it's going to be Umpty.
Yeah, there were two choices. Kara is also having another impeccable game on his Azir, one of his trademark champions. And to me, it was the 1-2. Umpty had, in terms of early game, amazing Lilia play. Lilia, of course, was an absolute menace during the preseason when Jack Show and Lilia both were a lot stronger. So seeing Umpty pick it out here is quite interesting, because the champion right now just isn't really at the forefront. But it makes so much sense as well, right? For this team, Umpty being the big instigator, didn't need to flash here, but we'll let that one slide. Because the pace of the game was so low that it didn't actually end up mattering. And especially with how the fights have been here from Kwangdong in particular, and how Brion likes their fights as well. The fights are long, they're messy, they go all over the place, and in situations like that, I think the Jack Show is perfect. The Karis votes make complete sense. The Hannah vote I can't make sense of in this context of this game, but I do really like the shout out to Karis, especially going into some of the replays. Looks very good.
No, I actually thought that, you know, it's great to see his Azir one more time. He was fantastic on that, even when he was playing for a little bit on Gen G. He's had a few moments here and there, and of course, on Humble Life Esports, it was kind of what tied that team together. So really good to see. Very well deserved, though, from the General, being able to, once again, just assert his dominance. And now we get some words from him as well, so he's also one of my favorites to hear interviewed. So we now get to hear from both him and Karis, and that's also going to be really exciting. We will have that interview very, very soon, however, not quite ready. Any closing thoughts on this series, Chronicler?
For Kwangdong, on the top half of the map, I'm actually pretty pleasantly surprised. I think Dudu, Youngjae, and Bulldog together can form the core of a successful team. I would like to see Jun back. I think even though individually it might not have been working out as well, I think he gives the team a little bit more of a voice that currently doesn't.
No, exactly right. And he was named the captain of the team as well. So just experimenting with Moham, and that's absolutely fine. But it is now time for the interview, so let's throw it over to Jisun with Umpty and, of course, Karis.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am indeed here, joined by Umpty and Karis for the POG interview after having a clean 2-0 week on the opening week of the Spring Split. This is your first time actually getting a winning streak on the opening week. I mean, I had some good feelings, but I'm so happy that we really pulled it off. And then, like, you know, we got the winning streak. I even got the POG. It feels amazing. It's funny, you know, because, well, I was pretty worried. Unlike Karis, I was so concerned because I thought KDF is really, really strong. Their early game is really solid, but today, even though we were not performing at our best level, we were able to secure the win, so I'm so relieved. And we had an extended series of 3 games. Were you expecting this kind of a storyline? I was expecting a 2-0 loss, to be honest, because I thought we were not doing well, and on the other hand, I thought KDF was really strong, but we got really lucky. So I think we really have to come back stronger. What about you, Karis? Yeah, it is true that we are not performing that well. You know, there are a lot of stuff that we need to improve on. But like even last night, I was like, when I was going to bed, I was just feeling super confident, you know. I was pretty sure that we're gonna win today. I was not expecting a 2-0 win, so I was like, it's gonna be a 2-1, I guess, and it happened. I'm really curious to find out what actually became the source of your confidence, because today I was able to witness some of the different kind of playstyle and strategy on the side of Freddy Brion. For example, like early rotation towards the bot lane to shut down Zeri. Was that something you prepared? Well, I did not prepare, you know. It's more about, you know, Hannah performing so well these days, so we wanted to focus around the bottom lane. And then I was also sure that even if I spend a lot of time on the bottom lane, I can still, you know, match with the opponent jungler. And you were living up to your nickname, the Rookie Killer, because you were camping bot lane all day long. You were bullying the Rookie bottom duo. Was that part of your plan? I'm not sure about the Rookie Killer title, but I think you guys really have to watch out for our early actions when you guys are playing against Freddy or just Brion. Karis, well, I mean, you got POG in game number 1, but game 2, Bulldogs Victor was also so on point. How was it? Well, Kwangdong secured Yumi, so we wanted to actually accelerate the game by getting early Drakes. However, we kind of lost our tempo, and Kwangdong was able to play the game that they wanted, so we were not able to have control of the game. Then how did you prepare for the upcoming game 3? So game 2, we had to snowball faster, and then we also figured Kwangdong really prefer Yumi a lot, so we just wanted to not let them take their favorite picks. So that was the key plan heading into game 3. Speaking of which, Maokai got banned in game 3 and you got to put your hands on your signature pick, Lilia. Was that something you prepared? Nope. Not at all. I just I was kind of flustered as well, you know? It was my mistake because I forgot that they actually banned Vi in the first phase of the ban. So I was like, I'm gonna go for either Poppy or Vi, and then I realized like I cannot play Vi. So I was like, you know what? Then I have to play Lilia. And then my coaching staff trusted me, my teammates trusted me, and we were able to go for it. And we got the win. Teamwork makes the dream work is the theme of Brion and General Umti. We have so many Bro fans out here showing so much love and support. As the captain of Brion, do you feel more responsibility to lead your team? I mean, it's a lie if I say I don't feel any pressure. But I was, well, the end of last year was really rough for me, but I was able to actually kind of mature myself. I have become a lot more positive, and that positivity was reflected on the Bros performance as well, I guess. So even though this is your first year playing together, this mid-jungle duo, you guys are showing a great performance together. So I'm more like a rookie phase as a player, but Umti is so experienced, so he's giving me all the knowledge. We're having a lot of communication inside the game, so we were able to grow together.
있습니다. 그리고 또 지난 경기에서는 이제 카리스 선수가
And in the previous series,
해주셨잖아요.
Karis, you did the ceremony, the signature pose of lava, the previous LoL King. So are you trying to be the second LoL King on the side of Brion? And today, you had different ceremony. Are you like preparing every new performance for each victory moment? Well, I got so hyped up because I won, so I just like did a pose. And also, he always like do this kind of cool poses, and he told me, you know, as a player, you should actually do some ceremony and performances. Well, I didn't really like prepare any ceremony. It's just like I just follow my vibe. And that was his vibe today.
좋습니다. 자, 이렇게 강하게 또 도발을 해주셨는데 다음 상대는
Your next opponent will be your previous team, Gen.G. Karis. How are you going to prepare for that match? Gen.G, their mid laner is Chovy. But I'm just keeping my eyes on their support, Delight. I'm going to beat him up, you know? I think we're on a good form right now, so we will keep this great performance and continue this momentum to take down Gen.G as well. Well, to be honest, my head-to-head record against Peanut is not that good, but there were some cases where I actually beat him, so I will do my best to replicate that result. And this will be the end of the interview from the POGs on the side of Bro, and back to the Nord Carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, and yes, welcome back to the space. Great to hear from Always a brilliant speaker on in these interviews. Karis as well, actually showing a bit of flair there, Chron.
A little bit of character. I'm sure Karis is very happy that he's on a team that has the power of friendship. Because last year, Humble Life, I think, really felt dire at times in terms of overall synergy. Looked pretty lackluster, and even if Brion will get some losses, which I'm sure down the line they will, because they've thus far faced some of the weaker teams, doesn't matter. As long as you have friends.
Exactly, power of friendship is the one. Let's have a look at the standings here and just revel in the fact that Brion are of equal scoreline with T1 at the end of week 1. Of course, opposition, very different, but still, this is an end of Brion's week standings graphic. That's great.
Yeah, we're not going to take context into account because then I'll get mean, and I don't
Not
like
about
being mean. As talking about mean, tomorrow might be rough.
Whoa.
I casted the first game that Liv Sandbox played, and it can't be worse than that one. It can't be worse than D+. So I'll take that into tomorrow with happy tidings, and surely 2 hours earlier again, by the way.
Yep.
It won't be as bad, because if you didn't watch that series, don't watch the VOD. It was a toughie. And then KT Rolster versus Nongshim, I think will also be one-sided, but I do think that Nongshim, at least as a team, had some moments where they looked a little bit more cohesive.
Yeah.
And they find a couple of angles, so maybe for them, they can at least try to stand up to some of the individual prowess on KT.
And KT, of course, looked fantastic in their game number 1 against T1, but then
Just game
floundered
number 1.
afterwards. So there's a lot of things that we need to go into there. Otherwise, it's going to be an interesting day. But yeah, I know. We'll be on the desk for that one, throwing out some casting, and it'll be Valdez and Wolf at the space. But that is enough for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the last day of the first week of LCK Spring 2023.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.